Assalamualaikum.
Apa bawa kamu macam ni?
Saya bawa passion, semangat dan energi.
Ui, semangat. Apa yang awak bawa tu?
Kamu tahu tak apa benda yang paling ikonik tentang Malaysia? Mestilah makanan Malaysia.
Kuih tiaw, nasi goreng, roti canai, tarik.
Sekejap, makanan dan minuman luar tak dibenarkan.
Oh, okey. Faham.
Tapi saya ada juga.
Brother. Motor kicap pun tak boleh tau.
Saya ada ni.
Kejap.
Jap. Sebelum kau bawa keluar mesikan, kau baik kau stop dulu. Kau kan? Ini boleh lah. Macam mana awak nak rakamkan setiap cerita, setiap momen indah pada musim kali ini?
Senang je. Ini dia. Every moment, every angle. See? Cheers.
Okay. Apa, Bang? Tambah boleh, Bang.
Tapi flash tak dibenarkan. Ada satu perkara lagi. Dalam venue nanti, pecahan laser akan digunakan. Jadi, kena berhati-hati. Hah? Kenapa kamera aku ni? Okey, jadi macam mana awak nak sokong pasukan kegemaran awak?
Let's go, team.
Kuat sikit.
Let's go, team.
Let's go, team. Let's go, team. Ini semua mentaliti. Musim baru kami dah ready. Kita champion cari reality. Semangat! Sana semua tanah yang sini. Tiap minggu kau kalah lagi. Kau dengar apa? Sabar dulu.
Sorry.
Santai dulu. Buat tu dah bagus tau.
Tapi, kuat tanpa hormat, itu bukan sokongan.
Apa yang anda semua akan lakukan kalau kita berubah tanpa dijangka? Tenang.
Sila ikuti papan tanda keluar.
Ini bukan masanya untuk merekam media, bangku.
Jika berlaku kecemasan, jangan panik. Sila ikuti papan tanda keluar.
Jangan risau, anda akan dikeluarkan dari arena ini baris demi baris.
Sila patuhi arahan kaki tangan kami pada setiap masa.
Keluar. Dan satu lagi, bukan semua ruang dalam arena terbuka untuk anda. Kawasan di belakang jeep kamera, meja caster, FOH adalah kawasan kru sahaja.
Jadi, pastikan anda berada di kawasan penonton pada setiap masa.
So, saya dapat kerja ke?
Ini bukan tu kerja, bro.
Tapi, tempat awak telah pun tersedia.
8 pasukan.
8 cerita.
Setiap perubahan membuka bab yang seterusnya.
Satu musim untuk menjadi yang lebih baik.
Satu pentas untuk menjadi yang terbaik. Oh, sekarang anda boleh duduk dengan selesa.
Dan sorak sekuat hati untuk pasukan kegemaran anda.
Nikmati sepanjang perjalanan MPL MY regular season.
Bersama-sama kita melangkah menuju ke Dream Stage.
MPL Malaysia Musim ke-18. My time, my era. Let's bring on the teams. Kita mulakan dengan Team Flash diketuai oleh the all-timer Zorn dengan line-up yang diberi nafas baru. James, Phoenix, Dreamar, Oscar dan Gary. Team Flash is ready to make gamers heroes. Seterusnya dengan perubahan besar pada line-up, AC Esports membawa kembali wajah yang cukup dikenali, Nets bersama rakan seperjuangan yang solid to push to the top. The Game Changers are back. Rombakan besar-besaran untuk the Stingrays. A completely revamped roster, a brand new ray of hope. Selepas kekecewaan musim lalu, mereka kembali dengan satu tekad. Bangkit, melawan dan buktikan kemampuan mereka. Let's go, Team Ray! The Kingdom's Tigers are back dengan line-up yang baru dan reinforcement yang cukup hebat dari Indonesia. Super Ken dan Ezekiel. RRQ Tora can't wait to pounce forward and claim the throne. Viva RRQ! Next up, Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality. Dipimpin oleh Chico Guys, the supreme leader, sertai Chibi, C, Amzik dan juga dua import yang baru, James dan GR Boy. The Malaysian Red Robots are always programmed to win. New season, new IG. Hanya Yedri kekal daripada musim lalu dengan wajah-wajah baru. Kini bersedia untuk membawa IG ke tahap yang lebih tinggi. It is all about believing. Masa untuk skuad ini membalas kepercayaan tersebut. Let's go, Invictus Gaming! We saw the challengers. It is time to bring out the big guns, the new generations, and the giants. Mereka bukan sekadar pencabar. Mereka adalah naib juara musim ke-17. Kita sudah lihat apa yang boleh dilakukan oleh Butchel, Aero 404 dan Team Vamos di pentas antarabangsa. Tapi ini bukan final form mereka dengan tambahan Siska dan Emal. Team Vamos kini is ready to go all the way. Ladies and gentlemen, the unstoppable giants of MPL Malaysia, 5 times back to back. Dan kali ini tiada perubahan, tiada pemain ditinggalkan, tiada ruang untuk keraguan. The entire champion roster returns. It's Selangor Red Giants! Tetapi season 18 bukan sekadar tentang trofi MPL Malaysia, kerana selepas ni, the road to M8 begins. Firstly, juara dari MAL, MDL Philippines dan MDL Indonesia akan berentam merebut hanya satu slot ke MCT melalui Open Qualified Group. Hanya satu pasukan akan mara ke Group Stage MCT. Dari MCT Southeast Asia, pemegang tempat pertama dan kedua MCT akan terus ke M8 Main Stage. Manakala tempat ketiga dan keempat akan berjuang di wildcard. Dan pastinya, champion dan naik juara MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 ada direct slot ke M8. The road to M8 starts now.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia. And of course, kini musim ke-18 secara rasminya sudah pun bermula. Musim baharu, line-up baharu, meta baharu. And of course, we have surprises yang kita semua takkan expect pada musim ini. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. And kita pun ada Poji sebagai side reporter.
Hello, Poji reporting for duty. Dan saya adalah courtside reporter anda sepanjang musim yang ke-18 ini. Dekat dengan player, dekat dengan nation, atau mungkin dekat dengan drama.
Oh, kalau pasal drama, Poji memang nombor 1. So Poji, kita pun sudah saksikan 8 pasukan yang sudah bersedia untuk musim ini. But first, I nak cakap sikit tentang apa jadi di MSC 2026. Yes, kita semua pergi Paris. Yes, kita had fun dekat Paris. Tapi apa yang kita nampak di Paris agak kurang memuaskan. Which means sekarang, it's now time for us ataupun pasukan Malaysia untuk cuba prove themselves sekali lagi di pentas antarabangsa. So the question is, dengan musim yang baru, meta baru, line-up yang baru, pasukan mana yang akan bangkit and represent us in the international stage?
Saya setuju Ros, sebab kalau kita recap balik apa yang berlaku dekat MSC hari itu, ada satu tim gergasi itu dan juga tim cecair itu kalah awal. Sampai tak sempat pun nak pergi ke knockout dan tak ada siapa pun yang boleh jangka ada satu tim daripada EECA yang akan dapatkan kejuaraan MSC itu sendiri.
Yes, and since kita pun tengah main di dalam meta yang sama lagi, mana tahu di MPL Malaysia pun mungkin ada surprise. Tiba-tiba pasukan yang kita tak expect langsung, mana tahu tiba-tiba jadi juara di hujung season?
Saya setuju. Mungkin AC, mungkin Flash ataupun sesiapa sahaja di antara 8 pasukan ni. Sebab ada banyak sangat perkara yang berlaku. Ada satu tim tu sampai ubah keseluruhan line up dia. Jadi kita tak boleh nak predict apa-apa langsung.
Betul tu Poji. And what we always say kan, setiap tim ni dorang ada story sendiri, cerita sendiri, upbringing and all the struggle, semua masing-masing. Tapi one thing for sure, satu masa dalam game boleh berubah segala-galanya.
Kita tak boleh predict. Kita tak boleh nak expect dah tak boleh. Macam-macam, mengejutkan.
Exactly. So, pasukan mana yang akan bangkit? Pasukan mana yang akan jatuh? And of course, akhirnya, siapa yang akan jadi hero baru MPL Malaysia kita akan saksikan sama-sama pada musim ini.
Jadi Ros, kita pun dah tak nak buang masa. Fans semua dah ready ke untuk season yang ke-18?
Nampaknya semua dah ready. So, Poji, it's my time.
My era.
And with that, let us start this season.
MPL Malaysia Season 18 is powered by Muntan. Presented by CelcomDigi Prepaid 5G. Dominate every match with unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment and hotspot. CelcomDigi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians. Infinix Note 60 Pro is not what you think. Powered by Snapdragon 7S Gen 4, featuring 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber Cooling, active metric display and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charging. Get yours now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Grab, the official food delivery partner of MPL Malaysia. Don't let hunger cost you the game. Stay fueled, stay focused. Order Grab food from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. and earn 5% Grab coins. MPL MY is now cultured by Toda. Get MPL MY's official merch at Toda's booth or buy online at store.toda.com. Official automotive partner Cherry X Malaysia. Official top-up partner Joytify. Official content partner Media Prima. Official streaming partner Tonton. Strategic partners Yamaha, Nandos, TNT Co, Quill City Mall. Official camera partner Opsbot. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Welcome everybody to the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 18. Here, of course, on the desk, you got me, Gideon Q, alongside with Sadafa to open up the show of a brand new season as we begin our very long journey to the World Championships happening all the way across the world. Now, this is the very first step here. A new meta, especially at the beginning of the season. I don't want to talk about just expectations, but I think this year, everybody is looking for that grand tournament at the end. And there's even a new pathway to get there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the journey, the path has expanded here and how big the ecosystem of MLBB has become. We've had our first non-C champion in an international tournament. I think everyone was very surprised to witness what happened at MSC. And the meta is still kind of there, you know, it's kind of a doozy. You don't really know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I do think that the meta right now is a bit coin flippy, but that's until everybody starts to figure out what the strong openers. And based on what we've seen from MSC and games of the future, it's still up in the air, and there's still a lot of things that people haven't tested out. Keep in mind that Kaja should be playable. I say should be. We won't know until we start getting later on, but Kaja is looking real busted right now amongst all the other potential problems. But for now, let's focus on the local. Our Malaysian players, and of course some Singaporeans, are going to be here playing up on this stage. And the real question is who is going to come up on top, especially in a time like now. My time, my era. Scan the QR code and make sure that you get your redemption code down while you're at it. But what about you, Sadafa? Do you think there's any redeeming qualities for some of these teams who didn't qualify for MSC?
Well, I do like that we're seeing a lot of new faces. I'm kind of surprised it took until this season to do it. I thought for sure that we were going to see some of these revamps last season when, you know, the partnership system really came online. But it looks like the teams took a little while to adapt. I think that's kind of common around here.
Hey, I mean, the competitive schedule is really, really tight. Like, after MSC and Vigil games, you've got a week and we're already at the regular season.
It is. Man, it feels like time has been moving so fast. I was just sitting at home, slurping on my noodles, and then all of a sudden I'm here. Like, when did that happen? Where did all the time in between go?
Exactly. Which makes you wonder whether or not SRG and Vamos are prepared for the upcoming season. Technically, they would have like the most public games available, but at the same time, it is a tight schedule, and everybody else has been looking to try and break the 5-peat at this stage of the game. It's gonna be tough. But before we move anywhere further, we got a big shout out to our sponsors who make this all possible. Dominate every match with Cellcom Digi's prepaid 5G experience. Unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment, and hotspot with Cellcom Digi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians across KL and also halfway across the world. I mean, I thought initially that maybe, okay, you know, they're not really dominating. And then I went to East Malaysia. Dear God, everybody else is using Cellcom Digi there.
I was not aware of that, but clearly they're doing something right. So if you guys aren't already checking out Cellcom Digi, make sure you guys show them some love. It's thanks to them that we're able to bring all of this MPL action to you as well. And I'm looking forward to it, right? 8 teams, we got some old faces, we've got lots of new ones too, so hard to say what's gonna happen.
Well, at the very least, what we can tell you guys is our very first matchup of the day to kick off the league is going to be AC facing off against BTRM. And, you know, I think a lot of people were surprised that despite everything that happened with BTRM last season, they were expecting that for AC. Coming this time around, do you think that storyline is gonna hold? Do you think that BTRM is gonna be the one that's slow, or AC is like, we fixed the problem?
I feel like at this point, it's impossible to really tell. I think we have tried every single season to make predictions before the season starts, and every single time, it has been wrong.
It has been wrong. I think a lot of guest coins were lost during MSC alongside with the regular season of MPL Malaysia. But let us bring up the return on just someone. We got Nepsky.
He's back.
He's back. For an entire year, he was you know, back home in the Philippines playing for Smart Omega, and now that he is back here in Malaysia to play for Season 18, we are excited to have him once again. He's mentioned on stream many times that he missed Malaysia. I'm surprised that AC were willing to pick him up.
I mean, why not, right? He's got big personality. He should have big gameplay. You can see from the stats alone that, yes, his performance in MY may have been slightly lackluster, but he does seem to have improved with overall stats in MPL PH, which I think a lot of us still agree is one of the most competitive tournaments in the MPL ecosystem. So if he can bring that improved skill back home, maybe he is what AC has been looking for.
Man, tough argument there, especially when you're talking about back home, because at this point he might as well get dual citizenship at
He
this
really
stage.
is.
He's gone so he's played for both sides on the coin here every single time, but that's not all. I think that unfortunately for Nets, as much as I believe that he is going to do good, this patch update has been really rough for everybody across the board, for EXP laners alongside with gold laners. Let's pull it up here. Now, Stafa, we gotta talk about the elephant in the room, or in this case, the bird in the room, Kaja.
He's a big bird now. He's grown up quite a bit compared to what we knew before. He's given up some of what made him in the past. One of the only heroes in the game with suppression. I am honestly surprised they decided to take the path of taking that away, since now suppression seems to be a Franco exclusive mechanic. But new Kaja does seem pretty strong. That new ultimate is going to be a massive game changer in team fights. However, as someone who's tried the bird out, he's not as easy to play as he looks.
No, he's a little more complicated. There's a couple more mechanics, but God, can we talk about the skill too for a second? I mean, yes, the passive is really, really good and now brings a new keyword here. Instead of suppress, we have paralysis, which briefly slows them and reduces their overall damage. It was basically the old Kaja passive, now with a new key term to follow along with its new branding and overhaul. But let me tell you about those soaring wings. This soaring rings is such annoying, it is ridiculous. You can knock people back, you can hover over terrain, and then you also get the ability to levitate. I think they call it airborne at this, no. Like, they had a particular term for it.
I'm not too sure, actually.
But while he is flying, his auto attacks does max health damage.
Yep.
And it's AoE, so technically his sustain is actually through the roof. Now, that's just Kaja. They did change the ultimate, but I think we're going to see him later today, so we'll save it for later. Let's also talk about Novaria alongside with...
Yep.
Hey, Gord's looking kind of short there.
Yeah, he's looking a little less blue. Clearly he's found joy in his life, you know?
Joke's on you, Magic Man. I've got him this time. Harley
got the hat this time. I'm the one who's wearing it.
I love it. I love the idea that Harley is just like, oh, Gord? Nah, fam, it's me. That being said, though, there is plenty to talk about. First off, we have to talk about the new AC lineup with Nets, of course. Reza, Martizi, Zayed, alongside with Momo, who you can see getting ready for the walk-in.
It's going to be very exciting to see what AC Esports will bring to the stage, because this was a squad that had many expectations on them at the start of Season 17 and failed to meet those expectations. They went through so many roster revamps and just barely failed to make it to the playoffs. We got some of the same old faces, and I'm hoping we get to see Momo and Martizi step up a little bit, especially in this flexible meta. We got Nets back, we got Zayed on stage, but Razor also wanting to make his MPL debut a hit.
And here's the thing, every single time you see a new face coming to join some of these big teams, the question is whether they have what it takes. And when I look at Bigatron MY by Vitality, knowing how Chiku does that process, I have a lot of faith in James, Chibi, Zayed, GR Boy, and Chiku guys to actually turn the new leaf for the Bigger Troopers.
The CEO returns. He's brought back his protege from last season, but we've got some new faces filling out the lineup as well. We got James from Omega. So this is actually going to be a bit of a head-to-head between former Omega players, Nets and James, having their reunion in MPL MY. And then GR Boy, also another MDL player, making his MPL debut here on this stage.
Now, we've seen many imports have great success or big failures coming over to the Malaysian region. It's a little bit of a coin flip. Sometimes it's not necessarily their fault, sometimes it's the team's fault, but other times it could just be an outside game issue compared to an in-game issue. We'll never know until we see the rest of these 8 weeks actually get played out. And here's the thing, we're already on week number 1 and there's already speculation that the meta might actually shift 360 in the middle of it. I don't know about you, but the patch makes a big difference.
It really does. Like, we literally saw it at MSC. It hasn't changed all too much. This was a very small update with the introduction to Kaja as well. So we should still see the same old metas, or could be completely different. I guess we'll find out, because the teams are about to walk up on stage right now.
Setiap corak kami pecahkan. Setiap corak kami pecahkan. Momentum beralih. The game changer. AC. The game changer.
got some hype with the home team. Now it's time to bring in the away team. The Malaysian Red Robots are back with an upgrade. We got the TT duo with Z's return, joined by the Filipino battle-tested James and DR Boy. They're ready to rise and programmed to win BTRM Malaysia by Vitality.
We, of course, have to welcome the coaching staff of both of our teams, the masterminds behind every single match, joined by the League Ops Eric, who ensures every game runs fairly and smoothly. We introduce you from the side of AC, Coach Sora as head coach alongside Pao as assistant. From the side of BTRM, it's Kenji and Coach Cody Banks to lead the teams and draft for their warriors.
Now, for the first time in MPL Malaysia Season 18, let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This will be AC versus BTRM Malaysia.
And what a way to open our very first debut game of the season, to start our journey in a very long walk to the M8 championships. Once again, these players, they've got experience and they understand that finding a slot here at MPL MY has been a lot harder compared to their own individual regions, right? Most people would say that this is the easy server, and even then we have proved time and time that it's really not us, it's the patch. It's really the patch.
I think unfortunately the big issue here for MPL MY is that adaptability, is that our teams find it difficult to really make on-the-spot changes. We have a tendency to stick to what we feel works, what we know works, and that holds us back sometimes. But this time, all of the teams have decided to take a big risk and step forward. Multiple MAL and MDL graduates taking the stage for the first time, showing that they are investing for the future.
Now, I know a lot of people have many different opinions about the qualification process to actually or at least get one of the slots, but hey, at the very least, everybody gets a chance. Now, let's quickly go over to Nets, our gold laner. We got a quote from him, and we got a new graphic for it as well. I want a higher salary from Omega Esports, but they couldn't offer it, so I came to Malaysia. This season feels different because last time I was with Vamos or Homeboys, we were the runner-ups in MPL MY, but AC didn't make it past the playoffs last season, so I hope to prove that I can bring AC to the playoffs.
I appreciate honesty.
Me too.
Like other players, they say like, no, I came here because there's a bigger challenge, or I wanted to explore new grounds. Nah, man, Nets is here for the money, and he's going to prove that he is worth that money.
Big dollar bills for the side of AC, but BTRM on the opposite side, right? Knowing the way that Jiku scouts out these players, there is a rigorous process to make sure that you can impress a man like him. And if you can, Zay is that product, a consistent mid laner overall. Somebody who, again, you probably wouldn't have batted twice an eye. He looks like a regular dude, but in-game, an absolute monster.
It's impressive to see how much he was able to show himself in his debut season when he's literally brought in halfway as a pinch hitter. There's a lot of pressure on you as a new player, and he was able to live up to those expectations. But now entering a brand new season, being part of the starting roster, that is a very different feeling entirely. I hope that he'll be able to adapt.
Not to mention new teammates as well. He's not the only... Technically, he would be considered a veteran at this. You stay for the season, you know, you're the one who's sticking around. Everybody else who's coming in.
Can you call someone a veteran after half a season?
Look at this state. Like, I mean, like, the way that he plays, it's hard to argue. I'm guessing that he is still pretty young overall, so there are some outside of game things that he's probably got to learn. But I am just guessing at this point, right? I don't know the guy personally. I can only assume that he's good in game, not great outside of the game. But who knows? He could be both.
He's the guy that all the employers are looking for. You know?
He's employee of the month.
You know, he's got like 5 years of experience on his resume with 2 months of work experience.
Now, luckily he didn't lie on his resume, right? And I think more than enough that he's proven time and time again that he has what it takes. But then we come back to AC, and the real question is that they revamped not only the entire roster, they've changed the back-end crew. They've changed in terms of their assistant coaches and making sure that Sora is going to be the lead head for the draft as we start making our way into it. Let's get excited, everybody. Very first game, very first draft. What are we going to expect in a meta that feels like the Wild West?
Wow, what's happening on the screen back there? Looking fancy. We are diving straight into the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, for our very first draft of MPL Malaysia Season 18. It's gonna be AC up against BTR, and we're gonna kick things off by looking at what map they will be playing on, and it is none other than Dangerous Grass.
Oh, for a moment, I thought it was like, please, dear God, don't give us flying clouds in the very first game. We need to see what everybody's willing to do. Now, let's talk about the patch, because I think this patch in particular, there are some strong openers, but we've seen the meta evolve at the same time. Uranus has been a clear answer to the Barat opener on blue side, and Kenji is opting to get rid of it. It looks like he wants to lean into the Barats more than anything else.
That is a possibility, but we can't forget about the most contested heroes that we have been seeing as well. Heroes like the Hirara still sticking around in the meta, still one of the best assassins you can play. Fanny being consistently banned out every single opportunity we get. And Kaja being a big question mark. Where does he sit in this meta if he is available, of course?
That's the thing, right? I feel like Kaja, it's going to be tough to tell where it exactly fits in terms of pick ban orders, or including when exactly you want to pick him up within the draft itself. And I think that at least as of right now, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do anything crazy unless it opens itself up, because Coach Sora is opting to say, you know what, let's ban the Hirara, let's also get rid of the Freya. That makes a lot of sense. Are we also going to see maybe, you know, that Marcel ban, which comes in from good Coach Kenji? Are we also going to see the Fanny potential ban here? Because I feel like from AC side, Zayed, he's a Fanny player. Like, I wouldn't put it past him.
On the opposite end, however, for BTR, we already know traditionally Chibi has not been particularly regarded for his Fanny gameplay, but it is a very crucial hero, especially in such a fast-paced meta. Has he finally picked it up? Does he feel confident enough to go for that first pick on the blue side, or are we just going to see the safe options like the Barats?
Personally, I don't think so. I don't think Chibi is ready to do it. And
you don't think so?
Especially in a meta game where there are a lot of direct counter picks. Cho, for an example. There's also the problem with, hey, how are you going to deal with Atlas? Like, it's difficult to run away with him when you've got no energy, and once you start losing out on the mid lane and strong side, purple buff suddenly becomes inaccessible. So really, you've got to have great mechanics to bait out fights and still be able to re-engage. With Marcel and as well Paquito being a high win rate hero, smart enough, they don't want to deal with double fires, and here we go, the Barats. Let's see whether or not AC is looking for a direct answer to that straight away, or do they want to go right into the supports?
Yeah, we know that the two top supports in the meta right now, still wide open, the Atlas and the Belleric, usually seen.
I feel like they're one package. They're basically the same hero.
Would you say so?
Because I would admit that Atlas is much better at chasing, but both of them are just as tanky. They both have high base damage in the early game. They both just feel impossible to deal with unless you got like Warcry or something early game oriented.
From a tankiness perspective, definitely, but I feel like there definitely are differences from a gameplay perspective. However, AC does something kind of different. They start with the Valentina Harley. Now, I can see maybe the Valentina as a way to deny the Atlas Belleric early. Basically, if you pick one, we're gonna pick the other, then we'll have both.
I mean, sure, I guess, unless, and I think this would be a safer, I feel like if this would be a safer opening had at least one of them got banned out, whether it be the Belleric or alongside the Atlas. But since both are open, I think they're just saying, you know what, BTRM? I'll give you the first pick. You decide how this game is going to get played. Because as soon as they figure that out, they don't necessarily have to go for the big setters. We see the Eudora and Atlas, as expected, they're definitely going to steal either the Detna's Welcome or the Fatal Links at this stage of the game. But for the sake of the early game, they need somebody with Concussive Blast.
For sure. And need some way to be able to deal with the mid-wave properly, since nowadays Eudora clears very, very quickly, and Belleric, we already said it, they're a package deal, these two roamers, and that means that AC will have access to both of the best teamfight ults in the current meta.
Typical, very typical openings here. Although Coach Sora did put a prioritization on the Harley, it feels like AC just want to lean into something that they've practiced, something that is comfortable, because honestly, there was no reason to show your jungler this early on. They could have waited for Red 3 and then gotten the Belleric anyways, because either way, it just felt like Sora just wants to keep it safe in the drafting phase.
It's a comfort pick as well. You have to remember, many seasons ago, when he was not meta, Zayed was the guy. He pulled it out against SRG and beat them with the hero when he wasn't meta. So AC wants to start the season off strong. They're gonna get rid of the Brody now, basically removing early game obstacles for this Harley to snowball.
Yep. Want to make sure, from Coach Sora's POV, they want to set him up for success on this Harley. Able to scale really well, has some decent early game damage, and not to mention, if you set it up well, you can almost guarantee first blood if you're able to intercept somebody mid-rotation. But BTRM on the opposite side, right? Where do you think their focus is going to be? Is it still designed around the CEO once again? And I think the second half of the draft will tell us a lot, because Brody is already getting banned out for the side of Coach Sora, so it makes sense that AC is attacking the CEO's pool.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. The BTRM does like to play for Chiku, but they actually banned the Claude themselves, which is quite interesting. This would normally lead me to believe that, like, okay, BTR seems to want to play some kind of late game scaler. I would have thought maybe like the Moskov, but then the Belleric is an answer to that. So what are they thinking?
I don't know, because it doesn't feel great if BTRM wants to lean into double fighters and Yishin Chin as their jungler to kind of scale throughout the game. My big issue is that Valentina is on the opposite side, right? Like, Valentina does very well against melee heroes, and not to mention that Valentina is going to be looking to hard engage 90% of the time. So I feel like it makes a lot of sense for BTRM to actually, axe out some of the bad matchups for Barats. In this case, it's either thinking, you know what, we don't have to worry about Matilda anymore because Belleric is already in, so let's also get rid of the Esmeralda, and maybe we have an opportunity to open up Harith.
That's a possibility. I could see Harith being an option, but banning Claude really creates a bit of a question mark for me. Again, I would have thought, like, okay, you want to play for late game scaling, but then most of those heroes are countered by Belleric, so maybe they're going all in for the early game instead, in which case, maybe they're looking at, like, the Clint, or even going for a fighter goal lane just to end early, but I don't know.
Well, usually the go-to would be Paquito, right? Paquito seems to be the only thing that kind of fulfills it, but
ooh,
banned out.
Whoa, hold on.
Carmilla jungle, we really starting off the season like this. And you can even see Marchese's face, it's just like, Coach, really?
Is it Carmilla jungle?
I'm pretty sure it's Carmilla.
It could be Carmilla Rome Belleric EXP.
Oh, that's also true. That's a good point. That's a really good shout there. But I don't like Belleric EXP. It just exists. He just shows up for half a second, and even then, Barats is like, I could still manipulate the waves.
Belleric or Uranus EXP?
I would say, honestly, Belleric is a lot worse.
Oh.
I would argue that Uranus is kind of like top tier in terms of EXP laners right now.
I mean, from your perspective.
Oh, from my perspective,
Yes.
I hate both. I hate all of it. Like, legit, I don't like it. Let's go back to the Paquito, Yuzon, Benedetta days.
I agree with you.
That would have been way more exciting to watch. But now we get the Suyo as well as the Hanabi. The Hanabi is a means to an end to dodge the Cursed Blood alongside, well, I mean, you don't really dodge it, but at least you won't get hit by the initial stun.
I mean, it's not a bad choice here, and I can kind of see the idea now. Hanabi scales very well, but Claude is able to match that, so you want to play her safer, and she is a very solid option to what AC is doing, because they have insane teamfight ults right now. They got 3 different teamfight ultimates, and Hanabi is a way of escaping all of that by just standing there. But Suyo is also quite at risk. I feel like it's a difficult con for BTR to play into.
I think they're just trying to make sure that they can abuse the early game to a certain degree, right? High base damage coming in from the Atlas, a decent early game at level 2 for Eudora, if you're able to just land the stun. Pretty easy to do. Suyo can push and accelerate the game even further, but I like the fact that BTRM specifically banned out the Melissa, banned out the Claude. High mobile mage alongside with a winning matchup in lane itself, with a Brody already banned on top of it, leaving only Clint, who is hyper immobile. He can't run for anybody, really. But I think it's time, Staffa. Lead us into the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, and I hope you got your popcorn buckets ready. MPL Malaysia Season 18 officially begins. Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality on the blue side shall be taking on AC Esports on the red. A matchup long awaited. Who will be able to find their revenge from Season 17?
Let's jump right into the land of Dawn to kick things off here. Say hello to Badang. Dear God, I hope we're going to get him. I got to get him soon. Hopefully we get an MPL skin. I know it's coming. If they got that graphic, you know for a fact that it's going to cost some diamonds to pick him up.
Super Saiyan Badang honestly looking very sick right here, and they're already prepping us for it, so hopefully everyone also has their wallets ready.
Whoa!
Oh, it is Carmilla EXP.
It's Carmilla EXP of all things. Okay, I personally wasn't expecting this, but look at that early game. What is James supposed to do against it? Early clear, concussive blast on top of it all to get rid of that wave quick. but he does decide to go for Purify.
Now in the mid lane as well, we're gonna see some poking from AC. We know that mid lane prio is gonna be very, very important under this meta. Looks like the Litho will still be secured by Chibi, and that gives AC information that he's here on the top side.
All right, with that information in the very first interaction already won here. Let's quickly look at the emblem set that they're running with as of right now. 2 Tenacities coming up from the tanks of EXP alongside with Razor. On the opposite end, pull yourself together naturally for GR Boy, but it's going to be Tenacity coming in from Jameis. So he's not gonna be as sustainable. He's not running fighter emblems, but he is running Brave Smite. So the way that he trades has to be a lot more careful. He can't just take prolonged fights, especially in the laning stages.
Yeah, and especially against this lineup from AC as well. They have so much team fight potential that if you stay around for too long, you're going to get hit by everything. But there is something to play for, in that most of their damage will come from nets. If you can remove the Clint, should be alright. Oh, but speaking of gold lane, Chiku gonna try and force the duel because he knows he's not getting out, but it's still first blood to Zayed.
Very silly death here by Chiku, guys. The rest of the team needs to communicate with the jungle path of their opponents, but unfortunately, with that one remaining green camp, they thought that maybe he wasn't doing a full clear and there wouldn't be a timing, but after winning the Litho Wander, that extra bit of EXP just made it that much easier for him to set up this gank. First turtle should fall into Chibi's hands here, as AC Esports are going to be the ones who are looking to snowball out of control through the lanes.
Yeah, not the start that BTR wanted. They are at least able to trade. They know they're not salvaging that situation, so get the turtle instead and at least make the trade somewhat worth it.
Wait.
Oh, Momo trying to go in, forces the curse of blood. They're looking for C, but the flicker rays are not able to connect. The stun backwards hits 3 members, so AC cannot follow.
Nicely played by Zay, making sure that he used the superconducted ball lightning to hit multiple targets, especially if they're just close enough. I do wish that they increased the AoE size of the superconducted ball lightning, but hey, that's just me.
I don't think it needs to be bigger, man.
I think it needs to be slightly bigger. You know, there's a lot of awkward moments. Okay.
Well, speaking of bigger, James getting hit with deadly magic, down to 10%, but Momo low as well. Flicker from the Barats, but the stolen Daytona's welcome eats Chibi instead. He's stuck between 4, trying to escape, picks up Momo on the way out. Meanwhile, 3-man gang from BTR down bottom, picks up the kill on the gold laner. Chibi with the iframe, not quite enough. Does fall in the end.
Tap Blade Surge, just not enough. Not enough this time as AC just stick on him like masking tape. It is difficult to rip it off without losing some hairs, but at the same time, this finally creates an actual advantage for Zayed, right? Chibi does have a level lead over him, but Zayed able to actually go for the counter jungle to convert on the damage, and now that he still has his top side to clear, he should be able to even up the EXP score.
I am so far liking the activeness from both of these teams. They're making trades happen. They're trying to force momentum to their side, and it's resulting in a fairly even trade, but BTR slightly standing out on top. I think that gank on the gold lane helped a lot to even things out with Chiku, guys.
I want to see whether this gank is going to happen again, because right now it feels like Nets isn't really getting too much off of this, right? For the most part, it actually looks like in this particular case that Chiku, guys, is farming a lot better, right? Look at the gold plating that's currently missing from Nets' turret. There's basically nothing there.
It's the timing of the gank, basically. They went for it when they had the cannons on their side and by taking out the enemy gold laner, you can hit the tower, compared to Zai just coming in for a cheeky kill.
These are the small advantages.
Oh, hold on. Down bottom, Nets is surrounded. Took a little longer than I thought, but he is dead. And AC still going for the turtle on top of that. They're going to try and force a trade again. Chibi a bit far off. I don't think he's going to try and force it. Yep, Zayed picks that up.
Yep, I mean, with no Fatal Links, there's really no reason to, right? At this point, let's chill out for a second. We got the kill that we wanted to. We're playing around the CEO, and eventually, we're going to group up together. And that's what their whole comp wants to punish. Punish, Jace?
Almost punished. Oh, actually tries to re-engage. Side comes in. Daytona's welcome. Wasted.
That makes no sense. He should have gone for it. He should have gone for it. He still has Flicker available, and they need to get Martizi's Purify out early.
Curse of Blood on 2 in the mid lane. Z tries to stun in return. GR Boy tries to fight. Flicker. Belleric out catches 4. And here comes Nets, but he's being pushed into the river. He has to flicker out. Chibi picks up the double kill. And Flicker Fatal Links. GR Boy picks up Zayed. Triple kill for Chibi. Z will go down as well. Nets can be traded, but BB! Savage on the first game of the season!
Too easy! Too easy indeed! Man, that was really unlucky. I'm not gonna lie. That was really unlucky, specifically coming in from Nets. Let's look at the instant replay one more time, because as this fight actually breaks out, just keep your eyes. You'll see the Detona's Welcome connect, and he's going to get spat backwards right after this, right? He gets him, okay. Guess where he spits the barrage? Back at Nets! And he gets chunked out at the end, setting up Chibi for an insta-kill with the Blade Surge.
A bit of a miss there on the tower. It's a lot of a smaller hitbox than you would think, and mid laner's probably not acutely aware of it. But James actually managed to pull Nets into the bush as well. Was a huge play for BTR. Puts AC so out of position.
I think the hard part right now is just trying to punish the mid laners, right? And it looks like it's a good idea, but BTRM is making sure that they spread themselves out. They don't want to make sure, they want to make sure that both their carries aren't standing on top of each other. If you put them on two opposite sides of the circle, then you have to pick one. You can't go for both. And there we have it. Wrath of the Dryad out is GR Boy able to well, not really sidestep it, but footsie him.
But why would he even use it there? In the first place, his team is not close enough to follow up on that. And it's the roamer of all things, BTR. They know this is a free turtle now.
Nuclear deterrent, you know, just blow something up in the middle of the Sahara and hope that somebody's watching.
It's Atlas, though.
You know.
Tanky boy.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, it's like, were they really going to contest it anyways? I personally don't think so, especially knowing that BTRM is a type of team that actually wants to play as 5. AC Esports, they want to actually play a little front to back. However, the front to back consists of two very separate components. I think that Martese, unfortunately, has a really weird job. Are you supposed to be that far forward with Momo and, you know, Razor and everybody else? Are you trying to dive with Zayat, or are you trying to peel for Nets?
And that's kind of issue with this team composition, right? You see 3 big team fight ultimates. You should win every fight. But what if there is a counter? What if there's a Hanabi that just so happens to avoid all of that, right? All of a sudden, it's like, you only have one way to play, and that way isn't consistent enough, and it puts you in a really awkward spot.
So at this stage, I think that AC, they give up all neutral objectives. They need to start scaling Nets alongside with Zayat, because they're the only two who actually has any relevant damage in this game. Nets more so than Zayat, because, again, Zayat is going to be looking for like some isolated targets, but looking at the way that BTR has rotated across the map, they are walking in kill squads. Whether it's 3 and 2 or 2 and 3, doesn't really matter, as Eudora is able to interchange between the two sides, but as long as there's somebody covering for Chiku, guys, and in this case it's Barats, all you have to know is that they're safe. They're chill. The CEO will eventually bring up the stocks.
And when you're this far ahead, it's a lot easier for BTR to just kind of play around the map, and they have a lot of safety measures built in. Looking at the gold as well, Chiku guys already finished with that Trinity. This Hanabi is actually going to hurt.
Might actually hurt a little too much here. I was wondering whether or not Zayat actually should have opted to go for a more, you know, concentrated energy into the Brute Force Breastplate rather than Genius Wand into full damage, but I think you kind of don't have a choice. He did find early first blood, so I don't blame him for his current pathing in terms of his items. On the opposite end, there's really no comparison when you already achieved so many kills, 6 and 1 already. It's like, all right, what am I going to do with it?
I'm pretty sure all of those kills are Skypiercer stacks as well.
Oh yeah, he was at 50 already, so he's pretty close to maxing it out.
So like, if he catches anyone, they just blow up.
They die.
And that's a problem for AC, because they are relying on those squishy DPSs to actually get anything done.
Well, speaking of squishy DPSs, one just got swallowed.
Yeah, he just got eaten up, and Abdul could not even actually be a squishy DPS. That's a tree. Just got swallowed up, spit out. BTR disassembles him.
Hey man, trees don't stand against man-made metal. This Atlas going kind of hard. Wow, fleeting time on top of everything else. Like, they couldn't win harder at this stage.
You may as well.
I mean, AC is in a lot of trouble at this stage of the game, right? And it's smart that at least for Zayat, he's not wasting time trying to be part of these team fights. He's waiting for Nets to scale, but at the same time, the okay...
Momo, I don't think this is a good idea, Momo. Killing spree for Chiku is free. And they even get the Holy Defense Shield. Z nearly dies to the Deadly Magic, but he's just barely able to get out as well.
Yeah, this one's tough. This is a pretty tough game here. I don't think there's not going to be much analysis that's going to be having at the end of this one. 10-3 so far with a 7k gold lead. It is pretty difficult for BTRM to actually throw the lead. I think the only way it goes bad is if 5 of them get caught underneath the tower or fountain to a single, like, Wrath of the Dryads. That's, like, worst case scenario. And even then, there's a pretty good chance they live.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, even if that happens, I don't think they lose the fight. They are just so well equipped to deal with AC. Flicker, Detona's welcome, eats up Razor again into the two-man stun! James dies, but his job is more than done. Chibi is godlike, double kill. Detona's welcome doesn't even connect, triple kill for the Suyo. Lord on top of the crystal, and they're going for more. Another maniac for Chibi as they close out game one in excellent style.
Okay, all right. A bit of experimentation being played here from the side of AC, and they get punished hard. Momo, he's the playmaker. He's the stable playmaker, but even on a Camilla, he can't squeeze enough value out of it.
It's not a bad idea to try and win out the lane early on, but when you commit this hard into a front-to-back lineup, there are always going to be problems if the enemy has the solution.
I mean, I think that they had the right idea about the early investments, but come mid-game is the big issue. Right now, the meta really rewards teams for snowballing out of control, so having a good early 2 mid should be prioritized over strong early and then decent scaling in the late game.
We've seen a lot of teams lean away from the Harley for this precise aspect. Yes, he can snowball early, but it is a little bit more conditional. And who can he really jump on safely in this game to get things going? When you tack on the fact that they're losing team fights early with an early game-oriented comp, the game just slips out of their fingers so quickly.
It does slip out of their fingers quickly, but that's just the metagame as of right now. A lot of like these fights, especially with the whopping lead that Chibi was able to develop for himself, like majority of the lead was on him, like 60% of it, if I remember correctly. And from that point onwards, like the Hanabi's job is super easy because she's not going to be looked at all. 90% of these fights just completely forgotten about.
And she can just stand back there and throw her shurikens at people, and that is the natural habitat of a Hanabi. That's where they want to be. That is where all the joy in their life comes from.
All the joy in their life. Oh, I'm making a sick play. Press this one button.
One button.
Yo, I'm so sick.
MLG.
Honestly, it would have been funny if they also went for Sky Piercer on the Hanabi as well, just to make sure that it's just like random bounce and then actually triggers it to steal away the Savage or maybe
Chibi,
even the Maniac.
could you share some of those stacks with me?
Yeah, just spread it out a little bit more. But let's look at our MVP of the game. Give it up to your boy. It's going to be Chibi, of course, accelerating the early game, but really convincing way of doing it. That's what you want to do with a Sky Piercer. That's how much threat you have as long as you maintain those stacks.
First Savage and first the Maniac of the season on one man in the first game. Chibi comes back in probably the most stylish way you possibly could. 1000 GPM, 11-1 and 0, 79% kill participation, nearly full build in what is a pretty short game. It was perfect.
It really was. It really, really was. But can we also talk about the fact that he one of the few emblem sets, and now we're noticing amongst more and more junglers the attempt to actually go for Swift, getting the extra attack speed to clear their jungle camps a little bit faster, and while still having the overall penetration. Some teams have even, well, I say teams, I say junglers, I meant, actually can lean into the marksman build because you still also get the penetration, you get the natural attack speed, and then you can start switching out the Swift to something else or double up on it for people like Harley potentially. But that's just me. That's just a small little thing that I wanted to bring up here. But Chibi overall has done a great job, and I think at the very least, I am praying that we're going to see a different side of the draft here, especially since, you know, red side hasn't been doing too well overall. Most teams are leaning into the blue side early on into the season.
Yeah, there's a lot of power picks that you can grab nowadays. You would think that red side would be a little stronger since counter picks are really powerful under a very fast-paced meta, and yet teams are figuring out how to play around it. Could this be a case of overthinking, right? Was the Valentina opening maybe a little bit too, what's the word here?
A little too
ambitious?
I wouldn't say ambitious.
Not quite ambitious.
I think they were looking for security, right? Like just in case somebody whipped out something like wild, and they wanted to make sure that they could kind of cover those particular segments here. But let's first look at the item builds, because this is the most important breakdown overall. Here we are, picture in picture, down here. Yep. Now, look at the way that they're looking to make sure that this build actually works out, right? Early glowing wand as expected here. But Zayed, unfortunately, this was a bit of a mistake on his part. Understanding that, yes, you do get first blood, but there needs to be some kind of form of understanding in the later stages of the future. I think he should have gone immediately, instead of looking to snowball out of control. Second item, you're looking for Sky Piercer. If not, the Lightning Truncheon sure sounds like a great idea, but then you have to be super proactive. Every single time the Deadly Magic is up, you are throwing it at the first target you see. You don't care who it is, just to deter them off and get the initial damage. I would have imagined that he goes for the Concentrated Energy, Brute Force Breastplate, especially against teams like this with two huge frontliners that are difficult to bypass.
I think sadly it's a bit hard for Zayed to really make those decisions though, because I'm pretty sure he finished this Lightning Truncheon right before the game ended basically, so there's not really much you can do at that point. I like that he got the first blood, but I agree with you in that it feels like AC didn't really step on the gas, right? The momentum got halted once turtle trade started happening, and then BTR had a better gold lane gank tied with the minion wave to get a bunch of gold off of the tower, which instantly negated the early play.
Oh, I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing. I was thinking whether or not they could have found out a different solution to the gold lane, and unfortunately, this was very well planned out for the side of BTRM, right? In terms of draft order, they made sure they got rid of like the high mobile mages and specifically bad matchups. You would have imagined that Clint was going to win it out at the very end, but unfortunately, I think that with that, not only the early gank, but just making sure that Chiku, guys, he changed his mindset after that gank. He refused to get ganked again, fast cleared the wave every single time, and didn't even bother to contest for those gold crabs every once in a while, but only with confirmation that at least Chibi was on his side of the map or the enemy jungler was on the opposite.
Yeah, I like that BTRM made the decision that AC needed to do, which is, okay, it's time to step this up, right? We see what they're trying to do, let's move even quicker. As you said, push out the wave, don't give them opportunities to gank down bottom, and then constantly create havoc on the opposite side of the map to take away attention from the gold laner and transfer that over to Chibi. They know they're tanky enough with James and GR Boy in the front line, so they can afford to take some hits. Razor, I think, made a couple of bad initiations or wasted his Wrath of Dryad at inopportune times, which does affect how AC wants to fight.
It happens to the best of them, but especially during week number 1, we're expecting the simple the simple strategies to work out the most effectively. We'll see whether or not there's more to this squad than initially think, but let's look at the highlights overall. Because from this early gank, you would have imagined that AC would have started taking this snowball into a completely different direction. But then you notice that the counter gank actually happens down on the bot side here by 3 minutes of the game to even out the score. Now we even saw in the item power build that unfortunately, hey, he had to go for T2 boots. He needed to make sure that he got armor boots to protect himself in the lane because that's how hard he was losing. 5 minutes in, missing tier 1. The next team fight occurs, and this is where it all... I think this was like the final nail in the coffin that set BTRM apart from AC Esports.
Yeah, if not for this fight, it would have still been somewhat even, but BTR played this perfectly. James did his job as the front line, pulled Nets in. That mistake from Arteezy, unfortunately, allowing Nets to be picked off and a Savage to be secured, and then Razor kind of losing his grip in the jungle, and Momo making this very odd decision, and it just snowballs even more.
Yeah, there's nothing much they could have done once the Lord started walking in. This stage, you can see that even Zay, he is playing more like a marksman than anybody else, right? And 90% of the time, it's just Chiku guys having the time of his life. Like, again, they are still playing around the CEO, and I like the way that they're doing it because it is not a direct answer, but very soft answers. They understand that the CEO, until he's got 3 items, then he's relevant. But prior to that, they're giving him, just a little bit of aid here and there, just a quick reinforcement every once in a while.
I think this is always kind of a playstyle with Chiku as well. We do like to say, like, hey, when a team has Chiku, they always like to play around Chiku, but that's not necessarily the case.
Yep.
Chiku is usually the fallback, and it's usually best when Chiku doesn't need to do anything.
Yes.
This is something we've been saying ever since his days with Toda, right? The less Chiku has to do, the better the team is doing.
That is a rule of thumb, but I like the fact that at least Chibi was in the right positions, right? And that's what I like about BTRM. It's not just about the CEO. The CFO is leading the early stages of the game, and they're distributing the resources correctly. If this was like, let's say like first half for week 1 to 4 of season 17. For sure, everything. Oh, Turtle, don't care. We're gonna dive bot side. Oh, Lord, we're gonna dive bot side still. Steal the jungle? Nah, let's give the gold crab over to Chiku, guys. That was the overall play style.
Yeah, the game moves so fast nowadays that you gotta make these snap decisions. If someone's taking something, you're like, okay, what do I do instead, right? There's no reason to try and force a competition. Let's get something else instead. And I think that BTR did a very good job of achieving that goal.
Look, I'm gonna break this down even further. We got a Telestrator segment that's about to come up,
Ooh.
and I want to talk about some of the moments that are actually happening in these games, right? A lot of it begins like this, right? We see, oh, look, we're already, just being chilling out, but Momo makes this early rotation to start this fight prior, right? The first turtle already gone, but this eventually leads out to something a little bit worse. In this particular case here, it's about the way that Zayed was able to defuse the scenario. This could have gotten a lot worse for AC, but notice that prior to it, just 5 seconds before, his position is this. Let's slow this down for half a second. Slow this down for just a quick moment here. And as you see, Zay, watch him for half a second here. Manages to hit the superconductor, immediately ball lightnings to get 3 members right at the same time. And that's important here. It's less about the ult, but the deterrent of stopping the combination from actually working out in the first place. Had these 3 members in the back here, I would assume already ready to go. Zay still has his ult, Zayed still has his ult, even Martizi at this stage also has his ult. Momo is the only one who can actually kind of engage and set for the rest of the team. And as they play out, they can't get their damage in, they continue to start pressing forward, and immediately they disengage. There's nothing else to do. While this happened, Nets unfortunately had to start moving back into his lane. He moved out of it here on this top side and then decided to head back down afterwards once he was done. He didn't even get to participate while the top side got a free push. So no matter how we see this game, the constant pushing and pulling, one singular moment like this coming in from Zay, a simple play, netted both side lanes without having to do too much.
It's the little things. You could honestly even say that it's a little lucky that Z was able to get that out in time, because if you look back at that, the Deadly Magic was just 1 microsecond away from coming out.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because very similar scenario actually happens right here, where once again, where we see this clip play, the Cursed Blood actually lands. Zay immediately, he's willing to tank the damage for free. Gets hit by basically everything, but he's not the main target at all, right? Let's pull it 5 seconds back. And I'll ask you, who's the main target in this situation right here?
For which team?
For which team? AC in this particular case.
I think they're probably looking for Hanabi.
They're looking for Hanabi, right? It sounds crazy, but yes, it is going to be Hanabi, but that's a lot of their single target damage. Keep in mind that Clint is a very ability-based person. So as soon as Nets runs out of all of his charges from his ult and his first and second ability, he kind of doesn't have anything else from that point onwards, right? If you keep on playing and slow it down for just half a second, both Razor and Momo are both getting chunked out at the same time. This is where we see the beauty of Chiku, guys, in these types of fights. Because there are 2 separate engages coming on to wombo combo with each other, it puts Nets at a really awkward spot. And even the autos are still bouncing against him and Martizi. I mean, this last half of the play, don't worry about it. We all know what's going to happen with the Savage that eventually comes through, but you can tell we need to get a 1+1 rather than just one guy.
Yeah, I think that AC Esports kind of jumped the gun a lot in these engagements. Where
just a little bit,
right? But that little bit makes a difference.
That's the thing.
You have so many team fight ults, but you don't have the damage to follow up on it. They're either just a little bit too far away, and even in cases like this, where like Nets is actually in position, do you really think Clint is the burst hero that you need?
I mean, I would have said Melissa or Claude, but both of them got banned out. I would say that even like Brody.
No, I think Melissa was open.
Melissa was banned out. Third, Red 3.
Red 3?
Sorry, Blue 3.
Blue 3?
Oh, sorry, was it Blue 2?
No.
Am I dumb?
I don't remember Melissa being... Oh, wait, was she?
She was definitely banned. She was definitely banned out.
Maybe she was, actually.
Because it wouldn't make any sense to be like, oh yeah, I see Hanabi, what am I going to do? I'm going to play Clint, even though Melissa's wide open. Like, it makes a lot of sense that Melissa was going to be the pick there anyways. But a lot of those marksmen got banned out on purpose to say, we want to make sure that you not only have a good matchup, but you're up against somebody who has to really go out of their way to win the lane. And I think that's the scenario that they were looking for.
That is fair. It's clear that they wanted to try and win lane early, or at least have a hero that could hold lane so that Zayed can come in and gank on the Hanabi, but you're kind of not really fulfilling the needs of your draft.
That's the hard part, and I think that's what everybody is currently struggling in the metagame. The drafting is such a huge proponent, but at the same time, people are still evolving the metagame from blue side to red side, right? In this particular opening, we see that they decided, you know what, we don't care about the relationship of Valentina, Atlas, as well as Beleric. Let's actually look for a different style. And in this particular case, they kind of opened it all up to say, we're going to play around our gold laner and our jungler. In this case, it's just not enough of a snowball to make it happen. And I mean, if you give him Savage and a Maniac over to a sky-piercing jungler like Suyo, I don't know how you recover from that.
It's a massive confidence boost as well, right? We know how momentum-based some of these players can be. So if you're doing that well that early on, then it just comes a lot more naturally to you. And I think we can compare the hesitance as well. Like, look at Z. He's still a fairly new player, but he's able to make on-the-spot decisions like that. Even when he debuted, he was capable of that. That's why people had their eyes on him straight from the beginning. Compare that, unfortunately, to cases like Razor, who is just getting baited to use his ult at the wrong timings. And even the veteran players not really thinking about, like, well, whether your team is close enough to follow up.
I think that the veteran players understand that they have to initiate something. I think that this meta right now, like, learning how to initiate and get resources out of your opponents is actually a skill. It's super important that you do that, because if you don't, then nothing happens. And then if you have a lead, you just keep on losing. But let's look at specifically the CEO, the archetype of a hyper carry from BTRM by Vitality. Role as a gold laner, tier S. It's Chiku, guys.
We've got a brand new segment for you guys here. We've got the scouting report, a little bit of an in-depth look of your favorite MPL players. And yeah, this is the guy that we have known and loved for a long time. He's the comeback carry. He's the shot caller. He's got that deep hero pool. But we know that he has issues with taking too many risks and putting himself out of position from time to time.
Yep, and that's only from time to time. Let's look at his career stats compared to his season 17 average role. Because again, this is his entire lifetime, and somehow he still maintains a 66.7% team fight kill participation throughout his career. Coming down to see just last season, it was only 6.1%, and it's probably not 66 because the other 4% or 5% in this case, he's just dead.
Yeah. He's the one starting the fight.
Yeah.
He's initiating as a marksman.
He's just going in blazing,
He just does
praying.
that.
He's just praying as he jumps in half the time. But at least now that the squad seems to be a little bit more refined and they have a very clear idea of how to play the game, the question really is on AC. What is the adaptations? I think for starters, get Momo off of this Carmilla. What are we doing here? Like, what are we really, like, let's do the Yangon Galacticos, play play a tank for Zayed or something like that, and then Arlet, make him pop off.
I honestly wouldn't have minded the Carmilla too much if their mid wasn't Valentina. I think when you have big team fight ults, having a burst mage makes a big difference.
I mean, Valentina is sort of a burst mage.
Enough for me.
I mean, it's not like scaling like Farsa, but it's still sort of burst.
Well, not if she's stealing ults and starting fights.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a really good point. But let's jump into this first. Let's look at the random map. All of it choice, please don't give me... Okay, thank God. Broken Walls. A very snowball-oriented style of map. Very easy to steal away jungle camps. Very beneficial for hyper-mobile assassins.
I think Chibi probably will enjoy Broken Walls. Zayed, we have to point out Zayed a little bit about that. He just hasn't had a lot of main stage time in recent seasons, right? Last season, he was kept on the bench the entire time. So that probably plays a bit of a role as well. Is he out of practice?
Ooh, is he out of practice? Yikes, that's a difficult question. That's a good leading question, but man, it's really tough to say because I think that right now, Harley, I personally believe, isn't really the most mechanical hero compared to, like, the Fanny, the Lancelots that we've seen time and time again, right? I think that for now, let's leave it as a blank slate. I want to make sure that my opinions on them are still based on their performance rather than their overall life careers. For now, the openers have changed. Barats ends up getting banned out from Sora Biome, allowing Atlas to get first picked here by BTRM. And now here's the thing that I can't figure out yet. We've seen from Games of the Future that Matilda actually is pretty decent. If you pair it up with Uranus, even stronger. But Matilda by herself, not a bad idea. She does a lot of damage.
I hate to say it, but I do feel like healers are surprisingly underrated in this meta. I feel like they are really, really strong. Like you pointed out, there's Matilda, Rafaela saw a lot of play.
Well, only on Flying Clouds in the mid lane. I mean, to be fair, there was a couple that allowed them to go to support, but really it's on the Flying Clouds.
Yeah, like I feel like we're seeing less of it than we should. And I'm on the fence about that because on one hand I feel like it's a missed opportunity, on another hand I hate healers. So
that's a good point. Yeah, I mean I want to be like, hey, let's not bring it up so that people in ranked don't start using it early on, but I think it's a little too late for that.
They're gonna do it anyway, Gideon.
They're gonna do it anyway.
They're gonna do it more than the pro players do it.
It's so true. It's so true. But now, Blue side has already finished off the first half of their draft, finishing their first three with Atlas, Nolan. This time, Novaria as their blind pick. What do you think of this? Because personally speaking, there are moments where Novaria just doesn't do anything. And that's like the most feels bad moment. It's like, I shoot my meteor, Star Shatter. That's it, you're done. Now I have to wait a full 7 seconds to do it again.
Well, even more difficulty now since there's a Ling to have to deal with too. So if you're trying to fly away, you got this guy chasing you. Novaria did get buffed to be slightly easier to play. She no longer has to hit her orb from as far away to get the max damage, and it's got a little bit more of passive damage built in, but it does still have the issue of you gotta hit it or she doesn't really do anything.
Yup, I agree with that. I'm surprised that they didn't go for Eudora this time around.
Maybe they're just testing the waters.
I think that it was, unless there's like a reason to. Maybe you could be right about this, that they've already got like they're at match point, so they're the ones who are like, okay, we are the ones who can have fun.
Well, actually, Astral Echo Fatal Links.
It's not a bad idea, but Purify still counters it.
It does, but then you force that out.
Yeah.
But you are still at risk of the Ling, so they gotta figure something out about that.
It's kind of like a give and take at this stage, but I do think that Ling, in retrospect, BTRM don't mind. If Ling is too busy trying to chase Zay around and doesn't get the kill, like especially within the first 5 minutes, like 2 to 3 times on first and second turtle, then it kind of doesn't matter at that point. Because after third turtle, you're guaranteed to die.
Pretty much. But if they're able to buy enough time, it's still a positive trade. But then you also have the Paquito, right? That got let through. We kind of didn't mention it because of Novaria and Ling showing up. But Paquito still has one of the most oppressive presences in the game right now. So much damage, so much durability. He can basically do anything you need.
Oh yeah, and so far, he already has 2 good matchups in the Novaria and the Nolan. So they... My personal opinion, they're setting up for a potential double fighter. They're gonna wait until the very end to reveal it, right? Because they can send the Belric back up into the EXP if they wanted to. That's technically a flex. The Paquito can go in 3 different lanes, but since Ling is there, it's now only 2.
They also banned out the Fovea, so it does lead me to believe it is double fighter. They go for the Alice, so very high likelihood this is going to be Paquito gold lane. So BTRM gonna need to prepare for that. Not to mention, they just need consistent DPS. You already got the Belric and Alice frontlining for AZ.
Yeah, you also need a mid laner that can actually keep up. How hard are they gonna actually win lane now that you're in double fighters? With Brody gone and Melissa already banned out by Kenji's side, I think it's pretty good that Coach Sora identified, like, if you're gonna ban out the Melissa, we're gonna punish you for this. And I think this is a very good solution to do it.
What does BTR do now? Most regular marksmen are handled by the Belric and the Ling. You really got to pull something out of your pockets. They grab the Terizla, they go for the carry. One of the safer options, but still very dangerous. It's going to be up to the CEO to see how he can escape the jaws of death this game.
Yeah, not the strongest mid trio from BTRM side. Like, at the end of the day, it's still Chibi who's going to do a majority of the damage. If Zay happens to hit the Star Shatter, that's great. Atlas, unfortunately, not exactly the greatest setter until level 4. Great at chasing his targets, but that's after Nolan has kind of done his damage. And so, let's see what AC looking to round out this composition. They see the Terizla. They are aware that, you know, unfortunately, the Tempest of Blades will be forced out of them a good chunk of the time, especially if, you know, Ling comes in first.
But I don't really feel like Terizla is going to have the best time against Alice either. It's going to be pretty sandbaggy, and I feel like Alice is just a little more mobile.
There we go!
For the Selena mid. And this is a very good answer for what BTR is doing.
Okay, we're going to need to see the emblems in just a little bit once we get into the game, because unless Martese is taking Season Hunter, those waves, the wave clear, it makes such a difference. You speed up Ling's overall farm. You're able to clear waves early on with just 2 traps. There's so much you can do with this Selena, but the only problem is hitting the Abyssal Arrow. With the Atlas, very possible, with the Bellering, very possible of doing so, assuming you land the taunt. You have a 0.8 second to react to it. If you get taunted, you're almost guaranteed to get hit by an arrow.
It's a good combo too, because you force people to take Purify, but if they don't have Flicker, then the Ling catches them instead. So there has been clear adaptation from AC Esports this game. Let's hope it is exactly what they need to even things out, because a Savage in Game 1 is not something you want to give up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping back into the land of Dawn.
Great draft so far, great adaptations coming in from AC's side to address the problems that BTRM had put against them, and a lot of it is going to be based off of the performance of Chiku guys as their insurance policy at the very end. Let's have a look at where the junglers are starting, because it looks like it's a purple buff start for the side of AC Esports. It's very on Zayed, and on the opposite end, same thing with Chibi. Both going for that purple buff, immediately going to the opposite side of vertically jungle.
Zayed making use of that extra mobility to steal camps away, which is a good idea. So it looks like Chibi is doing the exact same thing on the opposite. However, he's going to get surrounded there. Probably going to take some poke in return. Zayed will retreat that camp away.
Good. Oh, it did cost Martese his flicker, but not the end of the world here. As long as they don't get traded out and Chibi doesn't punish Martese for this, it should be okay. And it looks like no punishment so far. All wins for AC Esports.
And this is going to be a fun sniper battle between the mid laners as well. Both of them got to land their shots to make things happen. So it's a test on both sides. Z being a newer player, Martese being a veteran at this point that hasn't been finding the most consistency.
And speaking of consistency, Martese here. That's what I'm worried about, man. Like, this is where the matchup gets really tough. He is losing a ridiculous amount of EXP.
He is. It's a rough spot because, yeah, Selena can clear, but you gotta get close enough to land the traps in the first place.
Dude, is Razor not, like, talking... Okay, never mind. We'll leave that be for now, because now...
They don't talk.
I think they need to, especially since Martese is falling behind an EXP, and he can't afford to do that. I mean, yes, he doesn't need level 4 per se, but he needs his base damage to keep up with everybody else. And now, first turtle, let's see how this breaks down, because Momo, he's not level 4.
Chibi already dropping the turtle low. Zayed gonna try and set up to steal, but he doesn't have purple. He steals it! Zayed goes in. Tempest Blaze looking for the kill as well. One stab away, not able to find it. Penalties unlocked him down. There's gonna be the ultimate from the Alex as well. They lock them down. Zayed! Okay, he does end up falling, but they lose multiple members in exchange. Razor flickering under the tower to pick up the Novaria. James looking for a revenge kill. Momo here to try and stop him. Can the tree survive? Can the tree run away from the green man? The green man not able to chase the tree as he pops the ult and walks away.
Oh man. Green man's still alive here. Able to play that out really well, actually. Let's look at the instant replay to see exactly what happened, right? Because again, this fight starts off with the Tempest Blades coming in from Zayed. Like, he already won the retry battle, but I don't know why he decided to jump in so soon, because nobody has a point-and-click stun. Only Atlas technically has it, and the penalty, so but those are big resources to use. GR Boy wasn't level 4, so there was literally nothing to be worried about other than the perfect match. And even then, you can't instantly trigger the perfect match.
It's a risky play, but one that ended up being pretty worth it for Zayed and his team there. So I think it was the right choice, and actually nearly escaped as well, if not for that final tick from Z. So AC looking to be in a good spot. Martese has the purple. That is a stolen purple, right?
Yep, they converted onto the stolen purple. They made sure that they stole it away. And a good thing that they're calling for a tech pause, because again, a lot of weird moments in that fight, especially for Zayed. Like, I'm pretty sure he thought he died there like 2 to 3 times. And by the time he recognized, like, oh, I'm actually not dead, instantly somebody's able to punish him.
Very good start for AC. Expect exactly what they're hoping for. If you're able to get early kills into a Ling, he starts snowballing a lot more quickly as well, even with that death. And multiple members of VTR were picked off there, so the momentum instantly shifts.
Yeah, for now, at the very least, we can take a bit of a breather, and I'm seeing that this is a Type 1 issue being called from BTRM side and not AC. So we'll get that done. We've we've dealt with Type 1 issues many times, and we always come out of it unscathed. It's
You know,
okay.
Gideon, before the season started, I had a thought, right? I was like thinking, I wonder if it would be fun if I made like a bingo sheet again.
And then have a Type 3 issue come out.
Like I was just like thinking, man, a lot of stuff has already happened today.
Oh,
We had a savage, we had a maniac, we had a tech pause.
We have a tech pause.
My bingo would be crossing stuff off like crazy.
I don't know. What's next? Somebody, starts picking their nose on camera, whether it be players or audience.
Has that ever happened?
Many times.
Oh, really?
Like, so many audience members think that they don't get noticed. Like, we know. We're not blind.
Who knows?
Hey, the BM side ain't calling them out. English side, nobody really watches locally. So, like,
But we can call them out.
We can call them out. It's just that they won't know about it until later. Or maybe like social media. I think that's the closest we've gotten to. But either way, TechBoss is still being troubleshooted as we are. They're doing their final checks here to ensure that everything runs well for BTRM. But let's talk about communication, because I think that right now, I'm a little worried for AC and their comms. Their comms don't seem clean. God damn it. They're memeing him already from Figital Games?
Mantis had that loaded up. He was just waiting.
He knew exactly what he wanted to show on his iPad. Sorry, his Infinix pad here.
That's another bingo cross.
Just another KOL shout out randomly. Oh, Chi Zay, I don't know if I want to. Chi Zay? No, it doesn't roll off the tongue. Yeah, but Chi Zay doesn't. It's gotta be 2 syllables max. The Chi-Zay combination.
Well, speaking of the combination, Nets being hard focused.
Yeah.
Tiku trying to do a lot of damage, but Paquito is honestly a ridiculous hero. He will survive. He flickers out. Razor gets a 2-man taunt. I don't think you should be staying here, sir, but I guess you're tanky enough that it shouldn't matter too much. He's honestly healing. Flickers back out. 1 hit. Tiku finally takes down the tree.
Yeah, and Razor, he thought that maybe he could survive for another 3 more seconds to maybe try and like flicker forward and immediately punish Chiku guys here, but fortunately doesn't find it. But hey, Paquito's fair, am I right?
Oh, he's so fair.
Two heavy left hands and enough shield and damage reduction to survive.
Meanwhile, nice flicker on from the alleys. Tiku gonna be stuck under the trap and taken down.
Hey, what's happening to the top side? It looks like they weren't able to punish this, unfortunately, as Dimez not able to keep up with Momo as of right now.
Well, he's gonna try and contest the turtle. Penalty zone on tree. Star Shatter connects, but Martisi will still secure the turtle. James jumps back in. GR Boy only gets 1 with the fatal links. And on the lane, going ham in the backline. Tempest, the blade takes down the green man. GR Boy forced to hide under tower. The flicker, Wrath of Dryad sets up the double kill for the Paquito.
This is a bad choice, a very bad choice coming out for BTRM. They were a little too confident that they were able to win out the fight at the very end here, and well, unfortunately, they didn't get as much value from the Fatal Links than I would have imagined. Walking away pretty heftily and especially rich coming in from AC Esports. That's going to be a Chastised Fulgent already purchased for Razor of all people.
He's going to be very happy about that as well. His mortal enemy this game, Chiku, the only person that can kill him, already set up with a counter item. Nets, though, a little bit deep. 1v3. Paquito's OP, but not that OP, so he will fall.
Yeah, that's why Atlas is really difficult to deal with. Like, his disruption in the game is frustrating because you don't know when it's going to happen, right? You got to start counting in your head when he gets that passive on you. And even so, sometimes it can be a little inconsistent. Ooh, these arrows getting a little dangerous here as Martisi trying to ensure that he has more control over the mid lane, but they're calling J-Miz every single time, right? Push out your wave. There's nothing you can really do against Momo, so you just shove out the wave, come down mid, help us clear that wave so that GR Boy can cover important areas of the map.
Well, that's what I was worried about with this Terizla pick. It feels a little bit too slow and definitely doesn't match the map presence that Momo will have on the Alice. We can already see the difference that is making. Zaya is just getting camps left and right.
No, but he can also force out initiations, right? Especially with Alice on the counter engage, they kind of need their own counter engage that doesn't require the fatal links. Oh no, already? GB falling behind, but that's what to expect when you have losing lanes.
Arrow onto James to slow him down. Fatal Links catches the tree, but Tree is fine with this. Rapid Riot comes out, lockdown Tree, he loses his life, but Beakatron will lose everything in exchange. Killing spree for both the Ling and the Selena as AC are running away with this game.
Beautifully played by AC. They have to work with their strengths, and in this case, it is Chain CC. If they can get the Chain CC down, there's not a lot of counterplay for the side of Bigatron MY by Vitality, unless it is J-Miz, but he's the only one with damage reduction. Everybody else, you just gotta pray for your best. GR Boy also. Oh! Oh boy, Zayed's mad. He's fuming.
Hey, I mean, it's just even now, you know? Zayed stole a turtle earlier. It's only fair they steal one back.
God, that's gotta be so frustrating as a jungler. Especially when you can't really tell how much, like, it's hard to judge the
The Star Shatter.
The Star Shatter from actually, you know, connecting. You can sort of block it, but even the splash damage deals like a decent amount as well. It's ridiculous. Let's look at it one more time, just to see how accurate it was.
In slow motion.
Oh,
I think that was Splash. But no, it wasn't Splash. It didn't hit anyone, actually.
No, the hitbox is a little bit bigger than it looks, but it clipped just the tail of the turtle, and it landed like basically at the same time Zayed went for the retry. So just unlucky, I guess. Zayed just needed to wait like half a second more, and it would have been fine.
Imagine you're the turtle. You're fighting a hard battle to survive, and that's how you go. You know, your tail gets sniped by...
You didn't kill me! God sent a natural disaster to take me out, but now Purple Buff getting stolen away as J-Miz is going to try his best, forcing out Tempest of Blades, and it's an easy retreat here. They've denied so many purple buffs from our boy Chibi.
No casualties on Bigatron at least, but you can see how quickly Zayed is farming compared to this Nolan 2-level lead. 315 versus 022. It's a far cry from how Chibi was performing last game with the Savage.
And I mean, Martisi's playing a really strong game, right? He's made sure that the hard initiations are delayed because of those Abyssal Arrows. And not to mention that some of his traps have been giving some vital information for AC to actually make the correct decisions 90% of the time. Now they know exactly how quick it takes for Bigatron to actually recuperate and regroup in a lot of these situations, in comparison to Zay, who doesn't want to use the Astral Echo to open up the map unless it's a neutral objective, and has to use the Star Shatter to kind of open up certain areas to get the same info.
So far, this series is looking like whichever team has the tools to just blitz fights more easily and more casually. Bigatron lagging behind because of the lack of mobility, especially on the frontliners, that AC doesn't quite have the same issue with. And with the goal lead that they've built up, even if it's not particularly big, they are able to control the map well.
Well, speaking of controlling the map, Zay with a Lightning Truncheon, his poke will really hurt.
The arrow connected with GR Boy. That's gonna mess with the tempo just a little bit, but BTR keeping their wits about them, not forcing anything yet.
BTRM doesn't want to have first position here, personally. I think they just need to control the waves. Astral Echo getting thrown down, they should take mid.
Chiku gonna commit to it. Zayed comes in from the side, goes for C3 shots to Novaria, and now Chiku is left in no man's land. The carry falls, Razor will get dragged under the tower, but that's just a tree. Doesn't really matter all that much. In the meantime, James will get taken out, punched in the face for a double kill by Nets.
And that's exactly what AC wants to do. Punish again. Oh!
That was a lot of damage from Fracture.
Really, really good play coming in from Chibi, making sure that he is like stacking all of these rifts on top of each other to make it really difficult for Zayed to get a quick sword in. But he should be able to get this Lord no matter what. AC Esports currently in the lead with a 4K in their bank.
Zayed secures the Lord. Already max level, continuing the steel cams away from the BTR side. We saw how much damage he did. That was 3 hits to take out Z. Oh, they're still going for it. Astral Echo, just 2 into the Fracture. They're so low, but they flicker out to safety. Even after all that, BTR gets nothing.
So close, so very, very close. I think there should have been a little bit more follow-up coming in from Chibi as well, but that's assuming he has a Sky Piercer. I don't think this is a Sky Piercer type game for the side of Bigatron. For now, it's just waiting for the later stages for Zay and Chiku guys to scale back up because their damage is so relevant right now. But at the same time, we've seen Zay getting 3-shot by Zayed on the opposite side. If he reveals himself, there's a good chance he dies.
This is the hero dynamic we mentioned in the draft, right? Novaria so vulnerable to this Ling pick, and Bigatron just doesn't really have the tools to stop him. All of their CC is spent just trying to survive.
CC's been doing a pretty good job, but for now, they're losing a lot of map presence. And this can only go on for so long, right? AC need that decisive blow to close out this game. Their wave clear isn't the greatest, if I'm being perfectly honest. So as long as it's AC's turn to attack, they should still stay on top. But if they overextend, that's when GR Boy can turn things around. So there's also that fear.
Astral Echo will slow down the Lord a little bit. They're keeping their eye out on Razor. They're afraid of the Wrath of Dryad. Looks like Chibi was able to chunk out Zayed bottom as well. So BTR gets out with not much tower damage.
Yep, managed to pull away. Still very, very healthy, but at the same time, you have to be extremely careful here because every single one of those Star Shadows is near permanent damage unless it's Momo. He's kind of the only person who can take it for free. I mean, yes, there is Razor as well, but he has to reveal his position every single time, which is kind of what you don't want to be, especially if you're the main engager.
Oh, Wrath of Dryad spent on one. The Atlas is going to be stuck, but Net's not able to finish. Now he flickers in. Fatal Links catches the Paquito. Zayed going to stab Z to death. Oh, Nets, though, punches them in the face. He's unstoppable. Martizi comes and gets shut down by Chiku, but Zayed picks up the double kill as a result.
Huge arrow coming up from Martizi, landing on top of Chiku, guys. It got his Purify out, allowing Zayed to just freely walk on in. Yes, Martizi did have to trade, but look at what they get. They get a free inhibitor turret for this, and Nets is still alive.
Could this be the GG angle? They only have one minion wave. It's going to be a 4v2. James is focusing on getting rid of them, and he will succeed. So it's not over yet.
Good pull by James. Very good decision making here, especially it's these minor moments that allow the team to survive just a little bit longer. Zay is still trying to use that, Star Shatter to open up this map for them, and unfortunately he's just missing the timings. This stage of the game, man. You know what? I was seeing Winds of Nature already being built by Chiku, guys. I can only assume that he's already done with the Trinity.
I would be surprised if he wasn't at this point, but they are definitely behind on gold. But considering the importance of the situation, I think he definitely has it. I would imagine that the Wind of Nature is 4-5 them, maybe even 5th if Chiku has still been able to find farm, because they need his damage.
Yeah, I would like to, look at Chiku at some point. Items, 3 items, well, actually 4 items already completed here with Rose Gold to kind of round everything up. He's thinking about the Malefic Roar at this stage, which does he actually need it overall? I feel like his primary targets are relatively squishy anyway, so like an endless battle makes it just a little more sense.
The Atlas still did go for fleeting time as well, so BTR wants to try and make plays happen.
Whoa.
Momo, though, doing a great job this game. Has the Chastise, has the Guardian Helm. Only Chiku will be able to melt through. Now we get to see the full itemization.
All right, there we go. Yeah, so he already has the Endless, and I think it's just finding the BOD or the Malefic. He goes for the BOD. Good choices. And now he should be able to, hold on to this Lord for basically forever.
We can see Chibi does do okay damage, but Mo is able to make it. Arrow connects with James mid-flight. Razor can be scouted in that conceal. GR Boy is there. Flickers in. Fatal Links on 2. Martizi gonna get caught in the penalty zone, but damage is just not there. Wrath of the Dryad is a bit weirdly used, but Chibi gonna be the target. Zion knows who he wants. It's a godlike streak for the Ling.
Isolated, and unfortunately, just a bad place to pass for Chibi. Now they punish him. This should be a free. Oh, do they get one more here? They do. Wow.
Lightning Trunkian does that to you.
Man, I thought the abyssal trap was not gonna kill him. Lightning Trunkian does, and it's like that makes sense. Painful game for Bigatron right now. They're getting stomped on every front.
The arrow is you have to keep dodging them, and then your front line is just not bulky enough. Zayed's full damage done. Lord pushing in. 2 members still dead for 10 seconds. It should be back up for the defense, but it's not going to be easy.
Not going to be easy, and I think worse yet, they're going to have to find some pretty crucial moments to try and close out this game. And I think it really boils down to
Oh no, the arrow connected. They will be able to defend him, but GR Boy gonna get dragged forward. Fatal Links into the tower is actually pretty good. Chibi finds a kill. AC may have overextended. They find the snipe. It's a shutdown on Zayed. AC forced to run with their tail between their legs.
Nicely played. Now I'm trying to figure out whether Chiku guys did that on purpose. Because I know for a fact that he still had, he still could have sidestepped it. He still could have actually dashed away. Let's look at the instant replay one more time. Because as we see them get into this fight, after the chain CC actually happens, it really just didn't matter at that stage. Not at all. He timed the Purify well, he timed the Winds of Nature as well, made sure that Nets ends up jumping into a fight that he doesn't necessarily want to be in and can't get the damage that he needs to make it work.
It was an excellent response with the composure that BTR needed in that precise moment, and AC really no reason to try and force it that hard. The tower is still standing and they have ways to punish. So while they still have the gold lead, that was very unnecessary from them.
Was it unnecessary? I don't think it was a bad idea initially. I think it could have been executed a little bit better, but with the way that the battle actually worked, the way that they wage war, it's a little tough to say. Because again, this is where the passive coming in from Atlas is real pain in the butt, right? You just don't know when it's gonna trigger.
Like AC's kind of specializes in capitalizing on the chaos of battle. This kind of lineup is bad at pushing base if the enemy team is alive. You cannot force that. You gotta kind of draw them out, slowly pick them off. If you just dive in like that, Bigatron wants that to happen.
That's the thing. This is why I say that I don't think that AC wants to have first position on these lords. They actually want Bigatron to be there first so that they can start attacking them, right? And the big issue is that Zay can come in from many different angles, and you can't just depend on Zay to always take him out. You just have to wait for the cooldowns and then try to punish after the Fatal Links.
Oh, we're looking at the items now. This late in the game, goal differences are going to mean a little less, and Chiku is going to outscale most of AC Esports. It really is going to be a duel between Chiku and Zayed at this point.
Yeah, interesting item build here though. I'm seeing that a lot of like tank style EXP laners, even supports, third item, they start looking for Guardian Helm. Like it's busted. I personally think that it's busted if you don't build War Axe, this is the next item that you want to go for.
It's a good item to grab, especially if you think fights will last long enough. It's a little less effective against a carry, but kind of good against everyone else.
That's the thing, right? If you get hit by one of those Star Shatters, oh, guess what? You're going to get at least 50% of your HP back for free. Just like that. And it's like, oh, looks like you've wasted your shot on me this time. Overall, let's see how they want to play this out, because with long lane already starting to shove, and Nets, he's ready for this. He's either looking to punish, which I don't think he will be able to find, but it's costing resources from Zay. Like, he has to use his Star Shatters up towards the EXP lane.
I don't think he minds too much, though, because there is always the chance of a split push. You got a Ling, you got a Paquito in the game. You gotta be wary of any open lanes in your base, and that gives AC the freedom to start the Lord.
He already had information about the purple buff being taken.
Ooh, flicker penalty zone. He's going for Martizi. Astral Echo connects, but the Star Shatter is blocked by Momo. Nets still waiting in the bush. Razor should be spotted and concealed there. Bigatron gonna slow things down.
I don't know why they... As soon as they knew that no... Wait, hold on.
Arrow on James. Martizi gets hit with the fracture, but he's still okay. Z still defending base.
Don't have to do anything. Just have to wait and just being chill the entire time. There's no point to doing anything crazy. Overall, they just have to wait. Topside is unnaturally pushing. Zay has to deal with that wave, and it's unfortunate for James. He should be the one that actually deals with it. It's his responsibility as an EXP laner, but his role in this composition is about that counter engage. In AC, they can wait forever. Like, what are they gonna do?
But they also can't wait too long. This Chiku guy is still going to be a threat, and if Z is able to get max items, we know how late game Novaria can be as well.
I mean, it's 20 minutes at this point. They're already at the end game build. I don't think that's the issue.
No, it's just Z was delayed.
He was slightly delayed. It does look like he manages to get the Blood Wings at the very least.
Ooh, that was close.
Very, very close, but they're just going to hold them hostage. Now Nolan shows himself on the bottom side. AC is going to reposition and send Nats back up to the top side.
Fighting around the Lord Pit is a lot more comfortable for AC than pushing into the base, so they are purposefully delaying this to let Bigatron make the first move, like you mentioned earlier. But Bigatron also trying to find someone out of position. Looks like we're gonna jump into another quick pause. It's a tense situation, ladies and gentlemen.
Very, very tense situation here. Oh, man. I'm trying to think how exactly they would bait it out, because it feels like it's no-win position for BTRM at this point, unless like Zay is able to hit every single one of his Star Shatters every 6 seconds. Just the same target every single time. Bang, bang, bang. And even then, it's just like, that means somebody has to go deal with the top lane every single time.
Yeah, he has to make a decision here. Also can't extend out of the top lane too much, because we know 2 stabs will kill this Novaria.
Basically,
but they could also, like, if they're willing to take the risk, they could try to use him as bait.
Personally, I think that Chiku got... actually, do they want to use him as bait? I don't know. He's like very deep in. I feel like considering Novaria's overall like playstyle and the way that you have to position with her, being too far forward, I think that people will know it's a bait. It's like, there's no reason for you to be here. Why are you here in the first place, right? Like, what are you trying to reach for on my side of the map rather than like, are you trying to do something crazy?
I wish my pub teammates knew that.
I mean, honestly, I like the fact that Chiku, guys, I'm convinced that he took that arrow on purpose to start a fight. Because he knew he had Purify, so he just had to just stand there. And a lot of their like high damage heroes were really, really far away unless they flicker.
You would think that's a crazy idea, but somehow if it's Chiku, it feels like something he might do. Oh? The CEO, he's actually... Is he the CEO or the Supreme Leader? Because I know Mirko. If you're watching Mirko, we're aware that they have a different nickname over there.
Hey, I think, you know, it's up to the people whether he is going to be Supreme Leader Chiku, guys, or CEO Chiku, guys. Either way, it's really up to BTRM to figure out that part of the branding, because they do technically have a real CEO who watches all of their games. You know, big shout outs to him.
It's just which era they're in.
It's just which era. Season 20, the dictator. Like, how far are we willing to go with this, right? If we're going Supreme Leader and CEO and the General, we've already done the General.
That's true.
We need a moniker that actually sticks to the poor guy. But now, let's jump right back into the game, because so far, I think that AC are the ones who have to kind of press the situation. Like, they've already got a slow push down on top side. They need to look like they are rushing the Lord right now to bait a reaction from Bigatron.
Looking at the positioning, Zayed and Nets are up top. They might be trying to go for a split push angle or maybe catching Chibi. Do they know he's there? He's in the bush as well. Kind of hard to tell based on where we've dropped the back into, but Lord Dan still continuing.
You need to fight for the space. And I think that AC right now, like, they have no idea. They know that, like, maybe Novaria is down by bot side. He could be transitioning. He could be coming up. But a lot of that is just, you need to start fighting for the space to get Abyssal Arrows down from Arteezy. Once you get the Abyssal Arrows down in, like, maybe not even in bushes, right? In open areas, just for the sake of vision.
Well, they know that Z is going to be stuck in the base for a little bit longer. Novaria's wave clear, not the best when they are that far up. AC not willing to take that risk yet. James has been eating arrows left and right. His health not where he'd like it to be, ideally. Lord dropping low, but gets reset again.
Yep, this is the push and pull. Chiku guy shows himself. AC are looking to reposition, and then Bigatron will have to give up the space.
This could be the commit. They see Chibi down mid. Astral Echo will slow things down. Oh! Marteezy nearly takes out Chibi. He has to switch to Immortality. Here comes the ult from the allies, connecting with two. The frontliners. Penalty zone back on Razor. Immortality burnt on the tree. He flickers back out. They're gonna go on Momo now. Here comes Link joining the party. Tempest Plays will connect. He finds Chibi. Stabs him to death right in front of the rest of BTR, and the Star Shatter connects, pops the Immortality on Momo.
Dude, this is... We are not taking advantage of our comp here. Let's not play for KDA. We need to be able to start forcing, you know, the side lanes. Like, that could have been a backdoor angle. Like, AC need to start thinking outside of the box.
I think they're not willing to take that risk. Razor now in trouble. Wrap the Dryad only makes you die quicker as they lose the Belleric. AC now in a 4v4.
This is dangerous. Oh,
here comes the Astral Echo. They see everyone. Flicker, Fatal Links, catches two, drops them back. Marteezy falls. Chiku, Wind of Nature, survives 7th play. 3-man penalty zone from James. Sets them up, but Chiku will fall. The Ling still doing enough damage. Z trying to chase down Zayed. They'll pop the Immortality. They need to take him down. They passes away, and Ness punches GR Boy in the face.
Messy fight, very messy fight. A pretty good play coming in from Chiku guys overall. Does he hit it? No, he does not. He was close though. But man, I really think that AC is missing out huge opportunities. Let's look at this fight one more time, because again, huge mistake coming up from Razor. Right, that was a really bad mistake. You shouldn't be trying to open up the map when you are like in these types of positions, and more so knowing that Chiku guys is still alive. Yes, somebody has to do it, but you're also Belleric. So even if you taunt them to attack you, it doesn't work against Chiku guys. Like, you will die.
Unfortunately for BTR, Chiku was in the thick of it. He had to go very far forward to get that kill, and while he did survive for a while, Ling is still a very strong hero. Stabs into this. Z, you are very far forward, my friend. Not gonna be able to snipe the Lord this time.
Yep, but now that timers are too long, so every single one of these is like, Jimmy, he's not even back up. Oh, good block coming in from Razor, and they should secure this no problem. Great stuff coming in from AC, finally breaking through and getting a Lord.
This should finally be the end game angle for AC, as long as they don't make the same mistake previously of just hard diving tower to get a kill. A Lord should be enough for them to close this out.
Yeah, but they gotta remember, I would personally, I'm hoping that they synchronize the waves. That's all I ask for. They cannot just brute force their way with with one singular lane. They need the multiple minions so they can start playing their angles inside the enemy base. And if they go front to back, we know how that looks like. Every single time Chiku guys clearly has enough damage to take everybody out from the side of AC Esports. So if they come in one by one, that's the most ideal scenario for Bigatron.
Oh, they're definitely syncing them up. That is a lot of minions pushing their way in, and Bigatron can't even walk out to try and whittle the Lord down early. They will be able to deal with the mid wave in time because the Lord was stopped up top. They'll lose the bottom inhibitor. AC waiting for another minion wave to come in. This is 25 minutes. The Lord is very, very tanky. And you only really have Chiku that can melt it down. Arrow will miss. Flicker after drag going for Chiku, guys, but he instantly melts down Razor. The Flicker! Alice catches the back. Chiku takes out Momo, but Neth punches Chibi in the face, but they're still holding. The Shark Shatter nearly takes out Martisi. Neth's the only one left in the base. He's trying to go for the end game, but the Lord is already gone. He has to back out of there.
It's a difficult position, but this is the problems that we were talking about, right? They struggle, really struggle to siege their opponents out. And if they play it well, knowing that Chiku guys has that Purify, there's only so much they can actually deal with. Let's look at the instant replay and really break this out. Because again, smart things, James, making sure that he's pulling the Lord towards the next inhibitor so it doesn't immediately go onto the Crystal. But then immediately after that is where we see the big problem. Like, these overall clumped up team fights is not how we want to play, especially against Bigatron MY by Vitality. What they need to do is cut them in half, right? Separate the front from the back. Zay, he's always going to be involved into the fight. So you need to separate Chiku guys from GR Boy and James.
It's hard to do though when you're trying to push into the base. Even if AC didn't get the result they wanted, they were at least able to take out all of the towers and they still hold the map control. So the next Lord should still be in their favor.
Say that now, but...
I say it now.
Say that now, but...
I know it might not be correct.
Look, I think it's just the way that AC has been playing this, right? They had 3 different opportunities to actually attempt the backdoor, or at least start rushing the Lord to bait a reaction. And I think that's my biggest problem. AC are playing reactive. They're not setting the tempo.
That was a very similar situation to what happened in Game 1 as well. Once they lost control of that momentum, they were on the defensive side, and
3 for 3.
We're getting another pause, man. I wonder what's going on back there.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's a Type 1 issue still. It's pretty crazy that it's happening in the middle of this, but we'll see. It looks like this time round, the call was from AC's side. I'm paying attention to see if... is it a Type 1 issue? I can't really tell just yet, but it looks like it should be.
Give them a moment. They need to identify it.
Yeah.
They got to troubleshoot.
They got to do some troubleshooting for just a little bit for him to connect back. I don't know whether it's connecting back into the game, whether he DC'd, whether or not it's his headset, but it doesn't look like it's his headset. So we'll wait for the time being. But man, these types of compositions, I really can't stand it. I can't stand it when you have that level of a lead. Well, not really that level of a lead, but the tempo that you have, you could do so much. And you're wasting like 5-10 seconds sitting in a bush. Oh man, that's when I get upset. That's when it's just like, what are we doing with our time here?
Yes. The thing is, in this meta, you gotta be so decisive throughout the entire game. Really, once you lose control of your lead a little bit, it really turns around on you very quickly.
I personally think that it's easier to make decisions with tempo in mind compared to the other way around. Like, your opponent has to be the one that kind of anticipates it. You just set the pace. Yeah. Oh, I just show somebody on the bottom side, on the top side of the map, start that split push going, pull resources to my side, and as soon as that happens, we start rushing down the Lord. They can't do both.
Yeah, that's the first level, though. What happens once you focus on this? Your opponent does actually anticipate it, and then you are left picking up the pieces.
And you're left picking up the pieces. That's why every single time they take space, you drop an Abyssal Arrow. Well, sorry, an Abyssal Trap in this particular case. That's why it was really important for Martisi to like go in and out of these fights. He doesn't even need to participate in these fights. His information that he can devolve from BTRM, just seeing them walk up, how long it takes for them to walk up, and the potential angles they could be coming from, that's how you punish your opponents.
That's an awesome drawing, by the way. Reese Pew Pew, very cute.
Honestly, they should steal that. She should pay that guy to do her stickers.
So you want her to steal it or pay for it?
I mean, you know, you could start off. You could start it off paying him. That would be nice.
You can start off paying him.
Yeah.
So you won't eventually.
You know, we'll see. We'll see. She might come up with her own rendition. I would like her to use it for her stream though. That is a very would be a very fun thing.
Oh, hold on up top, James. Gonna be 1v2'd. Terizla's tanky, but is he tanky enough? He'll land the 2-man penalty zone and Astral Echo will connect. So Zayed actually dropped kind of low already. I'm gonna have to back off.
They gotta stop doing this. Like, can we start, please? I get the first trap. Where's the second trap? We need the second trap in a more relevant position.
Ooh, has James stayed a bit too long? Maybe he's baiting because he is still nearby enough to connect. AC not able to pick off the Terizla.
Yeah, what? Okay, so you want vision over both the bushes in mid? I would have imagined that you put like one of the traps like close in the wall so nobody steps on it, but gives you like the information that you need. Or at the very least, like just behind the orange buff. Either ways would have been fine here, but now they've completely given up on that first position. Exactly what we were waiting for. And unfortunately for Bigatron, they can't pull the trigger. Like, they could just try and start to rush this, but really, it's gonna come to no effect. Well, no effect if Nets and Marchese are that far away. Guys, we're not taking the space here. Like, we
seem like it.
You see GR boy, top side's already, and top and bottom side is already like building up to a pretty fat wave.
Maybe they're waiting for that top wave to connect, but James is dealing with it now, and AC isn't making anything too decisive yet.
Oh my god, this game's never gonna end.
Wow, we're 29 minutes in already.
I swear to God, like we're not going to end. Both sides, like AC for some reason is super scared to play the map. They can easily play the map.
They literally have a link. Like, that's kind of what you do, but the Astral Echo will see all of them. Lord dropping low should be free. Yup, they will secure it for AC. Fatal Links will connect on Razor, but this time he can walk out. Yeah, he does walk out. Zayed not gonna commit. They're gonna actually try and force it. Bigatron wants to fight. They want to take out the tree. They take down his immortality. Chibi now in danger with Zayed 1v1, and Zayed finds the mega kill. Tempest Blade's gonna be popped down for him to escape as well. James actually going back in. Astral Echo snipes down. James with the Winter Crown survives for a little bit. Meanwhile, Marchese is chasing down Chiku. He finds the arrow. Chiku loses immortality. Revives. Finds the Rose Gold Meteor. And the arrow is blocked. But the minions are hitting the crystal.
Yeah.
1 minion left.
What? No surprises there. No surprises there. Good stuff coming in from AC. Finally taking advantage of the scenario. Finally setting it up and allowed BTRM to walk on in to eventually trickle back out. The chase is so important in this meta. Now, this does bring the score 1-1.
I can't believe that's how it ends.
I mean, like...
One minion on 10% HP.
Look, they could have done it like 10 minutes ago. Like 10, 15 minutes
They really should have.
Like, especially since that top inhibitor was already gone, that is such a huge advantage in those moments. I definitely think there needs to be a bit more polish there, but at the same time, this is their first game in the league. Like, they're trying to make the impact. They're trying to win it for the team.
You could honestly see after that game that BTR was not too upset with the result because they honestly held on really, really well considering the odds against them. So it's an improvement from AC. It's also a showing of what BTR is capable of. And I'm curious to see how it will actually close out in Game 3 because from what I can see, I feel like Bigatron is set up a little bit better.
I think that Bigatron has clearer ideas with how they want to play in a team fight and like overall macro, right? I think they've got that kind of settled down. AC, on the other hand, is where a lot of my concerns are coming from because that was not a great game to kind of like showcase what you're capable of. Like, yes, mechanics, no problem, but we're getting to the highest level and we've got M8 at the end of the year. So really what I'm hoping to see right now is cleaner macro and stronger fundamentals because there's one thing in the past that hasn't changed and that's the fundamentals. A lot of big teams forgot about their fundamentals and unfortunately disregarded certain other teams, and that's how a meta kind of shifts and they drop out early on into the tournament, which is not great. But let's give it up for Zayed here, MVP of this match. He did well.
Yeah, I honestly think Zayed played a good game. He was able to win out a lot of 1v1s, even in the late game when the opponents were scaled up. Like you, I share the sentiment that AC could have definitely ended things a little bit sooner. But this was a solid performance from a man that we were kind of doubting.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's great to see him back on that stage in these, like, carry style of roles because we know that he's been, like, a very big assassin player. It's just not many teams can, you know, really abuse him, and
He has been through a lot,
He has been through a lot. It's crazy that he keeps taking it. But the fact is, he's got a dream.
Looking like that too.
Yeah, looking like that. Like, this portrait doesn't give him justice. He is a tall man. He is a giant of a human being.
Like, I want you to imagine that you are playing like first-person perspective. You look up on a wall and there's Ling. That's Zion without the wall.
Yeah, you ever been to the Petronas Twin Towers, walk to the base and look up? That's what it's like talking to Zion, dude. He is crazy tall, but still very good GPM despite how long the game actually goes. Let's look at the item build because this is going to be pretty important. Overall, the big issue right now is the fact that no matter how much damage you actually apply onto Razor, he's going to heal back up to full. Same goes with GR Boy. And that's why a lot of the problems of the Lord dances start to show themselves. Oh, I'm a tank. I'm tanking this true damage from the Lord. I walk away, I come back at full HP. There's no real way to punish them. And even from BTRM side, as soon as the Shattered lands, guess what? 15% of his max HP on top of the extra HP that he has gets healed back 3 seconds outside of combat.
For me personally, I think it's kind of gross that you can play a double fighter comp, so you have early game advantage, but you also have late game scaling, right? It's a little bit...
Would I say you have... Well... double fighters in this particular...
Right?
I mean, luckily, their scaling came through Zion, right? And
yes.
And that's the important thing. For the side of BTRM, the amount of resources that they need for Chiku guys, alright, it's pretty much the exact same as Zion. And arguably, Zion needs even more because of how expensive Berserker's Fury, Endless Battle, BOD, all very expensive items compared to the Trinity.
And that is fair. I will say Chiku honestly did a good job of holding lane against Nets, but it's not really about winning the lane, it's how much more of a presence Paquito can have when he leaves. When he joins the fight, he's gonna do so much more than Chiku is in those first turtles, second turtles, and so on. And that adds up. When you put that together with the Terizla, who obviously can't match Momo's mobility, it's easy for AC to win early team fights. I just wish they translated it into also an early game end.
Well, there's certain things that we can't change, but we can talk about at least the beginning of this game straight from the draft. Now, let's talk about this a little bit because we saw game number 1 and game number 2 in the way that it actually played out. In this particular case, as we see, right, before hitting level 4, a lot of things are not going to happen, right? Nets alongside with, you know, Chiku guys, I'm not going to do too much on the very first couple of turtles. But what we do see is just the adaptations from it. We make sure that, hey, we set up for a double fighter ourselves. We get rid of the Barats opening coming in from our opponents, and then we look to punish consistently, right? And now that you're unfortunately, well, in a lot of cases, can't team fight as hard, then they're just going to have to play back and play around their neutral objectives. In this case, Zay did a very good job of controlling that lane. I mean, obviously there were moments where it's like, oh, I Star Shatter and guess who shows up? Hey, it's me, Belleric, blocking the shots. So like that happens every once in a while, and that's good because that manipulates the waves.
I feel like, yes, Z played the Novaria pretty well. Maybe a little bit less of a presence early on, but towards the mid to late game, really locked in, really did his job. I just kind of feel like, would it have been better if he was on a more like typical mage instead?
Well, that's really difficult because again, it's about wombo comboing with your opponents, right? Actually, let's pull up an example right here with our Telestrator segment right now. As you can see, our analysts are also going to be talking about this as well, and I think what it boils down to is the way that you play these neutral fights. How exactly do you want to take advantage of it? My big issue here is that Zay can open up the map for free with the Astral Echoes, but it gives you a duration where you can open up that map. Once that is down, that's when you're expecting AC Esports to start taking the space. But again, this is where Martizi's Abyssal Traps need to come into play. Like, absolutely need. And in most cases, it's just to know when Novaria walks up, when Chibi walks up, which bushes should we be worried about, because the raw burst damage is just too much to deal with in the early stages of the game, so at least we know which direction he's coming from.
Yeah, there's a lot of backline reach on AC Esports because this Novaria was picked third pick on blue side, so they were already able to set up for it. Having the Ling and the Selena already gives you a lot of ways of threatening Z's position. So once he pops that Astral Echo, he instantly has to reposition. He has to change up his approach so that they don't know where he's coming from. And because of that, he can't offer quite as much assistance. Not being able to drop down that skill 1 during those fights makes a difference.
That's a really good point, because as we see this game actually start playing out, right, that's basically what happens. A lot of these moments where BTRM gets the first position, it's totally fine, right? And it's okay for Zayat to actually attempt to maybe once or twice to go for that steal. He wins it out, but the issue is that he greeds out just a little bit further afterwards. Every single time these start playing, these turtle fights end up playing, it really boils down to how greedy does AC want to be, because they have a lot of different advantages in two different engage tools, zoning tools. They have nets for the early game power spike if necessary, which you can see him actually rotating right here, right now, up in towards the turtle. He should have been there earlier, but hey, you know, you can't win out every single interaction. And as these fights continue to progress, I would say that right now, AC have so many tools and advantages that are not being abused during the Lord fight, especially when there's missing inhibitors on the opposite end.
Yeah, I think it's weird that in this situation, Zayed had to make the steal when they clearly have heroes that should be able to control the pit more comfortably.
That's what I'm saying. But let's talk about BTRM in the positions they're actually useful at, right? And that's number one, sieging. Check this out. When you're sieging, you're starting to target opponents in the back, and that's when Zay really needs to go out of his way. But the big issue is, like, how do you deal with specifically Zayed, right? He died in 5 hits. He check out nets, right? He gets chunked out, and then watch the position of Zay. He's basically outside of vision from nets, and there's nothing he can do about this. As soon as he hits him, the rest of the team is looking out for where Zayed is, and it's too late. He's already walked past. Like, GR Boy should have told him, hey, run, Zay, run for your life. So he flickers early and dies in 2 hits. This is the major issue about the composition. They unfortunately need fixed locations to abuse their opponents. And if they are forced to move their anchor forward, that's when we see the big punishes over here on these choke points early on into the game.
While it's not quite as bulky, BTR's lineup is definitely built more to be a traditional front to back, and that's always going to be vulnerable to these sort of backline dive comps unless you really have a good hero for handling these assassins, right? Terizla, unfortunately, not really equipped for that. Yes, he can force out battle spells, but he's not someone that can keep them in place long enough for the damage to come true.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But again, the penalty zone needed to be either to force out abilities from their opponents or a counter engage. We saw a couple of times where it just didn't work out the way that they were looking for. One of those scenarios is when you're coming into the end game here, right? And this is where Bigatron really took advantage of them. Let's play it at normal speed first. Well, I guess I can't, but at the very same time, let me just refresh this. Looking based off of the positions, we've already lost Zayed and as well as Momo. And I think it's less about Zayed and more so on Momo dying in these scenarios because they technically still have the damage, right? As long as Martizi and Nets work together on the same target, they can do it. Zayed should be the independent person, and that's how they should be operating with each other, right? Martizi kind of glues the 2 damage dealers. Hey, you should look here as soon as I hit the arrow, and then we can punish our opponents. But unfortunately for them, their sieging capabilities just not that great, right? Walking up into enemy territory without missing inhibitors, it's just too hard to do. And I would like to show you how they actually control these waves, because they needed to synchronize them as much as they can. And if they don't find those synchronizations, then it becomes a lot difficult to actually play it out. Look, Martizi, he hits it, and guess what? The Purified comes out. This was the one moment where I really thought Chiku, guys, is taking the arrows on purpose so that he baits out a fight that AC just doesn't have the timing for. The waves are not exactly in the best position, and they already cleared out mid at the same time. So a lot of cool things happening in just a short period for Bigatron.
It's definitely a possibility that Chiku might have used that as a form of bait here. It's also important that this is basically the only fight where GR Boy was able to catch Zayed. And honestly, he could have gotten out as well if he used the Tempest defensively, but he went in for the kill, thinking that, hey, if I sacrifice myself to pick off 1 or 2 people here, we can end the game. Didn't quite work out. So it shows that the odds were already stacked against Bigatron. They don't really have a good way of knocking Zayed out of the air.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I would like to, you know, draw and tellustrate even further, but our software is still in the works and we're still making sure that it's clean. But let's also look at the draft, because Sorbayong, he did a great job punishing this Barat's pick, and more importantly, not just the Barat's pick banning out on his side, but punishing the Melissa ban from the opposing side.
He knew that these would be the heroes that would affect these backline dives. And it makes me wonder whether he was already planning to go for this, right? Because it was clearly set up before the Novaria even made an appearance, and maybe it is just something that made him like, okay, yeah, this is the game to do it.
Well, I think because again, this is the exact same bands, and I think that's kind of on BTRM for not changing it up or like switching. Again, I'm surprised that when you start like these teams who lose, they don't bother switching sides. They're like, ram their head against the wall and figure out an adaptation. And this was a really good one because unfortunately for BTRM, they thought that this was unpunishable, and then all of a sudden this Melissa pick ended up costing them.
Looking at the situation here, is that win-lose on the wrong side? I think so.
Don't worry much about that.
It's okay, yeah. We know what actually happened here. But yeah, the Atlas first pick, perfectly fine. But giving up the Paquito is always going to be a risk. You need to have some way of dealing with that. And I don't really feel like that was really in place. And then they showed a Novaria in the first phase as well.
Yeah.
It did do a lot later on, but it still has the common issue of early on, this hero doesn't really do much. And you can't just throw things out as easily as Selena too.
That's the thing, right? And I think because there's a very real comparison right now on whether or not whether or not Selena in this particular case should have been the go-to pick. I personally believe that I don't mind either or. I think both are in the exact same value, and I would argue that with the composition that they have, there is just a little bit more priority on this Novaria just so you can chase your targets down. Like, yes, it works well with Nolan, but at the same time, as you mentioned before, the big wombo combos increasing the hitboxes for Fatal Links and Penalty Zone also play a part.
Could that really have just been the goal? Just like use Novaria to set up the wombo combos? But man, this hero is vulnerable.
It is vulnerable, but it scales twice as hard than Selena. And I think that's something that we can't take away. Because Selena has to go to waste one of her emblems to help out the jungle and clear the waves. Novaria doesn't need that and can get extra greedy on her items because she can just launch it at
Fair.
Compared to arrows, you can just keep every 6 seconds. Bam, bam, bam.
It is true that Novaria offers a good mix of utility and damage, whereas the later the game goes, the more Selena leans into utility.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know, do you really need more damage at this point when you are on the BTR side, right?
My final point
all right.
is the fact that Novaria can clear waves without putting herself at risk. Selena needs to walk up to the wave, needs to throw the traps, and needs to throw both of her traps to clear the entire wave without her support.
But then is Novaria, Selena really the only questions here that, the only options?
Would you have preferred Yi, maybe even Farsa? Both of them, not that great. I'm telling you.
Interview bersama saya Poji dan juga Nance. Apa khabar Nance? Apa khabar?
Baik.
Alright Nance, dekat dalam game kedua tadi kan kita nampak AC macam boleh menang daripada awal, tapi AC ambil masa yang lama sangat. 29 minit 48 saat. Actually apa masalah sebenar dekat dalam game tadi?
Sebab diorang main Novaria dengan Karik. Kita kena main flexible pa. Sebab kita kalau kita mati dalam tadi kita kinakakamba ka. Diorang main late game. Late game diorang kuat, dep kuat. Diorang duduk dalam base macam tu.
Main takut. Tapi Paquito Nets tadi tumbuk-tumbuk. GG Jadi so Nets memang boleh main MM ke fighter, bak datang semua boleh main.
Semua boleh main. Saya bukan hanya Harit Kari. Tapi kalau aku pick tu korang mati ya.
Bukan Harit ataupun Kari. Alright Nets. Saya nak ucapkan selamat datang juga. Welcome back to MPL MY. Sebenarnya dah 2 season ya. Next dekat MPL PH, which is Filipina kan. So sekarang untuk next kembali semula ke MY. Anything tak yang awak nak kena adapt semula daripada perubahan lah kan? Suasana PH to MY.
Saya akan nak adapt sejuk ah. Sejuk sangat, Cok. Dalam Filipina macam tak sejuk macam tu sebab orang tak tahu tu asal sejuk sangat di sini.
Oh, sejuk je?
Sejuk, lepas tu communication juga sebab tiga Filipina saya cakap Tagalog dan tiba-tiba cakap Malay. Paning baru.
Tapi next faham je kan bahasa Malaysia.
Faham. Tapi saya faham yang sikit-sikit je sebab saya ada lupa yang dulu.
Alright, okay. Untuk next soalan terakhir lah. Next, awak going against James dan juga GB itu ex-teammate kan. Ada tak apa-apa pesanan sebelum kita masuk ke dalam game yang terakhir lepas ni?
GB dengan James boleh lah bagi game 3 tu. Kami nak menang tu. Orang dah kuat kan. Kami dah tak dapat playoffs. Korang last season korang 4. Bagi isi dulu masuk playoffs. Korang nanti yang masuk.
So nantilah masuk untuk diorang. Terima kasih. Nice. Itu sahaja daripada saya untuk courtside interview. Lepas ni kita masuk dekat dalam game. Kita tengok boleh ke tak next ni menang dengan diorang. Jom kita.
Nak lebih power? Jom.
Welcome back, everybody. The MPL MY Season 18 continues here today in our first series, already pushing the limits of how long these two teams can actually fight for. Both at match point, BTRM facing off the one and only AC on the opposite side. AC pulling it back, at least bringing us to this full series. And what do you think it's going to be? Because I'm nervous, especially when you're looking at these two junglers.
You gotta look at them, right? These are players that have known each other for a while. They've got a special handshake. I wonder if they came up with that, or like it actually was something they used to do when they were in one team.
Look, they have history with each other, but you need a strong relationship when you have two different carries playing on different teams. So you have to start trusting your own one now. It's like I know how the other guy thinks, I know how he wants to kind of play this game, but I think they gotta figure out a way to get rid of this Paquito while still attacking the draft. And I think that's a big problem right now, that there's so many different heroes that lead into very specific play styles. And I think that once you start taking those keystones out of there, it becomes a lot easier to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like maybe keep the draft a little bit more open before you go in for things like the Novaria, right? You gotta make sure that there's flexibility, right? So that you can play the game at your best. Just like you guys. And it's Note, what you think? Tell us a little bit more about it, Gideon.
Hey, it features a powerful 7S Gen 4 with 3D Ice Core, dude. 3D Ice Core Vapor Chambers cooling for smooth lag-free team fights. An active matrix display for notifications. Mini-games and custom emojis, plus a large battery with 90 watts wired and 30 watts wireless charging to keep you powered all day. With its stylish design, it's definitely a phone you'll want to show off. So elevate your MLBB experience and get yours now at the Infinix official store or TikTok shop, Infinix versus Malaysia. Thank you, Infinix, once again, and also making sure that we also have the full-on notes here to help do the illustrations. Big shout out to them for making this all possible.
They are the official devices that the players themselves are using up on stage as well. So if you're watching and you're thinking, man, how are these players performing so well? Well, getting yourselves one of those might help out just a little bit more. But yes, going to game number 3. I don't really know what to expect anymore.
Hey, all I can expect right now is the fact that these teams, they're currently missing that Snapdragon 7 Gen 4, you know? Like they need some processing power, and genuinely, it's like, come on, let's think about it in the draft realistically. There are strategies, I'm not sure what strategies they've been working with, but so far this draft is showing us 2 sides of very different compositions, and I want to see whether they've got like a third one prepared. Because if it goes into a game number 3 and we're seeing similar compositions, man, practice must have been centered around these 2 comps.
It's clear that you need to have early game though, right? The meta has not shifted too much about that. Winning out your lanes, getting mid priority, winning out jungle trades is very, very important. AC going to be on first pick this time around. They'll have the ability to determine how things go, right? There are very powerful heroes like the Atlas and Paquito being contested still quite consistently. And we'll see what they have in store for us. You gotta just make sure you have the correct tools before you enter the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, you gotta have the correct tools, but at the same time, honestly, doesn't matter, because like we saw like a quote-unquote early game superiority from the side of AC, and it took them like nearly 30
paper,
minutes.
It should have ended sooner.
Like, I don't know. I mean, yes, there's like the early game mistakes, like sure, oh no, Zayed died after like figuring out a way to almost kill Chibi in that moment after stealing the turtle. Sure, but like, there are so many moments in that game where it's just like, make something happen. Like, come on. That's my big issue here. I
agree with you.
When teams have this like, oh, we got a strong early game, do nothing with it. And that just, it makes me insanely mad, because your composition will eventually fall off, and you cannot purely depend on your scalers to hard carry the game, because unfortunately, you only have 1 scaler on your composition compared to the 2 scalers on Kenji's composition.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta think about a lot of things, right? This meta is so flexible. That's why it caught so many of the veteran teams off guard at MSC as well, right? They just didn't know what was about to hit them. Just like we didn't know what was about to hit us today, you know? Remember the bingo thing I mentioned earlier? Now we can add on a 30-minute game. We can add on minion ending the game.
Why can't the bingo board be like, oh, we close out 3 hours earlier than usual? Why can't it be the nice stuff?
I go home at a healthy work-life balance.
Yeah, you know, there's no cars on the road when we go home. As we head on into the drafting phase, let's figure out how this is going to be done. First, the random map draw, of course. Please, dear God, don't give us the flank. Thank God.
All right,
walls, baby. Let's go.
Back to the walls, and now AC on blue side. They will continue banning the Barats.
Why? You don't need to. You just need to wait for Melissa to show up on the opposite side. You don't have to get rid of it early. But all right, maybe Coach Sora. You know, I'm not undermining him. I just know that he's got a bigger brain than most people. He's probably got something in store here, unless it's the exact same draft. Then I'll be very upset.
Biologically speaking, though, does a bigger brain automatically mean smarter?
Yes, because then your brain has more capacity for cells and the electrodes to connect to each other, more space to do so.
But then some animals have like really big brains.
Yeah,
and they're. Well, I guess I can't really say it.
Exactly. I knew exactly where you're going with this.
I've never talked to an animal. Maybe they're actually communicating on a higher level.
Ooh. Do I really want to give animals? I mean,
now that goes into like sci-fi.
Well, I mean, humans are technically considered animals, so like it wouldn't be too far out of the ordinary. I'd be more depressed if you were like aliens. That's when I draw the line.
I see. That's the boundary.
That's the boundary.
We can't go extraterrestrial.
Yeah, that's where it's like, nah, you know, that's where I think that your other opinions are like, the Earth is flat.
That's why maybe they shouldn't have played Novaria last game.
Okay, man, look, that is a celestial being. That is different, very different.
Is that not extraterrestrial?
I feel like celestial is just nicer. It rolls off the tongue better. You know, that's really all I'm going for here.
It's just the name.
It's really just the name. First picks are already through, by the way.
Okay.
This Melissa can get punished.
Well,
like, red 3, red 4 is probably going to be Farsa. They just have to set up for it.
Yeah, I feel like pick.
Oh, yeah,
there it
baby!
is.
Yeah,
Oh,
baby! Now we're getting the real drafts
Oh
here.
no, there it is.
All right, so we got one of the strongest EXP laners to date, as of right now, Uranus. I hate it personally.
Me too.
But unfortunately, there's no laner that beats it outright. Even if you get like a Dyroth in these situations, Uranus doesn't care.
Adira would be able to lane against Uranus pretty okay, but now you have the Matilda on top of that as well.
Yes.
And it means that AC instantly has to think like, okay, what other tanky sustain heroes are going to show up?
Yep, because again, anything that you considered immobile now has a get out of jail card for free with Matilda on the opposite side. Let's not forget that Matilda is also a delivery system by Jeff Bezos himself to get you right where you need to be, and usually that's on Melissa, and she can cut right through it.
I think she's a lot more efficient than he is, though.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that I think that the manufacturing side of things, Jeff Bezos has got that in the bag as well.
Yeah, sure. But then the delivery, you mentioned delivery.
Well, I mean, they got it kind of good in places with Amazon. I'm not gonna lie.
But not everywhere.
Not everywhere, admittedly.
Matilda could go everywhere.
Ooh.
Huh?
Ooh, that's a good argument.
She circles you like a hawk.
Well, I mean, not as bad as like Carrie or like Moskov, but I think that Melissa is very highly punishable as of right now. And why I'm saying that is only because if there is MR Shred, that means Harley can show up. That also means... Okay, I wasn't... Alright.
I don't think it's too bad here.
I think that's a mistake.
You think so? Why is that?
I think that this only deals with the front line. You need somebody to deal with Matilda, and I don't know what the answer is for BTRM.
Melissa.
Oh, sorry, the Melissa. Sorry, my bad.
I mean, they still have like the assassin pick for later, right?
It doesn't matter if the Go Away Me is activated early. Like, I'm thinking what the combination would look like, and it needs to be Matilda plus like a high bursty style of play from an assassin specifically, right? Because Uranus doesn't have that level of burst. I would say that Farsa probably is the best one out of all of them. Does sort of okay in lane, but mainly is designed to scale and then blow Melissa out of the water.
I do agree that Farsa would have been like the best option when it came to dealing with Melissa here, but I get the feeling that BTR is just handing those keys to Chiku, right? Just like give him the right hero to handle Melissa in lane, and banning out the Ling leads me to believe that they are prioritizing some kind of marksman option here to deal with this. So they just want a mid laner that's able to handle the Belleric and the Esme, right? Normally you would go something like Lilia, but I think Valier is being picked up here because the Matilda already sets up that mobility.
I mean, yeah, but then now you have just one less target to scale with, right? And considering that Ling was the one that gets banned out here from red side, kind of like leaves it up in the air. If this is Clint, then at least AC have a resembling idea, because you've already banned out Brody. You might as well get rid of the Clint as well at this stage.
Anything else they would be concerned about? No, they get the Claude. I think that's okay.
That does mean that at least the mid laner is going to be something immobile. Now artillery mages are in play. Because without the Claude, nobody can like close the distance other than an assassin. And you can't expect the assassin to kill both the mage and the Melissa. And most of the time, Melissa just goes away and sits on top of the mage anyways.
Yeah, so BTR is going to need someone that is able to handle that. Now, Clint is still available, but it's a little bit risky. You could still go into picks like the Moskov as well. I wonder if Chiku still likes to pull out that Irritel when things get tough.
Bit difficult this time around. And the only reason why is because they need somebody who's a Trinity build user, right? These tanks aren't going to, melt themselves down.
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish
like they're saving marksman for last. They go for the Suyo.
What do they want here?
It's a solid mid trio. It allows them to start making movements across the map very early on. But you don't know what AC's jungler is yet.
They also really lack damage. Maybe Matilda is going like full magic here.
Matilda does honestly put out a lot more damage than you would think.
Like a surprising amount. Like I wouldn't be too surprised.
I don't know why they buffed her.
Well, and I think she needed the buff to be fair. If not, she's like really uncontested. Like most of the times, like when you trade using Matilda, like yeah, sure, unless you land all three of the little spirit things. But most of the time, it's like, all right, she just exists and the poke is just
counterpoint. I think healers should just all get nerfed.
Healers should get nerfed?
Yeah.
Okay, I counterpoint. I think that Life Bane needs to increase.
I agree.
Yep. Instead of 60%, make it like 65. Like give me like the initial burst is smaller, but then like as it goes later on, it gets bigger.
Let's take all the healing from the healers and give it back to Ruby. Why did they take it from her?
Revert her passive.
Give her back to me.
Give me back old Ruby.
Yeah.
Honestly, I do think she needs a little bit of work. I'm not gonna lie. That passive is gonna be rough. Yishin Chin alongside with the Lily gets locked in here. Like, man, Farsa would have been so good, dude. Ixia, no wonder. No wonder. So BTRM was holding this for the longest time to counter the entire comp. Well played. Well played, BTRM. I was thinking that it was such a mistake to give up on that Farsa, but now that they have a displacement effect, a repositioning effect, and the artillery is built into the mage, it all lines up perfectly.
Ixia and Matilda is a known combo, but it's still not easy to pull off. There's a lot of heroes that can't just run at BTR, and that's why they picked up the Valir. So it makes sense on paper, could work out, could be one of the Mad Genius's typical schemes here as Shiku guys leads his squad back into battle. Game number 3, the very first series of the season, already kicking things off in an intense manner. Let's see who will be able to close it out.
So let's jump right into it here. We need to see which one of these teams is going to be able to secure themselves 2 points, while the other is going to be walking away with nothing. Let's jump right into this. Well, sorry, not nothing. 1 point at the bare minimum. But
I was wondering if they changed the map.
No, that's just me. That's on me. But now I do want to see where the junglers are going to start. Again, a lot of the optimizations of the routes these days for the jungle really determines where exactly they're going to end up. It looks like we're not doing any green camps. He'll be fine.
Y'all. You know, he has the flicker.
You know, at some point, I think that Zay needs to throw out a goddamn fireball. Like at any point, throw a fireball, my guy.
Maybe he ran out of fireballs. They are on charges.
They are on charges, and he hasn't been able to like hit the minions as well. But no, yeah, you know what? I'll hold my opinion for now, as Chiku guys is absolutely annihilating Nets in the lane, as he should with this Ixia.
Not a lot of marksmen that can handle a Melissa early on, but Ixia definitely one of them with all the regen she has built in. The mid lane definitely leaning towards AC.
That's surprising. So, didn't opt to go for Fighter Emblem, instead decided to go for Assassin Emblem to get some extra penetration and move speed in comparison of just going for Marksman Emblems, which gives you all the relevant stats for the trade except for the movement speed.
Well, perhaps you don't need Fighter Emblem when you have something called Matilda.
Yeah, that's also true. That's a very good point as well. At the same time, I would imagine that, like, man, he could just fight forever, I suppose. Like this, I don't think that Matilda really wins the 1v1 unless she has like Inspire or like maybe Master Assassin.
You have to be careful somewhat. The Esmeralda pick is going to be very useful for AC here, since he will be able to drain all of the shields as well. So Victron not able to play quite as safely as they would like to. Normally the Matilda shield just lets you do whatever you want, but Momo will feed off of that.
Yeah, I mean they've got a good MR Shred combination, but okay, alright.
Really nice positioning from AC. James is gonna walk in, but Chibi has no way of showing. He's gonna get stuck. That is way too risky, sir. First blood to Razor.
Yep, and Zay still not level 4, unfortunately. Still not level 4. Not that it would have mattered too much here. Oh, dude, this is about to get bad. Nets is gonna try running full barrage? No, nothing. AC was already too close.
Yeah, he knew. Because GR Boy is there providing vision. He cannot commit that full barrage. He is 100% dead. You cannot give Zayed early kills.
Yeah, can't give Zayed early kills. And it was also like a weird trade. Like, okay.
Wrap of the Dryad, they caught the Matilda. He dashes out, but you can see the level difference really adding up.
Oh, how did you guys lose his ult but still? Oh, no.
Oh, that's rough. 1 hit away.
Alright. If they can cancel the recall, that'll be even funnier. But again, a lot of the BTRM ready reinforced this lane. And they're probably, does GR Boy want actually, you know, speed Chiku up? Yep, yes he does. Delivery system activated.
See though, that mid lane prio making a big difference already. The fact that Martisi is able to clear waves so quickly and poke them out at the same time means that GR Boy just cannot rotate as much as you'd want the Matilda to do.
Yep, especially since tempo isn't on their side. And I think the big problem right now is that Matilda's early game, I gotta give it to Martisi. He's playing it strong against this Valir, right? In a 1v1 as well. He's not getting hit by the fireball. Oh, good punish.
Worst possible thing that could happen for BTR. The 1v1 win for Zayed, picking up Chibi 30 seconds before the turtle. Gonna slow him down a lot.
Unlucky for Chibi. Was not expecting to get intercepted by Zayed just like that. The global vision was already good enough. And Zay, he's gotta land these fireballs, dude. If you're not hitting Martizi, at least hit the wave. That's what you need. Like, so badly.
They gotta clear the minions. Look at how easy it is for Martizi to poke them out. Chiku now gonna have to fight a battle against Razor. Circling Eagle used just to stop him from backing him up, but he...
Oh my god!
Oh, Chiku has the flicker, but Razor flickers right behind him. He'll die, but he knows his job is done.
I don't know why. I don't know why. Why did he do that? GR boy, he could have knocked up nets or something. We should have like delayed it at the bare minimum. Don't let that free auto and then block the muddles afterwards. That could have been a play. GB, don't do it.
No, don't do
GB,
it.
don't do it.
Don't do it. You have so much to live for. He just barely blade surges out. But he used the retry to try and chase Zayed down. Now he can't contest Turtle, and he lost the buff too.
Yep. I mean, everybody's losing like majority of their resources. Whether it's jungle, whether it's nets here, just taking away gold plating from Bigatron. I mean, we're just gonna have to wait, right? Bigatron, fortunately, they have to play hyper defensively. With nobody winning their lanes or really winning their lanes, fighting for position is kind of hard.
Eagle just to zone out Razor.
Okay.
TB will secure a turtle, but
what are you doing here?
Zayed's very happy with this. He is farming up a storm. He's pushing tower down bottom.
What? Okay, so AC have opted to give up the neutral objective to accelerate nets.
BTR is gonna try and capitalize. They're 5-man ganking up top. Full Barrage doesn't really connect with anyone. Razor gonna be abandoned under the tower. But if he survives this, it's more than worth it. And he actually might. There's nothing BTR can get.
I don't understand the decision here. So AC knows that BTRM gets first position. They know that they have their camps about to spawn. And instead, they give Nets the double wave, but they don't let Zayed like just completely clear his entire jungle. Like I can't figure that out. The decision making did not seem to line up for AC.
Are they not just trying to maximize profit? Like let him get the wave and then clear jungle afterwards, just to get even more?
I mean, sure, but then they give it over the Nets and not Zayed in those cases, right? So you would have imagined that the funnel would have led into like Zayed first and then over the Nets if that was the case. But instead, they prioritized Nets to get the farm. And then Zayed was just kind of like hovering around, right? Like if the decision is we're not fighting for this, we're not fighting for this.
I think they're just hedging on multiple cores. The flicker will catch Chiku, guys, but now the full barrage catches 2 Momo flickers out. Razor not so lucky, but now Martizi slows down the retreat. BTR in no man's land. Flicker out from GR boy. Chiku gonna be left behind, and Martizi picks up another.
They can't bail him out, unfortunately. GR boy. Just not in the right place at the right time as Nets now getting oppressed on the opposite side of the lane.
Zayed gonna get another one too. Picks up GR boy. Chibi will have to trade for the tower up top.
Boys, what are we doing here? When does it end? Is the real question.
I don't really know at this point.
Like I get what BTR are trying to do, but they're so uncoordinated. It feels like they didn't practice this comp too well. And yes, the early game didn't exactly go in their favor. I agree with that. But the formation of the way they're playing this composition is what's really irking me.
I will say all things considered, they're still not that behind, but the Raptor Dryad well cast Chiku. Full combo comes out. Momo not able to burn through the HP sustained from the Matilda, but Chibi gonna have to dash out of the way. Zayed on control on the turtle. He loses the retry timing, and now they chase them down. Razor pays with his life.
It's so funny, dude. I miss MPL MY. We got some weird fights.
For the most entertaining reason for a reason.
Bro, we got the weirdest fights. What was that?
How do you lose the turtle like that?
Okay, to be fair, it was kind of on AC Esports to kind of, because they use like a majority of their resources. Wait, hold on.
Gonna commit all his resources onto James. Purify, he's out, fine. Chibi, don't think he wanted to collide with that wall. Now Zayed's gonna drop him low, and the full barrage is gonna be committed on the one guy. Circling Eagle, flicker forward, they got him!
I don't understand what. GR boy! Use your ult, goddammit! Use it early so that Chiku guys doesn't have to flicker! Like, I get it if you have to flicker at the very end, but like, let's do the due diligence. Let's do the due diligence. I'm pretty sure that he wanted to maximize his damage, but Chiku guys, if he has 3 items, he's all right. The Sky Piercer, he's got the damage.
So he should have one, maybe two Sky Piercer stacks. I don't remember exactly what the timing was of him grabbing that.
That's a good point. I think he should have. Well, assuming that he died at 2, he would be at like what, 18 at this point? If you get wait, no. That's bad math on my part.
It's fine. We're not here to do math. Flask is completed, so that increases the survivability of BTR by quite a bit, and we can see that Chibi is actually caught up in farm thanks to those last few exchanges. Zion was farming so well before this.
They need to make some fast decisions, because once again, Momo is doing that thing where he's like hovering around Chibi, but he knows the rest of BTRM is there.
He has to turn around. He knows they're all here. He flickers away, but where do you go? You're just buying time at this point. Yeah, he's dead.
Exciting. Riveting gameplay.
Was that not exciting for you, Gideon?
No, not at all, because AC did like nothing.
I got so excited when I saw that Sky Piercer stack.
Oh, dude.
That's so awesome.
Now we're thinking like the public. Now we're thinking like the public games.
That's what we play for, you know?
That's what we play.
It's not winning the game.
It's fun seeing those Sky Piercer stacks happen over and over.
I like to see number go up on my buff list.
I'm not addicted to the game. I'm addicted to Sky Piercer.
Sky Piercer is what I live for. Sky Piercer is my religion, Gideon.
I swear to God, what do your kids are going to be growing up in preschool? What do you want to be when you grow up? Sky Piercer. But this has been a very rough game, I'm not going to lie. Like BTRM, they have out-macroed AC, and unfortunately for AC, they just tunnel vision on like a lot of scenarios. They need to like keep a very open mind, especially with a front-to-back composition, and not to mention that Zayed was holding a majority of that lead for so long.
AC was piloting this comp really, really well early on. They had such a notable lead. They had control over the map, and in just a few short strokes, it just slips out from under them. I think that it was kind of the fast timing that really messed with the damage calculations, but it's also positioning, because now the flicker forward net just dies. Mega kill for Chiku.
What did I say? No Farsa, no problem. You still have an artillery built into a marksman. That's exactly what you want to see. Not to mention that Sky Piercer, another Sky Piercer stack going over to Chiku, guys.
Yes!
For free, baby. VOD purchased by Chibi, and look at Jabe. Oh, wow.
A good play from Razor, but also, why? Unstoppable for Chiku, guys.
Nice one!
Another Sky Piercer stack! Woo! Awesome!
This is going great. This is going out of control. Like, AC communication has broken down between the boys.
This is my favorite TV show, Gideon. It's Sky Piercer Stack, the movie.
Sky Piercer Stack, the movie. Oh, God. So that's what the Odyssey was about this whole time. What it feels like. Oh no!
Chiku was actually the main character.
Yeah, Chiku was the one who blinded the Cyclops with Sky Piercer.
Circling Eagle, a bit strange, but just the zone. Looks like AC will be able to hold the tower this time, but Momo takes a lot of damage. You can see the gold lead really building up and translating for BTR.
You know what? I gotta give it a say. Initially, I was making fun of him because he was missing fireballs. I think now he's clocked the behavior and he's hitting a lot more than he should be. Like, very effectively as well. Also, in his Searing Torrents, sometimes...
As full barrage forces multiple flickers, basically every single flicker from AC at once.
Great stuff, great stuff. And they get an inhibitor turret for it. Ha! What are they gonna do now? Contest the Lord? Good luck.
What you gonna do against my Sky Piercer stacks?
Sky Piercer too strong right now. Let's look at the items action. Like, where is Nets in his process? Ooh, 3 items only compared to 4 items on the opposite side. Prolific gun, pretty good so far. 2 items built, but a very utility build coming in from Zay as well. Instantly, he's leaning in. He leans into the Ice Queen's wand to make sure that he can continuously poke. And, well, not really sustain, but more so for the peel. Zayed is falling behind significantly. Does not have the BOD in time. We're already 12 minutes into this game. Finally purchases it as it was about to turn into the 13th. And now they got it all in here.
I think AC might also be lacking a bit of anti-heal. I think they only have, like, what, 1 glowing wand? I don't really think that's gonna be enough to stop BTR. Okay, Zayed, I don't know if he intended for the ult to go that way, but we'll just say that it was planned.
Yeah, limit testing, 100%. He just needs to know how much damage he does to JMS after he kills the enemy team.
Yes.
Oh, they're gonna reset this
I
though.
don't feel like it's that necessary, but they will see Zayed up top, so it should be free now. Yep.
Yep. They take it. They take it. I was thinking whether the BTRM wanted to, like, you know, reach far, try something else, but really there's no need to. They've got the macro advantage. They hit the 42k mark first as well. They ideally want to, like, close out this game as soon as possible because really nobody can stop him. Like, genuinely, like, Nets is kind of unforgiving. Oh, well, sorry, not Nets in this case. It's going to be Chiku, guys.
Yeah.
Very unforgiving.
Nets is unforgive.
He is.
He's on the receiving end.
Yeah, he needs help. He needs help, dude. Like, there's no other way to explain it. And once that full barrage comes out, if he's in that, would I say it's a quarter of a circle at that point? In the cone, I suppose.
Basically, don't bring a plushie to a what is Ixia's weapon?
Bro, it's
a cannon fight. I don't know. Martisi is feeling it though, so I don't think it matters what it is. Full barrage is spent. Lord pushing in mid. We can see AC just doesn't have a lot of damage. They will finally take it out, and Melissa honestly doing a good amount of DPS to force BTR back.
Why are we looking to get super minions when you already have the advantage with 2 missing inhibitors? Like, you have, like, they don't clear the minions that fast, and you can force Martisi away with just the full barrage. With the full barrage, you basically force AC to jump at you, which is exactly what you want.
And not able to get the tower as a result of that trade. Yeah, and the minions dealt with as well. We are seeing a bit of a repeat. They definitely could have gotten more with that push.
Dude, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? We have the full barrage. We have the full barrage. We gotta use it at the most effective times, right? We can't be just going... Like, the first inhibitor, I get it, all right? Mid inhibitor, you open it up. That's exactly what you want to do. But now that you have the Lord on your side, like, at that point, you've got the damage reduction. You can make plays. You can force your opponents to jump at you.
Look at it. You can't question the CEO.
That's true. That's true.
He makes all the decisions.
He is employee of the week.
That's why they pay him. A lot more than the rest of us.
Chibi's just grumbling. He's 0-2-4. It's like, this is why he gets the big bucks.
This is like, he invested into Chibi in game 1, and now he's getting the return.
Now he's getting the return.
This is the ROI, Gideon.
It's like,
that's how the economy works.
Look at me. Look at me, Chibi. I am the carry now.
It's trickle up.
It's trickling upwards. This is an inverse pyramid scheme. All right, but now looking at the Malefic Roar already being built by Zayed, he's got some real damage. He can sneak into that backline. I'm not sure if he wins that 1v1. Oh, definitely doesn't win the 1v1 against Chiku, guys. Not with the Winds of Nature. It's just too out of his league for that at that point. But then the rest of them.
At full build, Melissa does actually do a good amount of burst. Like, if he's able to ambush Chiku, I think he actually can win the 1v1.
But the problem is that, like, once you get Muddles on top of them, GR Boy just pulls them out, right? Every single time.
That's true.
Like, even in full barrage, you can still disengage or re-engage because of it. And I think that's the big issue. They can't keep Chiku, guys, which is playing on this Ixia, which the biggest problem is that she's immobile. That problem has already been solved. Not to mention that they decided, you know, Zay, we're going to take out investment from you and put it into your boy, GR. Like, he could have played Farsa this game and it would have been perfectly fine as well.
I can't believe they've invested in aeronautics, too. He's got something everywhere.
He's a B2 stealth bomber. We're just ready to go.
I don't know. I can see him. I just can't deal with him. Hold on, they do Mountain Shocker. See, he flickers out to safety. Martisi chases him down. Full barrage gonna be used. AC Esports going for the dive. Chiku in a bad spot. He's gonna be pulled out, but Martisi goes down. Chibi gets sniped. James not able to save him. BTR has to pull out the CEO, but they've lost a lot in exchange, which means AC, it's their turn on the Lord now. They may be able to get their return on investment. James in 1v3, but how long? He survives. The flash. Oh wait, comes in. He gets pulled into the Esmeralda. Literally the one person that can eat through the shield, and now in the main spent full barrage, finds the monster kill onto Razor. Delicious Sky Piercer stacks, but Zayed gets the Lord.
Man, this is a game, but it doesn't feel like a team game if I'm being honest. It really feels like hyper selfish between all of the carries. Like even Netsen as well as Zayed, they're a little like, oh, let's try and do this push and pull. But it's Razor and Momo who's just screaming for help.
Hey, get it. That's how the stock market works.
There are winners and losers.
Yep, even on the same team.
Even on the same team. Buyers and sellers can have different price points, man.
There's no team in stocks, boys.
Oh, boy. Oh boy, this is rough. This is really, really rough because now, at the very least, AC Esports understand that yes, we may not have the ability to always close the distance, but when we do, we have to make it count.
Yes. Right now, net worth difference is even. So it really could be anyone's game. AC Esports has a slight lead. They were able to get the Lord, might be able to get some structural damage done with it, but BTR only has a single inhibitor left to go through to that crystal. So it really depends on execution, who is able to find things. AC at this point realize, hey, we can dive them, right? If we catch them off guard, we don't let them maximize the full barrage, we have scaled.
That's if they find them in position. Well, I mean, let's just go back to fundamentals, right? It's literally just about lore. Just give AC first position and they'll be fine. They can try and blitz it down, but at the end of the day, the full barrage is like such a huge deterrent. Zai can get out of it really quick, but that gives you the opportunity to actually steal it away, right? So it's moments like that that Bigatron need to decide upon as a team. You can't just have like Chiku guys, I feel like it lets the full barrage loose. Ooh. Ooh. And he's got some relevant damage as well. Same goes for Martizi. That Wishing Lantern is making it difficult for James to walk up.
It's always been the case. Now that we are 20 minutes in.
Oh my god.
What the? Oh, that's just Uranus things. Okay.
Oh.
I was shocked for a moment. But no, that's normal.
Cut to Momo. I can't keep up with this damage taken. Somebody hit me just as hard.
Do you really want to catch up to those numbers?
Honestly, like at this point, I don't see how Momo can like keep him controlled, right? What?
Huh?
Are you? What?
I think I did see that.
Are we gonna pretend that we didn't see the Wrath of the Dryad just get released by Razor for fun? What are we doing here?
I mean, he did that in game 1 as well. Is it a coincidence?
I mean, he doesn't have it, and they're walking up.
Not.
Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Let's not get into a fight right now. But if they can intercept, which I would please God, dear God, just try to intercept them. They first need to get the Searing Torrent out of Zay. Once the Searing Torrent is down, then it's about the timing of GR Boy and Chiku guys. Because when the full barrage comes out, I'm expecting that GR Boy, he's going to hold on. He's going to hold on to his safety net to reposition Chiku guys if he gets jumped.
I do think that Zayed plays a pretty important role now. We understand that BTR relies very heavily on GR Boy and Z's peel. So if they are able to bypass that, like if Zayed just goes from the flank or Hex just dashes through them from the front, it suddenly messes with the positioning. That's what happened in the last Lord fight. They just need to recreate those circumstances.
Well, not to mention that there is a potential punish there if they do try that. I think that's what AC Esports is really scared of, right? If Zayed uses the Traceless in front of the face, in front of like GR Boy, and he doesn't see Chibi or Chiku guys, in this case, I would rather Chibi actually, take the delivery package all the way to Zayed after the Traceless because he's most likely going to kill him at that stage.
Yeah, but you also have to respect Martizi and Nets. Zone control is the name of the game for AC Esports. If they're able to land the Gloom and the Muddles on top of the Squishies, then BTR has to retreat, and they only have one delivery system.
Well, that is true, but now they can't really move from this, right? They've got a slow push down on bot side. As soon as Martizi shows himself, that's when Bigatron is going to start taking the space. And so far, you can see that both James and Momo are like, all right, we're just gonna try and pull the Lord, and now that Lilia has shown, they start the blitz.
It's a 5v4.
Look at that.
They're slowing it down. Yeah, look at the flank. They're trying to come from behind. Conceal gonna be used in the bush. Does BTR know?
They know.
Yeah, they are playing it safe.
They spotted out, and now
here's the circling eagle onto Momo.
That wasn't necessary.
The Esme is very tanky. He's gonna jump forward. Lord is dropping low. James providing vision. Chibi not even close. Full barrage cuts them off in half. But the Wrath of the Dryad catches the entire team. BTR falls one by one. James finally finishes off Zayed, but they found the target. The CEO has been dethroned.
AC, they just broke him in half. They made Bigatron MY go cross-eyed there for a moment. They didn't know what to focus on. They did not know. Let's look at the instant replay one more time, because look at the position of the full barrage after it's been released, right? Zay, he immediately starts pushing that front line away, and they're coming from two separate angles thanks to Broken Wall, but then that full barrage is in the middle of goddamn nowhere. He flickers to try and readjust it, and it's too late. They've already made the mistake.
He flickers into the Wrath of the Dryad range as well. You can tell that The length of that fight started whittling into the thought process here, and now you don't have Chiku and Chibi for the Lord push. The 4v3 situation, and Nets is still alive. That tower will not stand a chance. James is gonna try and hold on as long as possible. He has the immortality, but no more. And the Rapid Dry locks him down along with GR Boy. Another immortality gone. James trying to run away. GR Boy falls. PB will respawn. Chiku is back. Full barrage zones them out. Takes down the Lord. Chiku nearly dead to Martisi, but he walks back into base. Martisi goes down. Sky Piercer stacks are juicy. Razor left behind. Double kill for Chiku.
The only way that Martisi gets this kill onto Chiku, guys, is if Chiku, guys, is already at 50% HP. He cannot 100-0 him. And in long-term fights, he will out-sustain him as well. I mean, this was a really, really good moment, right? Because again, they try to get everything out of everybody. Good winner crowns all across the board. And it did commit AC to using more ults than they probably should have in this endgame scenario, giving nobody a chance to actually punish Chiku, guys. If the Esmeralda had falling Star Mode, Chiku, guys, would have died there with the help of
Wait,
Martisi.
they're pushing. They're trying to push. They found Syed as well.
Oh no, that's a
Three
big
members
stagger.
of AC dead.
This is not good. This is not good. This is not good.
There's
And
a
Wind of
minion
Nature.
wave. The CEO is back. His stocks have returned. They've tripled in size, but they only have one minion wave. Momo is doing a good job of holding it back. Chibi cannot stay. Nets does too much. They have to back it off.
Yep, and Chiku, guys, unfortunately does not have the full barrage to finally try and siege them out. Let's look at that fight one more time. How did it break out? Where did it go wrong? Blade Surge connected.
They found him. They popped the immortality. And they finished him off. That is probably a free Lord, right? Surely?
It should be. It should be. Death timers are extremely long right now, but also killing the Lord is also going to take some time.
Chibi is unfortunately somewhat fragile this late into the game, so even without Zayed, it could be hard for him to walk forward. Flicker, Rapid Drive, catches him. Full Barrage comes out. Who gets the Lord? Who's getting the Lord? Martisi! He got the Lord! But Chiku, guys, going ham with killing spree. They pick off the tree. They pick off the Momo. Immortality down, double kill for the Ixia. And now Bigatron have a pathway in.
Not gonna lie, that was a pretty sick play coming out from AC. They knew they had a lack of resources, and yet they maximized it nevertheless. Nets using his winsome nature to tank the full barrage just to almost try and guarantee this kill onto Chibi's side, or at least break that immortality and try and steal away the Lord. They all were on the same page about that. But now, with Lord on their side, they need to try and punish Bigatron even further, but they can't without their frontliners.
Yeah, this Lord is just a time-buying mechanic for AC at this point. And this is starting to look more and more like Game 2 as well, as we enter the 26-minute mark.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's what happens. That's what happens when you can't close out the game, or your team, again, over-eager to make certain things happen, that it does cost you a little bit of time in the game. But we know that for some reason our Malaysian teams like to drag things out. They don't want to give up as easily, so they're going to try everything they can. And surprisingly, they make crazy plays with the least amount of resources.
They're gonna push in. Full barrage use kind of early, but Black Shoes has been forced. Chibi, for some reason, walks in, loses half his HP bars, so they just get nothing. Yikes. Very yikes.
Like, what else can you say about that? It's just like, oh no, that happened. Unfortunate.
I don't really like the direction the company is heading in.
Me neither. Me neither. I think that, like, you know, they need to start thinking about how they're going to close out the game, and they also need to recognize that Razor isn't as scary without the flicker. Like, I guess the Wrath of the Dryads is always going to be scary if, like, you can't predict when it's going to happen. But when you know that it's on flicker, like, that flicker is on CD, just what are you scared of? I really don't get it.
A tree is a lot scarier when it can move.
Yep, very much so, very much so. And notice a couple of patterns that we're seeing from AC, right? Just the connection between Momo, Martisi, and Nets. They're all working together. If it's not Momo, it's Razor. And they swap positions every single time, right? Most of the time you want to see Razor alongside with Zayed, so that way, if you do happen to catch anybody, Zayed's probably the only person who has enough burst damage to take him up, to go for the kill really, really quick, especially if it's a priority target.
Look at that damage from Martisi. This Lilia has been doing so much work from AC. Most of the fights being won by his presence alone. Look at that, even on the Uranus. Bigatron cannot easily dive in. That's why they have to play for the counter engage with the full barrage.
Yep, and also helps a lot that both Martisi, Nets, and even Momo are all zoning heroes. Their entire job is, yes, I'm going to eventually scale, but I need to zone my targets out. I need to poke my targets out. I need to be lethal against them no matter how tanky they are. And they're doing a very good job at this point of time, but first position going over to Bigatron. Let's see how this plays out.
There's no way they're committing to this. This is just a
I don't know,
gap
dude.
in the road. They do have a wave pushing bottom, but it's not that big yet. BTR sticking to the Lord a lot longer than I would have expected. AC starting to get a little antsy. James providing vision, but down to 30% HP already. Lord still low. James with the Winter Crown to delay things just a little longer, and he'll dash back out. Full Barrage can be used on the tanky members of AC. Doesn't really pop anything. And now the Lord in an awkward position. They might have to reset it.
Okay.
There's still minions pushing mid, by the way.
I know, but like, they gotta make a choice, and they reset it.
Oh, hold on. AC might have to go back. They have to defend. There's minions. There's minions in the base. BTR, they're gonna commit to the Lord right now. Zion got the Lord. Martisi will make it home in time to deal with the minion wave. The Flicker Full Barrage catches Razor. They're trying to chase down the rest of AC. They don't want to let them go home. You're not allowed to go home when the CEO is here. No one gets to go home early. Everyone's working overtime. But they still managed to get out. Momo and Zion will survive.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Net's just popping the go away from me just a little too slow there. He just needed it a second up, and he would have been able to stop that blade surge.
They're trying to end.
I mean,
Can they end?
not until Chiku Guys actually has his ult. Not until he has that ult. If not, they just don't have enough.
They just need like 3 hits from Chiku on the crystal. But AC has enough. Wave clear. That's a weird full what? Hold on a second here, CEO. I don't agree with your direction.
Stop it!
He will take out Momo. They'll take out Zion. JB comes in from the flank, and BTR closes out the series.
Oh my goodness, the CEO just knows how to sell his stocks. He knows when to offload the priority. Good stuff to keep the eyes away from Chibi as the wave finally pushed in for those final moments. Great stuff from BTRM.
That was 100% intentional, dude. He actually deceived the market. He pointed it wrong on purpose.
That's why he is always going to be the CEO. But again, we definitely see a lot of moments in this game where it's like, all right, it is clear that these squads are still very, very fresh. The communication a little difficult, but nobody's disappointed with that game. They understand that, yes, there were moments of glory, but also very poor moments at the same time, and that's the level that we're going to have to play with here in week 1.
It was definitely a close series, and all things considered, a very entertaining one to start the season off with. I think the teams have potential. They just gotta work on things. I'm hoping that this is going to be a baseline and that they get better from here.
Well, let's see. I don't know, because until we see the meta lean back into playmaking EXP laners, right? I think that there's too much priority on this Barats and this Uranus, and they need to punish it somehow. That's what I'm saying.
That is a possibility, especially when you got heroes like Matilda flying around. Healers, man! Love them or hate them, they are very effective at keeping people alive.
Yeah, no, they're really, really good. Not to mention that Flask of the Oasis is still like a ridiculous
I think it's kind of dumb.
It is ridiculous. So crazy, man. Man, we honestly, we're gonna be throwing it over to our host, Rose. I don't know if Poji's gonna be up there. We'll see who the interview is with. It looks like it's Chibi from BTRM.
Ini adalah opening match of the season. 2-1 dan game yang sangat-sangat intense. Tapi BTR by Vitality, BTRM by Vitality comes out on top. And of course di atas pentas bersama dengan Rose, kita ada Chibi dan juga GR Boy. First of all guys, congratulations. Chibi, kenapa game macam susah sangat nak end
Sebab Diorang pun power.
Expect tak game sepanjang ini untuk opening match?
Sebenarnya expect je sebab dua-dua team orang kata apa baru first match kan. So maybe ada perlu orang kata apa perlu panaskan badan lah antara satu sama lain lah. Team kita orang pun kena, team AC pun kena. So alhamdulillah kita orang boleh secure kemenangan lah.
Yes, nampaknya memang dua-dua dah panas. Tapi let's talk a little bit about Chibi dan juga BTRM lah kan. Musim lepas you guys habis journey mereka dengan nombor 4, betul? Tapi itu pun Chibi masuk tengah-tengah season. So kali ini kita tahu roster dibuat awal, dapat praktis sama-sama awal. Apa sebenarnya target dan beza BTRM musim lepas dan juga musim ini?
Beza dia?
Yes.
Beza dia mungkin kemasukan orang baru je kot. Kita masukkan JR Boy dengan James kot. Membuatkan kita orang beza season ni. Itu je.
Apa expectations untuk BTRM musim ini?
Expectation InsyaAllah kita orang akan secure playoff dulu lah. Secure playoff dulu. Yang apa? Champion dengan MC punya slot kemudian. Yang penting secure playoff dulu.
Step by step.
Step by step, yes sir, yes.
Okay, now Chibi, one more question untuk you sebelum kita borak dengan GR Boy lah kan. Now, kita tahu untuk musim ini, BTRM punya players ada 3 region dalam satu team, MY, IDPH. Now, biasanya benda tu boleh jadi problem ataupun masalah di dalam game. Di masa communication pun ada problem sikit. So, macam mana BTRM sekarang? Adakah communication semua dibuat dalam English, BM, Indo? What's happening right now? And adakah communication tu a problem untuk you guys?
Sebenarnya comms tidak ada masalah untuk kita orang disebabkan James sebelum ni dah pernah bermain di Indonesia. So comms kita orang masih dalam bahasa lah. Tak ada comms English. By the way, kalau coaching staff still English lah. So I think for us tak ada masalah kot. Tak ada masalah.
Okay, it's good that James pun boleh borak ataupun comms dalam bahasa Melayu lah kan. Sebab benda tu makes everything so much easier in the game. Terima kasih Chibi. Sekarang kita nak borak pula dengan GR Boy. Hello, welcome to Malaysia.
Hello.
Okay, now guys, sedikit fun fact tentang GR Boy. Dia actually back-to-back juara MDLID. So, ini adalah debut dia di MPL and terus datang ke Malaysia. So, apa yang membuat GR Boy nak debut di pentas MPL Malaysia?
Sebab ada Chibi.
Kenapa dengan Chibi? Nak main dengan Chibi ke tu?
Ya.
Kenapa? Dia idola ke? You suka cara dia retri ke?
Dia ajak Chibi sama Ciku.
Dia nak main Chibi dengan Chico. And of course, Rose pun nak tanyalah kan. Sebelum GR Boy datang ke Malaysia, apa yang GR Boy rasa tentang competitive scene di Malaysia? Adakah you rasa bagus? Improving?
Ya, bisa dibilang gitu sih. Sama makanannya beda juga.
Sedap?
Sedap. Nasi lemak.
Nasi lemak. I tahu banyak Indonesian imports kita yang datang Malaysia memang suka sangat nasi lemak. And of course, untuk musim ini, apa cabaran terbesar untuk GR Boy? Sebab nampaknya you okay dengan environment dan makanan dekat sini. So, apa yang challenge untuk you? Apa cabaran untuk GR Boy musim ini? What's stopping you? Apa yang you rasa susah untuk musim ini?
Oh, nggak ada sih. Soalnya ada Chibi.
Weh, nampaknya cici combo kita agak bahaya sebab GR Boy sudah pun masuk. Alright, thank you very much. So guys, tadi kita dah nampak perlawanan 2-1 tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. Agak-agaknya siapa MVP anda? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada dun, dun, dun. Chico, guys! Wow. CEO Chico untuk match pembukaan BTRM. Chibi, any message kepada fans? Yes.
Untuk fans, untuk yang datang hari ini, thank you sebab datang support MPL MY. Thank you kepada fans SC juga, fans BTRM, thank you juga kepada family saya datang dari jauh. Dan insyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk next game. Doakan kita orang menang, alright? Thank you.
Alright, congratulations boys. Itu sahaja daripada kita. With that, mari let's show it back to the casters to analyse apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan pembukaan ini.
There you have it. Words coming in from both GR Boy alongside with Chibi here. And it makes sense. When you got the CEO and CFO as a natural CC combo, it only makes sense that you want to be part of that action.
It was a very complete draft from BTRM, but definitely not an easy game to play it into as well. I think AC Esports put at a strong performance, and heck, if they weren't able to steal those last couple of Lords, the game would have ended a lot sooner. 30 minutes once again. Is this an indication of what the competition looks like this season?
No, absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely.
The instant hard no.
Absolutely not. On average, the games last should be, especially with a lot of these competition, 11 minutes. 11 minutes was the average in our last international. But let's break it down bit by bit. First, showing some of the key players here, because again, they're extremely important in these factors, right? Chibi as well as Chiku guys are both very interesting because they're interchangeable roles. Even though they're high value roles, they're interchangeable with the way that they not only are used for cleanup, but also for a hard way to engage, especially when the other teammates are looking to bait out spells. That's what James in these particular cases are for. Hey, they've used like 3 ults on me. We can go in and do something about it. We can look for the big punish at the end of the day. And GR Boy, his job is by far the easiest. The hard part is when both of them are in trouble. You gotta pick one or the other.
You gotta make a decision here. Not gonna be able to save everybody, and that's why in those situations where AC did decide to take the initiative and find the angle, they could still win out those fights. There's enough damage on both sides to take all of these. The Flask of the Oasis, Matilda definitely proves to be a problem, but that's why you have heroes like the Esmeralda to deal things. I do think that BTR still had the slight advantage because they do seem to be more willing to be active, right? They're the ones that start things. They're the ones that make the decisions.
Yes, that's exactly it. But also, it really didn't help that, max stack on Sky Piercer coming in for Chiku guys. Once he died one time, that's when Momo starts to get into these fights. But let's go into this particular replay clip, and this will show the exact problem that this lineup actually has, right? One which we see that AC taking full advantage of the scenario, because we're looking at the battle lines here, right? This is generally how it's going to get split. Right side is to BTRM, left side is to AC. For the what you will see in a little bit is the splitting of these two over here. They're going to start moving their positions to start attacking them from 2 separate angles. Now, it's not about looking for the intersection point, right? It's more so to give 2 separate faces for BTR to actually decide upon. If they don't want to control this part of the map, then that's totally fine. The rest of BTR, they could have just moved down here instead and play from this position. Instead, let's just play this clip for just what it is for a little bit. They play. Let's slow motion it right here. Because at this point, now they're in the middle of, we don't have a clean engagement, but we also don't have a direct way to secure this Lord. So now we have to start falling back and regrouping to play around our anchor, which in this case is Chiku guys, who's far back dealing with Momo, who manages to get out of that fight. This puts them at terrible odds. Now they're not in position for the Lord anymore. They're actually facing the wrong way because of the way broken walls work. There's a missing wall here alongside here. Those are the only 2 entryways inwards. And with the full barrage, let's pull that back by 5 seconds. With that full barrage, basically going into the middle of goddamn nowhere. He'll play bang. In the middle of nowhere, he's not getting the full way. The correct angle would have been here.
Yeah, logically you would want to cover the Lord Pit. There is a possibility that Chiku decided, no, I'm covering the other angle because there's a chance that Zayed dashes across the cone and goes for him instead. So maybe he's trying to avoid that. But it would have been a lot more valuable to just cover the pit and make it a bit more difficult to fight for.
Even if you lose the Lord, you will naturally win the fight. That's the big thing. And I think you need to always use that advantage against AC in a lot of these moments, right? That's why it's really upsetting to see when you start playing these fights again and again and again. The repositioning of BTRM, they didn't know where they were actually falling back to. And that Chibi also using the Blade Surge very early on to try and catch Momo, it caused them to have so many awkward cooldowns, a lot of spells missing when honestly they should have held it up for as long as they can until AC makes that first move. That's why it's very upsetting to see in this particular position where yes, both sides are actually generally even, that their main winning tool for team fights is used in such an obscene way.
Yeah, there were a lot of weird decisions being made, but I think this fight is actually a pretty good example of how uniquely you have to play around Ixia, right?
Yes.
Because this is a very mono-directional marksman.
Yeah.
She needs to be pointed in one way. So the ideal is all of the enemies are coming at her in one way.
Yes.
So since some of them were coming from behind the pit and some of them were coming from in front of the pit, you can only make like the choice to alt 1 and it didn't particularly cover that direction well either, right? So, like you mentioned, they used their resources too soon. They should have tried to funnel it into the direction that the CEO could fire it.
So that's why there are two positions that they actually needed to fight for. One is from mid bush, pixel brush, and also the golem camp brush. That's one. Those are the one positions that they need to fight for. If it's the right side, if it's the left side, it is up by tri brush, beetle, beetle side. I want to say like behind the pit, but it's because that it's broken walls. It's a little bit awkward. In the traditional sense, playing from tri-brush is not the worst idea, but because broken walls is there, then it opens it up. That being said, though, that does conclude our very first match. Our next one gonna come up soon, but first, we're gonna be listening into my check of our previous game to see what happened. We'll be back after this break.
Carmela. Balik. Apa nama? Tarik. Aman. Balik. Lagi. Berikan. Tahan lagi, guys. Dua orang, guys. Nice, boy. Lagi. Go damage. Aman. Go damage. Gua battery guys. On the way, guys. Boyo. Saya juga, guys. Boyo, gua ada kecil nih, ayo. Ayo, guys, jom. Boleh makan, Bang. Satu, Bang. Kemana nih? Coba. Langsung belakangnya, boy. Trigger. Masain, Bang. Trigger. Nice, bantai dulu, guys. Bantai. Nah. Fokus, guys. Belum amin ya, guys. Aman. Atasnya ulti, kan? Naik kan? Boleh. Bisa. Tutup, teman.
Aku dapat dua nih. Lagi guys.
Lagi.
Ada dia. Aku TP.
Nolan.
Aku.
Gua TP.
Aku. Ya.
Kan dapat green.
Beli biru.
Udah, kau pressure sana. Kau main je pressure.
Nice. Tembak. Oh.
Beli biru.
Biru kan.
Kuy. Nikah.
Relak tadi.
Aman. Jaga guys, aman. Sabar. Itu boleh.
Santai ya.
Sabar.
Tadi dulu aja.
Mantap, Mar. Mantap dong.
Tengok Amar.
Bermain, Mar.
Boleh ya?
Boleh. Biar garingnya aman. Alhamdulillah. Lau dah apa? Lau.
Tidak. Isa beli ke?
Let's go, guys.
Dapat.
Banyak. Nice, guys.
Mi guys.
Let's go.
Tengok. Aku mana?
Guys, telur. Tetap padang. Tetap padang.
Oh ya, hero.
Perang, guys. Ayo, Gak ada dia, guys. Lagi. Ini aku slow. Beli dia, guys. Mati.
Nice, ke depan aja kan?
Iya, Bang.
Wave bawah, guys.
Orang tetap padang. Orangin aja.
Hero.
Medlos. Nice, Ebi. Aman. Bang Ciko aman.
Nice.
Aman.
Nak lebih power? Jom.
Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power, arms, wangi, tune, tiada, lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, arms, wangi, tune, tiada, lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Victory!
Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power, arms, wangi, tune, tiada, lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Victory!
Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Victory!
Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legends skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV ditonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang ditonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Victory!
Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power, arms, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, arms, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada, lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada, lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Malaysia dekat tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live feed ditonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang ditonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap duka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel the same, no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi ada. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran ku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayangkan nyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Pasti telan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 18 is powered by Muntan. Presented by CelcomDigi Prepaid 5G. Dominate every match with unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment and hotspot. CelcomDigi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians. Infinix Note 60 Pro is not what you think. Powered by Snapdragon 7S Gen 4, featuring 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber Cooling, active metric display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charging. Get yours now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Grab, the official food delivery partner of MPL Malaysia. Don't let hunger cost you the game. Stay fueled, stay focused. Order Grab food from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. and earn 5% Grab coins. MPL MY is now cultured by Toda. Get MPL MY's official merch at Toda's booth or buy online at store.toda.com. Official automotive partner Cherry X Malaysia. Official top-up partner Joytify. Official content partner Media Prima. Official streaming partner Tonton. Strategic partners Yamaha, Nandos, TNT Co, Quill City Mall. Official camera partner Oxbot. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's currently 8:22 at GMT +8 live in Malaysia at Quill City Mall. You're watching the MPL MY Season 18. Our first set of games have already completed and concluded, allowing BTRM to secure themselves 2 points already as we move on to our next game. Who is going to take the next series? My name is Getting Q, of course. We got Sadafa here at the desk, and honestly, after that very first showing, I feel like we're a little bit behind on what exactly the meta is supposed to be.
The question is, was that match really a good idea of what the meta is supposed to be?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Game 3 had some new tech. I'm always down for new tech. Game 1 and 2, I wasn't sure about that. Like, that was very unstable for one team or the other.
Unstable is just the name of the game here sometimes, though. That is the unfortunate fact, but hopefully, as this season progresses, these teams find more and more of a foothold to play for. Because, in case you guys didn't know, this is day 1 of MPL Malaysia Season 18. This is gonna be the road to M8.
Yep, we're all looking for the best teams. We're looking for how they can improve. Most importantly, whether they can add a little bit of polish early on into the season while the meta is still in its Wild West stage. We haven't figured out what exactly is the best opening possible. We've seen punishes, we've seen different takes, yet I don't think anybody has really solidified what exactly the optimal pattern is going to be.
I get the feeling that this might be a rare case where there isn't one. I feel like, logically speaking, a meta should not have an optimal pattern. It should be a general idea of like, okay, well, how's the flow of the game? But I have always not been a fan of when teams figure out like, hey, this is just the best way to draft, and we just have to go around with that forever, every game, you know? At least we get something different.
That's true, that's true. We are getting something different, and we're seeing that more roles are affecting the overall pick rates at this current stage of the game. Now, the real question is whether or not there's more pocket picks in you know, for the latter half of the draft, because it seems like the second half of the draft has been highly prioritized by teams to really narrow down the pool. But let's have a look at Team Flash facing off the one and only Team Vamos, who are looking extra strong after two international appearances to get the extra leverage, especially with the new reformed Team Flash.
Honestly, I'm just looking at this and thinking that Error needed to sit up in the chair a little bit more. No, I feel like the aura is a little missing. But then also, it could be that his feet don't reach the ground.
That's what I was about to say, and then I was like, man, I don't know. They could have done some work on it.
I feel like it, yes.
Either way, this is going to be an interesting matchup because we know Vamos is a pretty good baseline. Yes, they're a bit of a coin flip team, but then Flash was doing so terribly last season. Now with the full new lineup, I don't know whether this is going to be enough because, again, some of these players we've seen before. Zorn, I mean, of course, Gary as well, and we see that both of them aren't enough individually to save an entire team.
Yeah, I personally am a proponent for saying that when teams switch up their rosters between seasons, it's not really a good thing a lot of the time. I would prefer if teams stuck to the same old peeps and tried to develop them. But this is one of the few cases where I'm like, yeah, this was probably necessary.
It was probably necessary. I mean, guys, if you're thinking about going for something new to dominate every match and look for not only bigger wins, but a solid team, well, let me tell you about Cellcom Digi Prepaid 5G. You can experience unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, unlimited speed, unlimited entertainment, unlimited hotspot with Cellcom Digi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians. And soon to be, hey, the rest of the world, if you all want to come over to Malaysia, check out these games yourself.
That sounds pretty good to me, right? Show them some love. They are part of the reason why all of this MPL action can be brought to your screens as well. And for those of you who are already using Cellcom DG, good job. You've made the right choice. And I hope that we continue to see right choices today.
I don't know about that. We had two 30-minute games with like almost fully stacked Sky Piercers on either side. I think it's looking a little rough right now, but maybe Vamos could save it, right? And I'm obviously leaning in towards Vamos' side. We've seen them on an international stage, and we've seen that they've got hands. I don't know whether Flash's hands as a team just yet. Like, they got mechanics, but like, you need to work together.
I think it's possible, but at the same time, there are doubts, right? It's like, you could say that, okay, the team just didn't have the right chemistry last season around, but is it really that simple? To fail to such a degree requires every single part of the machine to be sus.
To be sus. Look, we are also making predictions here about the meta. And one of them, the current gold lane meta, is wide open. We might even see Mia being picked this season. The question is, which team will be the first to unleash her? Personally, I think it's BTRM, if I'm being like completely honest. Chiku Guy seems like to be the only
CEO.
guy. Yeah, the only guy who's willing to kind of go out of his way to find those dedicated pocket picks. And even so, it has been shown by BTR, the main branch, Vitality, some may have heard of them at EWC. Mia, deadly. But Kaja on the opposite side, man, she is disgusting.
Yes, new Kaja. Honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing new Kaja because very strong for sure. But where is Kaja's place in the meta actually, right? Fulfills the same sort of niche that you might see of AoE setters like Atlas or Belleric, but you could argue that Atlas might actually perform a little bit more consistently. Not to mention that Kaja is actually not easy to pilot. You know, you would think that like, oh, he can fly everywhere, he can grab people. Even the flying is kind of hard.
Yes, you can't really like turn.
He's got
as
terrible
freely.
turn rate.
Yeah, terrible turn rate, but that's on purpose. That's on purpose. And now she would have been like extra busted.
Yeah.
You know, she moves decently at the normal speed going straight, but turning side to side is where it gets a little bit awkward. But the good thing about her is that I think that she's really unique in this metagame. Imagine you need a glue. you need somebody to not only displace but play for like the early stages of the game. Kaja actually fits that role really well as a substitute.
True, but again, like, if Atlas is open, you'd go for Atlas.
I mean, yeah,
I could
if
maybe
Atlas is
see you
open,
picking Kaja over Belleric, maybe, but they fulfill slightly different niches.
I agree, but I do genuinely believe that Kaja might get picked over both of them sometimes.
Really?
And here's the thing. I think that she adds on to the trifecta with the Valentina problem. The Valentina, Atlas, Belleric, you have one of those three. One team will have 2 big AoE ults, and the other team will only have 1. Then you add Kaja to the mix. Dang, now you've got like 2 sides that can actively fight each other basically forever, and basically have these game-changing ults ready every single time.
I mean, that was one of the reasons why Sora also saw a lot of play, right? He was a big team fight ult that could fit into the EXP lane. I actually did think about this as well. I experimented with Kaja EXP just to see whether he could flex.
The sustain isn't as good as most people think.
I wish it was, but yeah, it does not work, sadly.
It only works during, like, you can only fight when the wave is at you. That's kind of the only time you can fight. If it's a one-on-one, like, okay, sure, I'm hitting you for like max health damage, and the guy's like, okay, I don't have that big of a health pool yet, so it doesn't matter. But I genuinely believe that Kaja pretty nasty as an overall support. But I think the real question is what you, the fans, believe itself. We're going to be looking at our talk zone here. Have a quick look. What do you think about Flash's major roster revamp while completely transforming the team? Is it A, I'm confident it will, as they prepare earlier this season and are led by Pops, or B, it's still uncertain? Expectations were also high last season, but the results were very different. Man, these answers are a lot longer than what I was expecting.
Yeah. I think that this Flash should be better. On paper, really should be. The players seem more experienced. You got Coach Pops as well. He has got a lot of accolades to his name. I'm pretty sure that no matter what, they can't be that bad. But that's also not, that's not the bar you would normally want to be compared to.
Yeah, for sure. And I do remember that during one of the MPL talks, they had Adamir, their coach, and that's when they were talking about, like, hey, we clearly didn't have enough time to prepare, and we didn't have a local person to kind of show us around what's going on in Malaysia. But with that being said, though, let's have a look at the team lineups and talk about them as we pull it up on screen for you guys. For Team Vamos, no introductions needed. It's Natko, Zekeef, Clockhood, Arrow 404, and Siska.
I think Vamos definitely surprised a lot of us by actually performing better than SRG at MSC, but unfortunately weren't able to quite recreate that success at a GOTF. We have Siska now coming in to fill out the roster, replacing Sapat on the main lineup. And we know that he's a very accomplished EXP laner with an aggressive playstyle that should feel right at home.
Yeah, it should, but that also does feel a little bad for like people like Amal, who's probably never gonna see the light of day at this point. Like, I don't see him ever being subbed over Arrow 404 in a lot of different scenarios. But I do think that Siska is a pretty impressive pickup. I was surprised that they were still looking for an EXP laner because I thought that Sapat did pretty good overall. But then we come to GOTF, they swap him out, put Siska in, and then you can definitely see, like, it's still too fresh. It's still too early. He's doing the right things, just not at the right times.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised that they didn't do as well at GOTF because it does take time to build up that chemistry, but I'm hoping that we get to see more because I think he will fit in great. But as for the side of Team Flash, we've got Tremar, Gary, Ukir, Zorn, and Vanix. Basically a complete revamp with the exception of Zorn.
Yep, but they wanted to make sure that they had a Singaporean player to experience MPL Malaysia. And this time around, it's going to be Vanix playing in the gold lane. And Vanix is particularly unique because out of all the Singaporean players, I think that Vanix is most well-suited for this current metagame. I've seen him play marksmans. I've also seen him play fighters before. I think that's something they can utilize within their draft. Ukir as well as Tremar as one of the few new additions alongside with Gary. But in terms of whether or not they have what it takes to pull this team together, like, I need somebody to step up that isn't just Zorn.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really notable proving ground for them because we have to note that Tremar, previously from TNC, and Ukir, previously from Navi, both ended up in last place in their previous MPL seasons. So not exactly the best look, but at the same time, we've seen this story before. And, well, look at players like Innocent and Cram now, right? There's always that possibility.
That's the thing. Everybody's looking for the next best thing, but it's going to take a little bit of time and development to get them to that position. Question is whether or not they even have the system to make the team's major problem from last season just disappear. They still have Singaporean players. They still have import players. They still have Malaysian players. And the big issue, communication from last season, it's probably going to repeat itself here today.
You've got multiple different nationalities here, so it's a wonder of like, will they be able to mesh well together? Can Coach Paz really pull together everyone again and make something magical happen? And it's going to be even rougher for them because their first matchup is against Vamos, the runner-up, the team that got top 8 at MSC.
If you're talking about chaotic, Vamos is great at those chaotic styles, especially Aero 404 with his young, youthful look and top of his youthful mechanics. He knows how to press buttons, man. He really, really knows how to press buttons. So that's something to keep in mind as we head on into this matchup. But I think that this roster revamp doesn't spark joy just yet. So I am willing to Marie Kondo this and just say, you know what? If they are able to find joy in this game, that's good enough for me.
Well, joy is not meta, sadly.
I mean, well, honestly, considering MSC, Kyrie brought it out one time, and I think that, you know, maybe other teams might lean into it.
I don't know, I miss Old Joy, I'll be honest. I used to play her a lot.
Old Joy? What's wrong with Old Joy? What do you mean? What's wrong with New Joy?
New Joy is not quite as strong.
I mean, at least you don't die on the first 2 beats.
I guess, but like Old Joy could...
You die on the first beat, like, dude.
No, you don't. Not if you kill them on the first beat.
I mean,
yeah?
I don't know, man.
Dude.
I don't know. Joy is one of those, like, potentially really unfun heroes to deal with. Because it feels like Eudora with more steps. You don't have the stun, but if you press the buttons in the right order, you just kill the guy.
Joy is just yellow Eudora.
Yeah, it's just yellow Eudora. Oh boy, too much has been said here on this broadcast. Too much, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah,
I really don't.
Not.
I really don't.
We are kidding, but I don't think we're gonna see Joy here. But I'm hopeful, right? Because last season, Flash's performance was not just disappointing, it was just straight up not MPL level.
Yeah.
At any point, they tried to revamp their roster multiple times and it did not work. It was a very unfortunate situation. So hopefully now that they've had more time to prepare, they are confident in this lineup.
I mean, worst comes to worst, they go over to MPL SG and then play through MCT or something like that. You know, Diablo did it. I mean, why not follow the process?
Yes.
I mean, they got, hey, to be fair, Diablo still got a pretty decent, well, would I say it's like, it's not the biggest payout, but like, you know, it's something.
He got something.
Yeah, and I
kind of surprised that was a possibility.
Honestly, I didn't think it was possible, but I'm like, hey, I'm not the one, you know, paying these contracts here. That's the truth, that's the truth.
As long as Big Moonton says it's okay.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Big Moonton.
Big Moon. Big Moon.
BMT.
Big BMT.
Oh boy, we gotta do a little bit more.
Something you get at a sandwich shop.
Hey, Nando's, work on it, all right? The new BMT Nando's, that'd be a good one. That would be a good one. But overall, we still got a little bit of time to kill before we start heading on into the drafts and more importantly, the walkouts at this stage of the game. But hey, meta-wise, I think that Kaja eventually is going to find her place. That's the truth of it all. She trades really, really well in the early stages of the game. Her first level 4, she's guaranteed to get battle spells. And if you do it too late, you get punished for it.
I mean, as an enjoyer of birds, I would like to see Bird in-game. That would be nice, you know?
I mean, Farsa, there's still Farsa. Farsa's available.
She's more person than bird. She has a bird.
I mean, wow, she's more person. She turns into the bird.
Good point.
With that being said, it's time for the walk-ins. Let us introduce our 2 teams. The first runner-up of Season 17 is back, and they've returned stronger than ever. Siska joins the fray in the EXP lane, while the core of Aero 44, Natko, Bakun, and Zkeep remain intact. They've already fought on the international stage, but they know they haven't reached their peak. This season, they want more, and they're ready to start by dominating Season 18. VAMOS! Hala! Vamos!
Season 17 was not the Flash we expected. The old lineup never found its spark, but now everything has changed. MPL all-timer Zorn remains at the helm of the team, with Vanix arriving from the shores of Singapore and Ukir and Trimar bringing firepower from the Philippines, with jungler Gary bolstering the squad. Will this multinational roster be the answer they need? Let's go! Team Flash!
Next, we welcome the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match. From the side of Vamos, it's Coach Valdo. From the side of Flaps, we have Pops as head coach. And of course, we have head of League Ops, Eric, to ensure that every game runs both fairly and smoothly throughout the day.
Time for fist bumps, ladies and gentlemen, a true sign of professionalism. And this is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This shall be the stage upon which the previous season runner-ups face off against a brand new Flash on stage.
Let's see how this plays out. Flash looking to redeem themselves from an abysmal half of the year, looking to turn that around now and qualify early on, or at the very least set the tone for the rest of this season. Especially when you're dealing with Vamos, it's hard, right? They get first pick this time round as well, and they really have felt like a brand new team after MSC.
Being able to gain international experience is always going to be valuable for any team, especially one with players as young as Vamos. It instantly levels you up in so many ways and expands that hero pool to degrees that you would have never expected otherwise.
Yup, and that's exactly what we're hoping for here. I am a little curious whether or not Flash, what exactly is the main language being spoken amongst everybody, right? Because Zorn, he knows like a good amount of English. I don't know if he's got like enough English to completely express what he's talking about, and I know Gary is pretty much almost at that same level. Everybody else, like, it's a coin toss. We know Vanix for sure knows English.
It logically has to be English, right? I think.
But what if they went into the BMBI? Well, I can't just say well, but Bahasa Indo, Bahasa Melayu type hybrid.
I mean, that's possible, but they literally have someone from every nation here, right? We got Malaysian players, we got PH, we got ID, we got SG.
I mean, it's as close as that we're probably gonna get to.
Just create a new language at this point.
They create a new language.
Like flashy knees.
Honestly, if Pops is the one who leads it, it makes sense. We do have a quote from him though. Last season, I mentioned that we needed to rework our roster from the ground up. We now completely revamped the team, and I believe this is the answer to our performance last season. I promise that this season will play far better than before. Interesting. And based off of reading his lips the entire time, I think it is English's main language.
Okay, makes sense. I mean, it is in the end the international language here. But I will say, I have to be kind of direct here. Saying that we promise we'll play better than before is not a high bar.
I mean, better to make everybody underestimate you than, set expectations too high.
Yes, but you gotta raise confidence, right? You gotta rile up the fans a little bit.
I think he understands that the public opinion doesn't really matter compared to the level that these players need to play at, especially when real money is on the line. Let's have a quick look at Coach Valdo, because we asked him, who do you think is potentially the strongest team this season? He says, if not including SRG, I'd say Flash and BTRM. Flash!
Really?
And BTRM. We lost 0-4 to Team Flash in a scrim before MSC. BTRM is strong too because of their lineup and chemistry. And if they can maximize Chiku's power spike, they'll be even stronger.
Well, we've already seen some validity to these words with BTR managing to win their first match of the season earlier. So if that's the case, Team Flash seems to be on the radar for Vamos. Losing 0-4 as well is quite the achievement considering Vamos at the internationals.
It's not bad, but here's the thing. this is before MSC. I don't know when we got this lineup. We don't know whether it was the old lineup or is it the revamped lineup. Second of all, this is again before MSC, before the raw confidence and egos get inflated once you've made it far or decently far at an international.
Wait, was that before or after MSC?
That was before MSC.
Oh, okay.
They got 0-4, and I'm like, yikes, that's rough.
Interesting. I mean, logically speaking, they wouldn't say that Flash is the strongest now if they were playing against the previous lineup.
That's why I don't know if Valdo is just a little joker here or whether he's got some real validity, but again, we'll only find out once we jump right into this draft. And I think this is where it's going to tell us where the meta is not only going to lean to for both of these teams, but I think more importantly, the play styles. Because what can we say about Flash?
We don't know, and that is what makes this the most exciting it possibly could be. A brand new roster, a team that has revitalized themselves after a terrible season performance. Now eager to take to the stage and prove all the naysayers wrong.
All right, let's find out what the random map draw is going to be. This is going to be important. Expanding Rivers, one of Vamos's more favored side of, well, not even side, but at least favorite style of map. Marcel, first ban from Valdo, followed up by a quick Fanny from Pops.
Expanding Rivers, one of my personal favorites. Always nice to see teams being active early on in the game and definitely benefiting a team like Vamos who likes to play for early game aggro. Already getting rid of that Selena as well, which is not something you commonly see banned in that first phase.
If Selena gets banned, what is this an indicator for? Because again, I get Marcel. Marcel is generally a first picker or insta-ban straight away. The same can be said about like Hirara and Fanny, which I'm expecting Pops to do. But then that leaves a couple of problems. Number one, Freya, untouched, right? Freya needs to go. It is just too good to let through. Then the second problem comes down to Paquito and then Valentina +3. Hey, sorry, +2 right now.
We know that in general, the strongest heroes in the meta right now are going to be like Paquito, Fanny, Hirara, Atlas.
Freya.
So a lot of these heroes are going to be the priority. Like you mentioned, we're going to see those heroes banned out by Flash. Gonna be a very common situation against Vamos since Error 404 has proven to the world that he is a very talented jungler.
He is. And there we go. The Atlas ban finally comes on through to tip the balance of the Valentina +2 scenario. I think now it's Valentina +1. The question is whether or not Pops is like, are we really letting Freya through?
If you had the option of both, would you prefer to start with Freya or Paquito?
Ooh. I think I would start with Freya almost every game.
Oh, really?
She's just too good. She counters so many different things in the metagame, and you have to like commit so many heroes and bans just to make her useless. And even then, there's still 4 other dudes that you have to worry about.
I personally feel like Paquito is a little more annoying to handle, though. Yes, Freya can be strong, but she also takes time to output that DPS and a little bit of time to scale as well. Compared to that, Paquito just builds up first with 1 or 2 items.
Oh, Melissa gets banned here. It's all up in the air. Freya, Paquito in play. Valentina and Belleric also.
What's it gonna be, Vamos? What would you like to start with?
They lock in Barats. They immediately lock in Barats. That'd be wild.
Not impossible. It is not too bad an answer to both those heroes. You have some way of locking things down. If Sabat was here, it would 100% be the Paquito first pick, I feel like. But now it's Ziska taking up the fray. What do they want to give him?
I don't know. They can definitely pick Paquito up later down the line. Or I think the real question is whether they care about Flash having it, right? As much as I believe that, the squad should be all right with or without it, it looks like Freya is going to get locked in. I'm telling you, Freya is like so nasty. As much as people believe that like, oh, Paquito's annoying, he's more flexible than anything else. He's good in every role you put him in. Freya is too good at what she does.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from here. Team Flash now going to have that option. Do they want Paquito for themselves? Do they want to grab the Belleric while they have the opportunity? Could be a way to deal with the Freya. Do they want things like the Phoveus? I feel like recently Phoveus just really doesn't feel good anymore.
It's not worth it. It really isn't. It doesn't win the lane hard enough, and he's really immobile, so even rotating with him feels pretty awful, right? Esme is definitely the direct counter pick that most professional players lean into while dealing with the Freya, but they decide to go for both Pac as well as the Esmeralda to keep things a little flexible.
Now, on one hand, this could be revealing that Flash wants to go for Paquito goal lane very early on, but because of the flexibility of the hero, he can still go into the jungle as well, depending on what Flash wants to do. By taking out the Esmeralda, they counter the Freya, and they remove a hero that's used to deal with Pack. So it's a good opening, but it does leave other options open, like that Belleric, which Vamos will snap up straight away.
Yeah, unfortunately, now that the Esme Paquito have been taken away, it's a little hard to punish, so it looks like Vamos may need to look at a different angle to try and hurt them. But they need the second half of the bans, right, to make it work, especially if we're targeting mid laners. And they also deter certain mid laners with this Harley pick as well.
I wouldn't have thought that Harley would be someone that Vamos would pick up this early on, though.
I think it's necessary, actually. I want to say that it would suck if they went for their mid laner first, because then you can immediately get counterpicked on the opposite side, and plus Eudora is going to be like the kind of go-to no matter what. If Eudora gets shown here on blue, then instantly Flash gets the punish on 3-4.
Fair enough, but I feel like Harley generally isn't going to be very good at handling either Paquito or Esmeralda, and while he can pick off Eudora, a stun at the wrong timing, going to make life very difficult forever for 04, but we've seen that he is capable of outplaying those situations, so this is a bit of a confidence vote for him too.
Yep, so far, Flash undecided upon what needs to go into the side lane. Let's see if there's any indicators of what it's going to be, because mid lane is going to get targeted. Very smart, getting rid of the Zushin, making sure that at least Zushin ain't going to be able to kind of set up these kills in advance.
And then the Moskov going to be the first choice for Vamos' bans as well.
Yes.
Getting rid of heroes that would be able to outmaneuver a Freya. Make sure that this hero is going to be as impressive as possible. Most likely it is a Freya gold lane. I feel like trying to push her into EXP against Esme is not going to get maximum value out of the hero.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mistake. And I think that this should also be a Melissa ban for the side of Vamos, just to really narrow down on the pool and force Pops to say, you know what, we gotta play double fight.
Melissa's already banned, actually.
Oh, you're right. Since Melissa's already gone, what does that mean? Bro? No, I don't think there's any other... I gotta think about this for a moment. Maybe Claude.
Yeah, maybe Claude. That's what I was thinking as well. Team Flash will go ahead and get rid of the Barats.
Dang it.
So they also are expecting this Freya to go gold, and Barat's one of the better heroes of handling Esmeralda EXP. Even if you go Uranus, it's not going to be the best matchup overall. So I think Flash is doing a good job of covering their bases. Coach Pops has always been quite solid when it comes down to drafting, and so far he is showing that same sort of style.
Interesting. They get rid of the Nolan. They don't want to give an early game over to Flash's side. And if their read is correct, that means the next best thing would probably be Hayabusa. Now that Fanny, Hirara, oh wait, no, there's still technically... No, they still can lean into Yishin Shin if they wanted to and play traditional double fighters at that point. Then that just leaves the question, what is the support? I think you get Cho here, and then you hold it.
Cho for Flash. It is Zorn, so it's always going to be a pretty solid option. They should have enough damage at front line. Yeah, I think a Cho here would be perfectly fine just to keep things safe. We know that a lot of teams haven't really been picking up the hero. Looks like Flash, though, not gonna follow that trend. This is the Legend's signature.
Yep. Right now, Flash is holding on cards close to their chest. They don't want to lose this game Blackjack just yet. But that last pick, that will determine whether this is double fighter or whether Paquito has to go into the jungle. Let's see what Vamos has to say about this, because right now, big issues would be, like now that Cho shows itself, man, single target lockdown sucks, but at the same time, going for something like Farsa could be a bit of an issue. Valentina is not a bad idea, but there's no real ults that you can technically take other than the Way of the Dragon, and if you're expecting Yishin Shin at the very end, you truly don't have any ults to steal.
In terms of mid lane, safest would probably be something like Lilia, I suppose. But we'll see, you know. It is the Valentina for Vamos, and they are gonna grab the Phoveus, actually.
Not a bad idea, knowing that maybe Yishin Shin is probably... Yishin Shin and, or an assassin like Hayabusa, all of them have dashes. That's something that Phoveus can take advantage of. Cho has 3 dashes, well, 4 dashes if I'm being perfectly honest. Paquito has 2 of his own. There's plenty of ways to actually build up your charge to apply your marks. And I think at this point, Flash, gotta make some choices here. Is Paquito, are they gonna play for a more early mid-game style and while still being able to scale with the Esmeralda, but more importantly with the marksman at the end? Or are they just gonna say, you know what, we're only going to play for the fights?
It's hard to go into the typical auto attack scaler since there is a Belleric on the opposite side, and going for a carry does get you countered by the Phobius somewhat. The Team Flash, they go for the carry. They keep it standard right here.
Oh, sad. I would have liked a little bit more. But Vamos, what's great about their composition is they don't need a dedicated anchor. They don't need somebody to watch the back line. Everybody is moving forward as they want to battle each other with these style of compositions. It's kind of up to Gary and Ukir to make things happen in the early game for Flash.
Yeah, it's a very formless style of battle, and that's exactly how Vamos likes to play MLBB. If everyone is allowed to operate in their own terms without relying too heavily on everyone else's presence, that is when they excel. Team Flash does have those tools. A lot of their heroes are fairly independent, but they're gonna have to keep Vanix safe in order to get that damage out. We'll find out what happens, because Vamos return to the Land of Dawn, eager to find some revenge for those grim results against Team Flash. Will their international experience avail them their first victory of the season?
Let's find out as we jump right on into the Land of Dawn to kick things off here in our second best of 3 of today. Vamos, it looks like the early start is going to be side green camp on the gold lane. They are going to end up towards the EXP side of things, and right now it's a losing matchup for the Phobius.
I feel like Phobius is just gonna have a really hard time in this meta regardless. Yes, there's a lot of dashes that he can play around, but I feel like he's just generally not bulky enough. And they've gone and specifically drafted him against Esme, which was a hero he had a tough time against even before his nerfs.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I would like to see the emblem set that they use. I don't know if Siska has been following the recent trend of top builds for this particular hero. And I know most people are going to be like, yeah, the top builds are kind of good. Oh yeah, he actually does. He goes for the tank emblem, goes concussive blast, right? Now, all of this is just to be able to clear the wave a little bit faster, but in terms of mid-early trades, it looks like Ukir as well as Zorn doing a pretty good job at laying in the damage on Kwangkun.
Gonna be hard to trade against a Cho Eudora lane at level 2. Their abilities are just so spammable. They have so much built-in DPS already that you expect to not really be able to get mid lane prio.
Yeah.
Because of that, Vamos only really has gold lane prio, which is gonna make that first turtle kind of difficult.
Now, here's the thing, right? I actually disagree that Siska needs to go for this concussive blast, because I think him trading and staying healthy is by far more important in the later stages of the game than trying to clear the wave and trying to keep up with him, unfortunately. There's just no way he can keep up. Like, genuinely no way. He doesn't have the movement speed to stick onto him, and Siska needs his level 4 to make anything happen in this game anyways, right? I would have liked him to gone for like a War Axe style build, fighter emblem, just to sustain through the pain.
I may have to agree with you. I feel like going for full tank Phobius, it's just not going to work. Especially in a game with a carry, you will just get melted anyway. May as well try to out-damage and out-survive. But well, the choice has been made. For now, Ziki gonna take a lot of abuse from the mid-duo. Gary gonna have control over the first turtle, but Vamos is here to force the reset.
They need to get Freya in the mix first. Yeah, once Freya is here, then they've got some guarantee.
Nako gonna instantly jump into the back line. The two-man knockout strike does a lot of damage though. Ever secures the turtle. Ramp of Dryad comes out, but Kwangkun dives straight in, takes out Tremar, and Nako finds his own kill on Gary.
See, this is why I want Freya every single time. Oh, I was 0 HP, I'm back to full. Like, what? What is this hero?
Yeah, I can see it now.
It's ridiculous.
Maybe I haven't had enough Freya exposure recently. She just gets banned every game.
Look, if she doesn't get banned in your game and you're playing EXP or Gold, just take it. It's so good. There's like so little counterplay to it. And when you think, oh no, I'm going to lose out, you never lose out on the trade.
Words to live by.
It's true. It's so true. Especially once you like drop down the Valkyries, it's like, what are you gonna do about it? Fight me?
All right, everyone. When we come home, when we go home and play ranked, let me play Freya. Yeah. You guys gonna be nice to me, yeah?
Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. This guy literally can't do anything in this lane. He doesn't even have Brave Smite to keep himself alive.
They get the kick onto Ziki. Man, he melts fast. All that early game DPS takes out the tree.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that Ukir has natural like inbuilt MR shred. So unlucky for Ziki here. He needs to build some MR to some shape and form. And let's not forget about the early damage coming in from Zorn, right? That's why this Cho is so deadly in the laning stage.
A lot of teams have veered away from playing the Cho nowadays in favor of the big bulky teamfight setters. But Zorn, this is his classic. He's gonna be very comfortable on it, at least until we get to that mid-game timing. Though it looks like Vamo is gonna try and punish one hit away. Deadly Magic takes just enough to take him out.
Really good play from Arrow 4-4. And he's not greeding out. He's going for the concentrated energy build into Brute Force Breastplate rather than Genius Wand into Sky Piercer. Either way, I mean, look at this trade. Are you having fun, Vanix? Are you having fun?
Vanix coming by from Singapore. A lot of his teammates have played with Team Flash before, though never like this. Pawkhood steals the kick and sets up the kill.
Clean dive from Vamos. Like, you could see it from a mile away. You knew as soon as Nako decided to trade and started hard shoving that lane, you know for a fact that he's about to get dove underneath turret. Glowing Wand purchased from Pawkhood, very important buy here, especially with how much sustainability 3mar actually has. On top of Gary, if I'm being perfectly honest, but you know, I digress.
Flash in a bit of a tough spot, but the goal lead's still not too big yet. They're still able to get setups with this show, but Gary has not been able to get as much of a lead as he would have liked. This Paquito jungle usually wants to be ahead. Zorn can be locked down, surrounded, has to flicker out at just the right time. Vamos, no kill there for now.
Well, how long can they actually do this for, right? Pawkhood, at the very least, still needs to wait until his ult comes back up and steal something away. The Way of the Dragon, honestly, is not a bad idea, but how often are you able to get that off in the middle of a team fight? And especially since Pawkhood didn't book. Wait, did he actually?
Oh, not again, man. This is the pub game goal lane experience.
Oh, yeah. That's why it's pretty unwinnable. There's nothing he can do until he hits 3 items. And even then, there's like a pretty good chance that he, you know, auto-attacks the wrong guy because ZK has taunts.
Ukir is dead. Error just shows up from the flank. Eudora falls, and the Raptor Dryad plus the kick onto Gary into the knockout strike. He just barely gets out.
Well, they could have played that a bit better, but it's not over just yet. 3mar trying to look for some kind of trade. I don't know what he's expecting.
Oh, no. There's 4 members of Vamos here, and they just take out the Esmeralda. Zorn kicks the Harley, but it's not going to be enough. Error just shows back up, nearly takes him out as well. 1 hit away from death. That's going to be a free mid-tower.
Actually, he didn't kick Harley. He was actually kicking Natko in that case, but he luckily was able to buffer his Valkyries just in time. So that way, if he does go for the follow-up, he's got to follow along with the Valkyries. Either way, Vamos, very clean game. Like, nothing to complain about. 1.4k lead for... Oh, wow. I'm surprised. A 1.3k lead for Clockwood of all people.
I mean, he is 3-0-4 on the Valentina. He's actually been stealing kick because, well...
What else is there to
basically the best ult to steal. And he's been working really well with it.
It is doing him a lot of favors right now, but it also helped that Error 4-4 he's targeted Ukir multiple times at this point, right? He makes Ukir feel nervous about using the stun too early.
Eudora, very strong hero nowadays, but the stun, while effective, is only going to be useful in specific situations, and you want to try and save it to catch Error off guard, which is never going to happen now that Vamos has a comfortable lead to play with.
Yeah, but also it helps that right now, Vamos, they've got plenty of information, right? All tier 1s have kind of been destroyed. At this stage, Team Vamos are going to balloon their 4.8k lead to probably like a 6k and above if they wanted to, just by like stalling out this turtle, right? And playing on that top side. But they don't need to. Now that they see, hey, all the camps are gone, let's just take the turtle and then maybe set up for another dive.
Yeah, the snowball officially in effect at this point. Flash really cannot afford to keep losing more fights. I think they only really have a leeway of 1 or 2 more before the game just goes out of control for them completely. And Vamos is going to be aiming for that.
Interesting spread for both compositions. They will get an early holy shielding because what else is Team Flash going to do? But just notice the fact that Team Vamos, they're willing to sacrifice a bot tier 1. Like, they're not greeding out. It's like, okay, you can take a little bit of gold back, but that is not going to matter when they find a snipe like this.
Eudora usually picked as a way to counter Harley, but in the hands of Error 404, that counter may as well not exist. Ukir has not been allowed to play the game.
Nope, has not been able to breathe even. And I think now this is where the tier 2 starts to break, and they're looking for that 6k gold lead.
See, Gary is trying to trade for a tower down bottom. I don't think Vamos will make it in time, so he should be able to get that tier 2. Well, actually, no. It's still early enough in the game that it's too bulky for him to sneak. He has to go home.
Yeah, let's pull up the item list in just a bit. Zipper, whenever you feel like it, that'd be great. Because I just saw Zeke actually getting a Chastised Pauldron, which is a great buy this early on. Considering that, yeah, no Golden Staff, no DHS as well coming in from that carry. Vanix is still falling behind. Gary just got his sustain with the War Axe now, so at least he can get in and out of these fights. But on the opposite end, right? They've got an answer to their physical damage. They have an answer to, if I am low, what can we do? They also have an answer to potentially if the tanks start walking up, they now have a Wishing Lantern on top of everything else, which is kind of an interesting take here from Clockhood.
And why not? When you're this far ahead, may as well pile on the damage, right? You already have the glowing wand for the anti-heal.
I would have imagined that it would have been like a Divine Glaive, you know? Like, get the instant burst alongside Air 4-4, or like build into, or ask Air 4-4 to build a Genius Wand so that both of you can benefit from the MR Shred?
I think that Wishing Lantern does have a little bit more value for them right now, because it is universal max HP damage, whereas Divine Glaive a little bit more effective if the enemy team actually has magic defense built.
It's fair, but especially in the early, like considering that we're at the 30k mark, it's 9 minutes into this game, right? I would imagine that just getting greedy here isn't the worst idea.
I think Wishing Lantern is kind of greedy.
Is it greedy? I feel like it only works for 3-mar and everybody else is like, it doesn't matter. Like even a Divine Glaive would be more than enough to like essentially take out 2/3 of Zorn's health.
Consider this. Now that he's got Wishing Lantern, he can... No, I was gonna say he can kick the Esmeralda, but 3-mar has Purified.
Yeah,
so
it kind of doesn't matter at the same time, right? See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like his primary targets aren't gonna be the frontliners anyway. Like unless it's purely for Peel. And if we're talking about Peel, then you might as well go for some other items rather than the Wishing Lantern. But that's just a small nitpick. Ooh,
the 3-mar is gonna jump in. Probably not the best idea. Gets terrified, has to Purify at the last second. Zorn comes in from the side, not able to kick because they're just piled up against the wall. Good positioning from Vamos. Ukir nearly goes down again to a cheeky deadly magic. And all of this happens before the Lord even shows up. Now the Valkyrie's descent zones out everyone. The Lord collides with the mid tower. Should go down easily. Flash can offer no resistance.
Yeah, I would like to see them get at least this top inhibitor. Oh, okay. But they can't defend it. They can't defend it at all.
Yep, top tower will fall. They'll deal with the Lord, but the damage is done.
Unfortunate. And now Vamos, I mean, yes, they could technically wait and make something happen down on this bottom inhibitor as well, but really there's no need to. Just wait for Flash to walk out and kill him.
Flash really just can't do much anymore. AK gold lead in 11 minutes. We've seen bigger. Oh, the kick is wrong. Ziska with the flicker timing. Zorn gonna eat the deadly magic, and the Raptor Dryad zones out the rest of Flash. Mega kill for the Harley. He's gonna get stunned. He's gonna be able to blink back out though. Meanwhile, the minion wave collides with the bottom tower. Gonna be able to work on that easily. 3-mar gets terrified, and Nako picks up a killing spree. Team Vamos walking away with the game right now. Another deadly magic nearly takes out Ukir with only a single blow, and they find Gary. Completely isolate him. Unstoppable streak as Vamos move on in and take game 1.
Beautifully clean. Beautifully clean from their side. I got nothing to say. I mean, Vamos played that really, really well. A lot of great moments from them. Really good identifications of when they can actually fight it. More importantly, just the fact that we saw Clockhood at least set the tempo. I'm gonna take the ult. We're gonna set up for a dive on bot side. They see the angle, they initiate straight away. Turtle fight, the same exact situation. They are looking to just zone out their opponents, and if they want to fight, sure, but we got Freya. What do you guys have?
It's very clean execution coming in from the Vamos side, and like you pointed out, Freya, very difficult hero to deal with. And they didn't even really need his presence for most of the game. Once he joined, it was already such a massive lead for Vamos that it is easy for them.
Very easy, as a matter of fact. But man, can't say much about this particular game. Can't say too much. Because there were certain angles in this game that they had to start taking advantage of, right? When you have Cho on your side, you need to start looking for picks. And I think they couldn't make the hard decision of I'm sorry, Vanix, you're just gonna have to take it up the butt, my guy. What do you even tell him? It's oh, I'm sorry, we gotta go up to play strong side. That's it. They could have given him a double fighter scenario. Then it becomes a no-win scenario no matter what.
Yeah, that's probably why the Phobius was locked in at the end, just to deny the possibility of that. Even if I feel like the hero is not so good, he does still do the role of making your opponent hesitate to pick up too many dashes. And in the end, they still had to grab some dashes because Carry dashes quite a lot as well.
She does.
So there's not really a good answer for Flash, and that's probably how the draft was directed.
That's the thing. I think that they were holding their cards too close to their chest, but man, give it up for MVP of this game, Error 404. Like, he was finding some really good angles to punish his opponents, especially Ukir, right? And I think he understood if Ukir falls behind, then our worst possible area, our worst possible thing that could happen in the team fight, which is one of our members getting one shot, is kind of out of the question.
Yeah, he recognizes that Eudora is strong, but she needs items to be strong. She needs to be a hit to be strong, to constantly threaten with poke. So if you pick her off a couple times, that momentum becomes stifled instantly. They did not choose to reinforce the EXP lane. They let Siska take it up the butt, as you put.
Yep.
And they focused on the other parts of the map instead, denying Vanek scaling, denying Ukir scaling, and then the rest just falls into place.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's a good thing that Siska didn't lose his lane too hard. He ended at level 4 at the same time as the Esme 3-mar in this particular case as they were walking out, right? And I think it's good enough. It is more than good enough. But the thing that I have like a bit, slight gripe with is the emblem set, right? I would have wished that Siska was able to go for that fighter emblem, but at the same time, it's like, you can't win them all. You can't win them all. You know that you're going to be playing on weak side, therefore, let Natko do what he does best, and trust that Zkeef and as well as Clockwood can set the plays up. And I like the way that Zkeef is playing because now he's starting to understand what makes Zorn great. It's selling information to his opponent. He's purposely like getting in Zorn's face, but if Zorn is right in front of him, that means Zorn isn't waiting in a bush. He isn't hiding in a different spot to actually affect the laner. As long as he keeps this man-to-man defense and gives it up at the right times, he will always have tempo on him.
It really feels like the logical progression of a story, right? Because a few seasons ago, remember, everyone was saying that, Zkeef could be the next big roamer for MY. He has what it takes to face off against Zorn, and now observe the way that he's able to manipulate this roam 1v1 offers so much to Vamos.
Yeah, a lot. So much. And I think that's the big problem with a lot of like Cho into traditional AoE team fighting tanks is that you don't know where to kind of find your moments in these games to create it. And knowing Zorn being one of the best Cho players in Malaysia, as is and arguably even the world, I would say that, unfortunately, this was Zkeef. He definitely clapped him just a little too hard in the lane, and more importantly, just gave him no room to find those moments, to find those kicks.
There's also that natural anti-dynamic, because, like, Cho will typically try to kick whoever he can. In the past, you would just kick the roamer and burst him down, but you can't do that to team fight rovers, right?
Yeah.
And we have had way too many pub series of Cho kicking Tigreal into the team. Franco hooking Tigreal into the team.
Dear
That's not
God.
a good story.
Those are not. Barat spitting Tigreal back into your team. It keeps on going. But the tough part here is every lane just didn't have like a solid answer. Like, oh yes, I'm able to leave the lane first. I'm winning it out against Phobius. But what does that really mean? It's not really getting them anything, right? And I think that's what we needed to see. We needed them to actually take advantage of the fact that strong side is towards EXP. We need to start invading on that side, like pretty early on.
I feel like Flash just didn't have quite enough initiative to play with this game, but I also don't blame them too much because I feel like the game accelerated a lot quicker than they were hoping
Initially
for,
anticipating.
right?
Yeah.
Because like they started strong, like we mentioned. There was only one winning lane for Vamos, and that was the Freya.
Yeah, it was basically the Freya. I think the mid lane, I would give it over to Flash. I think they played that mid lane really, really well with Ukir as well as Zorn. A lot of their damage was highly focused on Clockwood in a lot of these scenarios, right? And once Clockwood is forced to recall that first time, then you have more control between level 2 and level 4. But after that is where we saw like a lot of the big issues, right? Like they couldn't get past Belleric, unfortunately, on Zkeef. And not to mention that I like the fact that Arrow 404 is kind of hovering in a lot of... Like he's showing himself on purpose to be like, hey, look at me, Eudora. Like you have to understand that once Eudora loses that, ball lightning, then he goes for the all-ins. But naturally, Eudora, if I see Harley, I'm keeping it for as long as I possibly can until it's necessary,
Ball Lightning is a crucial core to Eudora's damage combo, but it is also the team's only true answer to Harley.
Yeah.
So as long as error is on the screen, Ukir has to hold on to it. So there's no like spamming. And if they time it correctly, where Ukir has already used the fork lightning before the ball lightning, then you don't have the full combo and the damage is a lot less.
Exactly. Breaking down the comps, it's very simple to see that in terms of the laning phase, I think blue side, unfortunately Valdo, he's got Pobs beat there, right? Pobs, he tried to keep his draft as like hidden as possible until the very, very end. And I think unfortunately for Vanix, he just did not feel the confidence to play into this Freya, right? And I think that was the main issue. If he can't play into the Freya and he knows that in long drawn out fights, they're still going to lose anyway, what's the point? Let's go for something that scales. And I think the carry is not a bad idea. But unfortunately, if you're not going to be fighting for these turtles anyway, knowing that Freya is going to join them, then where's the extra help to get carry off of her feet?
It does feel weird that even though Flash did initially have lane control, we never really saw them do much with it. I feel like Clawkun had more successful kicks than Zorn.
Exactly. Like Zorn could not find angles, and I don't blame him because ZK was doing a really good job, right? Those taunts really annoying to deal with. So in that particular sense, you need to find different angles with specifically the Paquito, right? Paquito can technically be that setup for you. The knock-up strike gives you, yes, it does push people away, but more importantly, it's a short mini stun, right? It displaces them. You can't use abilities while you're caught in that animation. That's when Cho needs to come in, follow it up with a kick. All right? Now, let's pull up a clip here real quick. Hopefully, this works exactly how it intended to. But from this particular fight, let's see how it plays out, right? Very first turtle. As we talked about in this composition, once Natco gets into the middle of this fight, it suddenly becomes impossible to play. They've already compromised Ukir at this stage of the game. Let's put this in slow motion, right? They've already caught Ukir at this point. Zorn is not level 3, mind you. And yes, at the very least, Siska, he's trying his absolute best, but he also knows that he has to flicker out of there so he doesn't die. Natco manages to get back out and now is starting to zone the rest. But then all of the abilities are gone. No major ultimates, and most importantly, their big team fight damage dealer Ukir had already used the majority of their cooldowns, making this fight less than ideal, right? So they have so many ways to lock down the frontliners like Natco, like Siska, but they don't have enough damage to completely finish them off.
This first turtle fight, I think, plays a massive role in how the game went. Flash already at a disadvantage here because this is a 5v4. It's a lot easier for Natco to join the fight compared to Vanix, who has to just stay there and farm. And he instant jumped onto Gary first, knowing that the Paquito unfortunately has the disadvantage of not being able to dash through people. It will always stop. Now, they did actually end up taking a lot of damage from the two-man knockout strike, and that could have been disastrous for them. But they were able to survive just in time. And since they had their ultimates, they could use that to disengage and restart.
See, but here's the thing. Why didn't they just go for the disengage, right? This should have been knock-up strike. We get out of here straight away. But unfortunately, the Terrified coming in from Clawkun didn't give them that option, right? At that point, that bought them the few precious seconds for Siska to flicker away, Natco to start turning his sights towards Zorn, and because there was the follow-up from the flicker on Zkif once he hit level 4, then it became impossible. I think this should have been a no contest. They should have just played for their gold lane. Vanix was supposed to get ahead because of it. And because First Blood as well as Second Blood was given over to the right targets and Natco was able to get an assist and the kill on both of them, it already solidified the game for Flash.
Yeah, the snowball basically started from this first turtle. After that, it's all a Vamos game. And I don't blame Flash for trying to go for that initial fight. I think even they were probably surprised by how much damage they were doing. But you're right about that Terrify. It catches you when you least expect it. You don't usually think about it too much because it takes a moment for Valentina to pop it out. Not to mention that they may have been a bit hesitant to disengage because like, hey, wait, their health is quite low. We might be able to win this one. But those small moments of hesitation can affect things.
It really does. And I love the fact that ZK understood not only his role, but he knows he's low. He walks back in the Pixel Brush and he waits. He waits until he hits level 4. Once he hits level 4, that's when he flickers in to make the actual play happen in the first place, right? So again, it's a lot of these moments, and as a support, you need to know when you have an advantage over your opponent, because in moments like that where you're dependent on your ult, it makes all the difference.
It's moments like this as well that show why Vamos is so good at these types of compositions, where every hero can operate quite independently. They have figured out how to juggle damage, right? How to split it up correctly, how to enter and disengage from team fights at the right time.
Exactly.
Sometimes they push their limits a bit too far, but in this case, they clearly had more composure and experience compared to Flash going into it.
Yeah, and I think that for now, Flash needs a straightforward composition, because if they want to make sure they play, I don't want to see them play formless just yet. I think that, you know, that's very unique to Vamos, how they can kind of like start fights kind of anywhere and still make a lot of plays. I believe that Flash at this stage of the game, wow, we look a little different here, but I'm really hoping that Flash at the end of the day is going to be the ones who make the difference overall. Like, we got to see a real series from them, at least one game.
Absolutely. And yeah, we are looking a little bit different right now. In fact, yeah, thank you very much to...
I'm Chinese again! Oh, thank God. It was weird for a moment there. I used to be so tall, but now, back to regular height. Coming from
I feel like you're tall normally, though.
Look, it's hard to tell on these chairs.
No, I can tell. I think you can kind of...
We're the same height right now, you know? We're the exact same height.
Are we?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think you're still a little taller.
Nah, it's the forehead and the hair. It's fine. Don't worry about that.
I didn't want to say it.
Look, I'll be the one that comes out.
All right.
It's me every single time. But what are some of the adaptations you're hoping for game number 2?
Well, don't let go of Freya.
Don't let go of Freya, yeah.
I think that has to be the first thing. Second thing is, unfortunately, I think Zorn's old like pickoff style just doesn't quite work. You might have to put him on these team fight setters. Like, try to see if you can set up for an Atlas, you know, Bellaric, heck, even a Badang, probably a little bit more effective than what Cho is able to offer. And I think Flash needs to speed up the game a bit. If you have to draft double fighter to let the game accelerate so that you're at least able to match Vamos' pace, that might be a sacrifice you have to make.
No, I feel like they need to stay true to their word. I think that.
You think so?
I think that their comp just now, they're like, I'm gonna fight first turtle, even though I don't have like my support ults, or even like, you know, 5 of my guys ready to go. That's that's just me personally. But what about you at home? You saw it down there just now. Is it A or B? Which one is it gonna be? Let's have a look at our players right now to see how they're feeling, because we did see the champ coming in from Team Flash, and they look motivated to try and at least turn this into a 1-1.
I will say, his experience certainly lends itself to mental composure. Zorn never really looks overly upset even after a loss, and you know that he is always the mood setter for Team Flash. He plays a very important role, even if maybe he's not able to achieve the same degrees of micro as before. I'm hoping that they're able to bring that mentality forward.
Yeah, I want to see whether or not they can actually solve their issue. Like, where are they going to start playing from, right? I mean, I want to say Vanix, but at the same time, Zorn, he is just, thank you for the scouting report here. A+ in terms of tier, role roamer, archetype, a disruptor, roam. That's messing me up, don't worry. Playstyle, chaos agent, pickoff artist, field general. I'm not so sure about that third one though.
No, I can see it.
Maybe in a team that all speaks BM, but like...
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I see where you're coming from. I think Zorn's English is not bad, though. I think he's been getting a lot better.
But for like high-level play, it is a completely different
I guess so.
ballgame.
It depends on how the directions are. Like how you could just say like, go. You know?
Sir, yes, sir. I don't want to hear anything else. Go. Sir, yes, sir.
And then you misunderstand and you go home.
Where did my goal later go? He's back at home. He just decided to disappear.
I like how he also had Provocateur, Highlight Maker. Yeah, this guy, he taunts. He was the origin of the recall spam.
Yep.
And here we have his career stats.
Oh my god, actually his career stats are kind of insane. How does he still have like a 70.9% teamfight kill participation and 71.7% in Season 17's average role?
I'm honestly not too surprised. Every time a fight happens, he's there. Zorn is never not there for a fight. I'm surprised it's not higher, actually.
I mean, like, and then you compare that over to his 2.76 KD and you're like, wait, that doesn't really make sense. Like,
oh, that makes sense.
What the heck? How is he? He's going in there, he's getting these kicks, he's not dying.
I mean, a 2-point-something KDA is not the highest either.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's either it's like...
Because remember, assists are counted.
Oh, you're right about that. God damn it. So that means he would have, with enough assists, it would be every... I'm trying to do the math. 2.5 assists?
Something like that, yes.
2.5 assists to that. So that means...
So that's not actually very good.
On average, he is not getting the kills. He's getting at least double the assists each time. Man, you can't reverse engineer the formula on this one. Dang, that's unlucky. That is unlucky.
I mean, one of the weaknesses mentioned earlier as well was like sacrifice prone.
Sacrifice prone? When are we gonna see him back on Fanny?
Oh, that's what we need to see.
Yums got away with it. Zorn got away with it.
The Roam Fanny.
The Roam Fanny, dude.
That actually became the main carry.
God, that was a time. That was a time. Hey, University Malaya to MPL MY. Welcome, welcome. Good to see a lot of local boys joining us here.
I think it's nice to see that the fan base has really been growing, actually.
I mean, literally growing up.
That too.
I bet he's been watching MPL since high school.
Could be, maybe younger, right?
Honestly, there's a good chance, right?
There's probably people being born watching MPL. As they come out, the first thing they see is Zorn.
I don't. the dad and mom are the fans.
Yes.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Let's jump into the drafting phase here to see what Game 2 is going to start looking like. And to kick things off, Flash actually going on blue side. Vamos on the red on dangerous grass.
All right, let's see what will be prioritized. Vamos got away with a Freya first pick last game. Flash, will they set up for themselves to open with it? They banned the Fanny, they banned the Hirara. Vamos, though, will get rid of the Freya and the Melissa.
I don't understand. Why are we the ones banning out the Fanny and the Hirara? Is Gary not confident in playing it? Is that why?
It's not impossible, I feel like.
I mean, he's got hands. He plays like Nolan. I'm sure Hirara isn't that hard. You only have like...
There's a lot of pub players who would beg to differ.
No, I agree. I'm trash at Hirara. I don't know how to start a snowball.
You know how many people out there said when Hirara came out that she was a bad hero?
Yeah. They didn't have like 4 other teammates.
They didn't have 4 other fingers.
They didn't have 4 other
Don't worry, guys. Neither do I. I'm one of you.
I'm one of you. We are together in this. We are together in this. Marcel, follow-up ban here from the side of Pops. And now let's see what Valdo wants to get rid of at this stage. Selena. All right. Ooh, basically the exact same thing, but on opposite side.
Is Ukir known for Selena? Because they've banned it twice now.
I mean, it depends on what you want to deal with and what you don't want to deal with. And I'm not going to lie, Selena is pretty annoying, like just in general. Not to mention the vision that she's able to give you. Like, I think that's the worst part.
Actually, thinking about it, a team that likes to be chaotic would probably not want to deal with Selena. Like, you want to run at people. You don't want to have to dodge arrows. You don't want to have your ambushes revealed by traps.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. It also, like, doesn't help the fact that you can't, like, track the jungler as the enemy jungler as effectively because she leashes him and then it's just, like, twice as fast and clear. Now, let's see what the first pick is going to be. Show me Barat. Oh, we're not doing the Barat openers here. We're going for the Belleric openers instead. Not even the Paquitos.
Belleric was a pretty big problem for Flash in the last game, so maybe they're respecting it now, but I feel like the other heroes would have had higher priority. If Vamos goes for Barats now, they can just eat the Belleric. Paquito does have some issues with it, that's why Gary couldn't really play the game much last time, but as long as you maneuver correctly, it's still a very solid option.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that a lot of people just tend to use the jab, use the jab as a means to kind of like deal damage, but it's also like a pretty good escape tool, right? Let's not forget that the champion status gives you movement speed when you use it. Now we have Harley alongside with the Valentina. As expected here, I would have expected the Barats to show up instead of the Harley, but I think for now, I mean, Era 4-4, he's doing a great job on it. Like, why not?
There's some deja vu here. I think this is the draft that AC went with in game 1 on red side.
Did they open
Valentina Harley? I think so.
Red side?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
I think it didn't go too well for them that game. Yeah, that's because they went for the Carmilla EXP.
Oh yes, you're right. That was the game. I was trying to figure out which one in those three kids was it.
They all kind of mushed together.
I mean, especially when you got Carmilla going into the EXP, that's when you're like, all right, we're really trying some wild things here. Some wild things. Flash, 2 more seconds left on the clock to decide whether or not they actually want to actually.
Oh. Okay, why not?
Rafa on dangerous grass? Huh. Huh.
Rafaela does usually pair well with heroes like Uranus, Bellaric, Paquito. But you are right, I didn't think about the map as a factor.
Because the only reason why people play Rafaela in Flying Clouds is because you reduce the downtime of the person being dead, and then they can get back into lane at no loss of their EXP if you time it right.
I can still see it being fairly good, but definitely not as efficient when it is not on Flying Cloud.
Well, first let's see what quote unquote the jungle or EXP pick, like it has to be damage at this point. There's still Paquito and Bellaric are extremely flexible, so that's kind of up in the air. But they need some form of damage. Like they can't quote unquote fight forever, but like if they get singled out, there's really not much counterplay to it.
Rafaela herself is going to be pretty vulnerable to the Harley, so Error 404 already licking his lips, seeing that potential target. Last game, Ukir got hunted multiple times over and over. This game, I imagine he's going to try and recreate it. Raf does have a way of dealing with it, because once you have the flask, then your healing does help deal with the deadly magic, but you got to get there first.
Let's also not forget about the Holy Baptism, right? Again, really powerful ability to kind of disengage your team, or even like flickering forward to set up a play for the rest of your team. Either way, just it makes it a little difficult for Harleys and Valentinas to like walk up for fun. And even so, Rafa, a pretty good matchup into the Valentina, especially like laning phase.
Your team is
Vamos going to go ahead and ban Harif, makes sense. Any sort of hero that benefits from sustain and mobility is going to be a pain to deal with. So they don't want that paired with the Raf. Now the Valentina can already have the Bellaric ult to steal, so that means that Vamos can play around both Fatal Links and Wrath of the Dryad. Flash gonna get rid of the Barats, just to remove one more tanky front line to play with.
Dude, what? Wait, okay, if they ban out, I guess it's good overall, but then is this to make like the potential opening for like Bellaric going into the EXP possible so the pack can go into the jungle again? Because that's what it feels like it's moving towards to.
I don't really feel like I like Pac in the jungle as much. I really feel like he reaches maximum efficiency in lane. There's very few heroes that can match his 1v1.
I mean, true, but his impact is more felt on jungle because you can like fight anywhere on the map compared to just being limited in lane. Or like in EXP and maybe even mid when you get the chance to rotate over. Claude, the next pick for Vamos.
I feel like you can still rotate pretty well even from the side lane though as a Paquito. You'll usually win against any opponent, so you can just rotate.
Well, we'll find out here. Uranus going to get picked up. Dude, they don't have any damage. What are you talking about? What are we doing here? Okay. So now that we have like a late game scaler there, so basically Rafa is going to be the mid laner.
And we kind of expected that. I think we all knew that was probably what they were going for. The Obsidia gonna make her debut. I'm not sure if I like this very much. It's a very late game scaling hero, so that means that Flash actually needs to wait for that late game, but then Vamos have a Claude.
I think that, like, I'm trying to figure out, are they that worried about Siska's, like, counter pick at the very end? Is that what they're concerned about? It's like, oh no, if Siska gets Phoveus, it's over for us, you know? But it, like, doesn't matter because Esme was out the entire time anyways.
I don't really know. Flash does have good heroes to pair with Raph, right? Like Bellaric, Uranus, Raph, usually you will just never kill them. So that does cause some issues for Vamos if they're trying to set up early kills with Error 404, but if he just times it right and picks off Ukir, then it'll be the same as game 1.
I don't know. It feels like both sides didn't want to, like, 100% commit to an early stage composition, and I think this is their best way to kind of play around each other, right? Right now, Uker is going to be playing on Rafaela. There is Vanix, there is some dedicated late game scaling for Team Flash, but it might be a little on the slow side.
Well, we'll see whether they can achieve that goal of slowing things down, getting that scaling, and winning out through the late stage. Because right now, Vamos, one game away from taking this series and starting off the season with a clean sweep, and only Flash will be able to stand as their obstacle.
It's time to see whether or not it's going to be a clean sweep or not. Flash, there's only one opportunity here to even up the score, and for now, Gary and Vanix are going to help each other get this leash down as soon as possible, and an early retribution being used from either side. No leash on the opposite end.
At the lane matchups, this time Vamos will have that lane priority since, well, Valentina will easily clear wave faster than a Raph, and that means Error can go for the top lane, getting nice regen timing to keep himself alive.
Nice, nice. But still, this is still a pretty awkward situation. He hasn't hit level 2 on time, and Natco is going to get some free gold here in the meantime. He can try to set up the wave for something else, but ideally I think he wants to hard push this next coming wave.
Gary also going to be in the mid lane, not looking for a gank for now, just farming that litho. Team Flash has already lost a little bit of that advantage. This gold lane matchup is important since both are late game MMs.
I'm very confused as to why. Man, I think that the emblem setup this time around coming in from Zorn might be a bit of a mistake, right? Like, I get Brave Smite as a means to kind of like keep yourself alive, but you need to kind of make sure that the mid lane gets cleared out at a reasonable pace, right? And now you're competing against two heroes who, again, clear the wave decently well. One has Concussive Blast, and I mean, these Shadow Strikes, what do you do, right?
You have a healer mid lane with a not particularly fast clearing roamer, and you have no concussive. So yeah, you're right. Vamos already cleared wave quicker. Now it's even more so on their favor. Just see how much of an impact Zkeef is having on the map.
I mean, I personally believe that Zorn just needs to get into the faces of the enemy team, right? That's kind of the only way he can kind of get some kind of control in this mid. Oh, all right. Some good damage coming in from Gary, gonna force Zkeef to actually, you know, get on out of there. But now 3mar gonna try and open up a map himself.
Early game Flash does still have things to play for. They are very bulky, like we mentioned before. Trimar already having the heal flicker out. Uh-oh, Siska in a bad place. He gets stunned. First blood to Ukir. And the Wrath of Dryad not able to let Vamos continue. Error already low. I don't think they should fight this. Yeah, Gary will get that turtle for free.
Yeah, they're just trying to hold a hostage here. Pretty good play overall, I'm not gonna lie. Pretty good play. Especially since, you know, Ukir did a really good job at landing the Holy Baptism before Klokun could set up for the stolen Wrath of the Dryad, making sure that it was almost a guaranteed scenario for them. So really well done coming in from Flash's side as they create a 1k lead. And you can see that Vanix finally making sure that he's even against Natco in this lane, which is good enough.
Actually wins out as well. You can see he has a slight EXP lead, especially after this crab. And now the Wrath of the Dryad will lock down Zkeef. Atlas still level 3.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens when the supports start falling behind and they don't hit level 4 in the right time. It gets harder to play.
Gary will steal that purple buff too. So now Team Flash in control. While the Rafaela comp not as efficient on non-flying clouds, still a very difficult lineup to deal with early game.
Yeah, that's the perp stolen at this point. And now Arrow 4-4 looking to set up a gank on this top side. It looks good. It looks so good.
Blazing Duet comes out. Vanix will back off. Luckily for Vanix, there were minions in the way, so Era couldn't just dive in.
I was thinking whether or not he has enough damage to go for the dive underneath the turret, but then again, it's too risky, right? Hunter Bone would keep it locked underneath the turret, and he probably would have traded anyway. So safer just to move away, especially since the rest of his team has told him that Zorn was already on his way up there as well. Better to just walk. Oh, okay. So they're double waving Vanix for this. They gotta really drag out this game, huh?
I mean, it's working out so far. Trimar literally cut wave in front of the inhibitors down bottom as well, so he's gonna have a lot more freedom to move around compared to Siska. And we already saw the numbers advantage playing a role in the previous game. Team Flash are officially in control.
Oh no, Siska, he missed out that one
How did that happen?
I mean, it happens, but like now it's a slow push. He needs to quickly head on over to the turtle side and contest for mid.
2k gold lead, 2 kills for Flash. actually a pretty sizable gold advantage at this point in the game. I don't think Vamos is gonna try and walk up. In fact, Ever has to retreat just to secure his own orange.
Nothing much you can really do about that. And I think it's fine, right? Without that early lead, without that early turtle, and most importantly, without first blood, Team Vamos, they're just going to have to wait for Air 404 to complete first items or really find an isolated target who's truly by themselves. Because at this stage, Gary has done a very good job at not only wasting his time, but the counter jungling as well. It's level 9 to level 6 so far.
That is the benefit of a Rafaela. You should be abusing that mobility. Nako just barely dodges that Hunt of Bone. That would have been disastrous for him. But now the taunt onto Zkeep into the Wrath of Dryad. They're taking out the Atlas before he can do anything.
That's so sad. Zkeep, he didn't know. He didn't know what was happening. Zorn ripped that ult inside of a bush and you just don't see the animation before it's too late. So it's very sad, and Vanix needs the wave, my guy.
Gary gonna eat some damage here, but this time he is actually ahead as the Paquito, so becomes exponentially more difficult to easily pick off. Vamos now playing from behind. They're gonna have to figure something out.
Yep. Flash, they get the tempo this time round. And I think they're using the tempo much better than they did in game number 1, right? They're finding the cleaner openings. They're making sure that they're taking their time with a lot of their movements across the map, because unfortunately this comp takes a little bit of time to get online, right? At this point, Gary is kind of the only early game proponent other than Rafaela to start, looking for picks across the map. But now Vanix getting involved here for some reason. Wait, do they not realize that Aero 44 is down on the bot side of the map?
Doesn't seem like it. They're more focused on getting the side lane pushed on the opposite side, set up for the turtle. Vanix did just finish his Sky Piercer as well, so that's probably why he's joining the fights, to see if he can get some cheeky stacks early.
He still needs a little bit more farm, but now able to actually net themselves another tier 1. Unfortunately for Air 404, he did not want to commit a little bit further for the next wave, but look up topside.
Ooh, Fatal Links, they've caught someone! Tremor, Deadly Magic, he flickers out, but surely he takes down. Yup, Error finally finds a kill, so they will give up another turtle for it, and Ukir just gonna bring Tremor right back.
Oh no, I died! Oh, what a doozy. It took 4 of you to deal with me and all of your ult, and I'm already back.
So anyway.
So, how was your... weather's great today, good boys. Like, this is the frustrating part about Rafaela, right? It feels hard to punish people's timings, especially when your opponents are able to just get brought back to life, and then you're immediately back on the proxy.
I think Vamos doesn't really have a choice. They have to wait for late game now. Nako is really their only answer, because even if Error gets an execute, yeah, Ukir will just bring them right on back. He needed to get the early timing where he would pick off the Rafaela, but that never happened. So Team Flash still in a very comfortable spot.
Extremely comfortable. It's going to be a slow-paced game throughout. A 4.4k lead as they now invade the opposite side of the map and are looking for tier 2s, right? As long as they vertically jungle, Air 44 is just falling further and further behind. 3 levels now. Well, still maintaining a 3-level deficit.
Like Team Vamos is gonna go for that split push game, but Premar gonna do the same. Purify forced out top. Natko nearly dead to a 3-man tower dive under his own inhibitor. But he does buy some time for his team at least.
A little bit of time, but time isn't everything right now, and Vamos aren't able to create more openings or find it, right? Oh, conceal. They want to punish this, they're going to do it again.
They see Tremar way out of position behind the tower. The rest of his team not nearby, and they will find the kill. So a punish there going to be useful.
Oh,
this guy going to spot out the rest of Flash, stops them from taking the mid-tier 1.
Wow, okay, so they managed to defend the mid-tier 1. I thought that if they lost the mid-tier 1, that was not going to be worth the trade overall, but at the same time, Team Vamos, they still have a majority of their ults. The only thing that's missing right now is the Deadly Magic. So if Vamos want to take a timer, they could. Still 3 more seconds until Tremar comes back up. But the Lord is already spawned, so it's either they fight now or they start doing the Lord dance.
I think Team Vamos is gonna just play it safe, right? Set up for Natko's farm. They understand the same thing we do. They're not really going to achieve anything until this Claude gets farmed up, and even then it's gonna be tricky. Because of that, there's a very large time window for Team Flash to continue playing around the map. Gonna be a free Lord for Gary. Z keeps showing up. Does he want to commit? Yes, Fatal Links on 2. Into the Wrath of Dryad, stolen by Clockhood, but the damage is not there yet. Natko not in position to go in with the fight. Ziska gonna drop low, have to walk away. the mid-tier one will fall.
They're too thick. They're too thick, and it doesn't help that Ukir is topping them up every single time. Let's pull up the item list real quick and see whether or not oracles have come into play. I'm not 100% sure, but it looks like it's the glowing wand. Flask of the Oasis already done for Ukir. Queen's Wings finally purchased by Gary at this stage of the game. So now he's got a little bit of tankiness on top of the natural damage that he has. And yeah, there we go. So it's full tank build coming in from 3mar, right? Dom Ice immediately went for Oracle as a follow-up support item.
Uranus with any sort of healer is absolutely disgusting. And Ukir is looking very comfortable with that farm as well. Flash done, glowing wand complete as well. On the opposite side, there's only the glowing wand for Clockun and the dominance from Zeke when they don't quite have enough to burn through the healing yet.
Yeah, pretty good comms overall from the side of Flash, at least when it comes down to the item builds, right? They're not double Dom icing between Zorn and as well as 3mar. They made sure that the order is like somebody's going to have the anti-heal, the other person can get it later.
They're gonna break down the top inhibitor, and there's not much Vamos can do about it. The healing keeping them easily topped up outside of their own base. Error gonna try and hold on to the holy defense, should be able to do so, but the timer is ticking down. Team Flash making sure of it. This is their game to win.
Yep, 3-2, the lowest kill score we've had here today, but not the longest game just yet. It's a fat 7.2k lead in their banks right now. And unfortunately for Vamos, right, they haven't even hit the 33k mark just to make sure that they've got 2 items for themselves. They need their core items if they want to stand any chance.
Team Flash, their goal is just to make sure they never reach them. Malefic Roar now completed for Gary. Fatal Link's gonna be committed into the Rapid Dryad. They're going for 3 more once again, but the return Rapid Dryad locks them down, keeps the Uranus alive. Gary comes in for flank. Zeke gets locked down, picked off, double kill for Vanix.
They just can't get their damage in effectively. They really can't. They're coming in one by one. I mean, like, Zeke made a play, sure, Siska follows it up, but Natko just doesn't have enough damage to make it work. Same goes for Error 404.
I think we could be looking at a GG angle here. Still all 5 alive versus 3 on Vamos, and the minion waves are still streaking in. Not enough damage to burn through the Raph healing. That bottom inhibitor is not long for this world either. Vamos' face is naked.
Very naked. No inhibitor turrets left. Super minions have come into play, and Ukir goes for an Ice Queen's Wand. If Team Vamos' life was not already difficult, that would make it so hard. Oh, dude. How do they win this? How do they win this? I can't find an angle for them. I feel like Arrow 4-4 has to make something happen, but no matter who he goes on, there's like some direct counterplay. I don't think he has enough damage to one-shot Gary. I think he has enough damage for Ukir, but then that's Holy Baptism guaranteed.
Oh, they're going for the Paquito. They find the Fatal Links at the Rapid Dryad, and then Nako picks off Gary. Clockun gonna be traded in exchange, so Vanix, he does so much DPS. He's working against this guy. Nako gets burned away, and they just respawn Gary like nothing ever happened. Double kill for the Obsidia. Only Error left standing, and 3mar stands there taunting him as the rest of Flash walk down the mid lane into the base of Vamos. The crystal completely exposed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to another game 3.
Great comms here. Amazing comms, in a matter of fact. I really think that this time round, it was much cleaner the way that Flash intended, and I think this is where they feel the most comfortable overall.
Healer comms are very good at oppressing early game aggression and taking control of the tempo right from the get-go. How do you get early game snowballs if no one ever dies? It's hard, and it honestly surprises me again why we don't see more healer drafts.
I think that in this particular case, I think it was used well. I don't know how often they're going to be able to find this, if I'm being particularly honest, right? Because again, it was one of those matchups where at the very least, Vanix knew that he was going to eventually scale to the very end. But it also means that a lot of resources were actually shifted to his side of the map. Like, this is a very traditional style of Mobile Legends that everybody who's been watching the scene for a while, it looks like, 2 seasons ago, that would have been exactly the play that most people would have been making.
I think that is kind of a standard, though, for MPL SG as well. They do tend to play a very standard style of MLBB, so you may as well bring that over when you're bringing Vanix into the fray, and they seem comfortable with it. This Rafaela makes a big difference, and anytime you see that with Beleric Uranus, you already know, yeah, there's no way you're losing that early game.
Yep. And I think that you got to be careful, man. Let's look backstage to figure out who are MVP of this game. Because let me tell you, a lot of different options here, but only one of them is the most valuable player. Give it up for Vanix this time. Able to not only, despite the early recall, was able to pull himself back to make it into the late game to guarantee the win.
He got a very early Sky Piercer and was able to join fights and get stacks on it quite easily. Normally, Obsidian takes a lot longer to come online, but when the game accelerates to this extent, he becomes a mid-game threat.
Yep. Also, it really helps that he's got, like, I don't know, at this point, 3 supports. One to peel, one to heal and give movement speed, the other one to kind of set the fights. Like, he's got it all.
There's no one really on Vamos' side that can actually threaten him. You might think, okay, error, but he can't jump in. He doesn't do enough damage anymore at that point.
Yeah.
And he has to get through the beefy front line.
I mean, he also has to get through the holy healing as well. Because it's like, oh, unless he goes for like a full damage build with like Lightning Truncheon or something, there's like a high risk that as soon as he tries to go for the hat trick forward, bam, gets hit by like an engagement from Zorn. Or worse yet, just the Holy Baptism, which is a pretty big deterrent in and of itself.
You know what? This also means that the Valentina Harley opener is a 2-for-2 loss today.
Yep, it's not great.
Doesn't seem like the best choice.
Personally, I don't like it. I don't mind the Valentina showing up just to be able to steal one ult, but I would like it to be paired with the proper things. Like, you know, if it's Beleric on the opposite side, you want to get Atlas, like, pretty confidently. Atlas, Valentina makes a lot of sense into your comp, and then you can start alleviating some of the other lanes like EXP. You don't have to be hard engaged anymore. You can start looking to play damage.
It keeps your DPS options still flexible as well, because
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure Flash decided to go for the Rafaela here once the Harley showed up, because like, yeah, what's he gonna do?
What's he gonna do? Kill me? Like, no. And especially since, at least, I think most people tend to forget the overall objective of Rafaela, right? Not only can she boost you up and heal you, but it also makes it very difficult if your composition doesn't have any form of hard sustain. And I think that was the big issue that Vamos dealt with. Every single trade, it's a recall. Every single trade against Flash, oh, I'm just gonna stick in your jungle. I'm gonna go to the opposite side and start stealing camps, right? There's a lot of things that they can do overall just because of that. Gary, he doesn't necessarily need to be the here, but as soon as he got that War Axe, it didn't really matter, did it?
Gary didn't even really need to do much this game, because even without the damage, you just survive everything Vamos throws at you, right? You can see how much slower they're able to get their items, and that Dominance Ice came out like 9 minutes in. Before that, there's just one source of anti-heal, which is not enough.
I mean, look, the second one came in much later, and I mean, the Glowing Wand also was, you know, one of those items that had to be rushed as second. Somebody had to get the anti-heal. And unfortunately, in this particular case, alright, 3mar had to do it.
I mean, he's perfectly fine doing it. Just get the Dom early, then the Oracle second.
I mean, it's not ideal for EXP laner to be the one having to go out of their way to get first item Dom Ice, because that does nothing for his lane. But he also understands that, like, dude, I'm up against Siska, like, what am I going to do against Esme?
He doesn't need to do anything in his lane.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
He just exists. He just
They
has to
will
exist.
both naturally never kill each other. So why not?
I mean, there is like at least for the early game, there is a slight advantage to the Esme. It's just later where it just doesn't matter at all. But let's look at the full screen here, because I think that if there's anything to take away from this, I think that Vamos needs to respect the fact that, hey, they don't play by the rules. They don't wait for flying clouds, then play Rafa. They will just show it in front of our faces.
You can't overcommit too quickly in this draft. We should know this by now. It's Coach Pavs, right?
Yes.
He knows how to draft. He has ideas.
He's got good ideas. He's got very, very good ideas. And I think, unfortunately for Clawhood, man, the choice of alts in this game is really, really tough. Because as much as you want the Wrath of the Dryads, you gotta put yourself in a pretty dangerous position. I would have argued for maybe even taking the Holy Baptism in certain cases, or better yet, just getting the Hunt of Bone to ensure that whoever you are killing cannot run away for free, but that's where Rafaela kind of denies that option, right? Boost the movement speed, doesn't matter anyways.
It creates a lot of argument to start with the Beleric over the Atlas, because it's a lot easier for Valentina to steal Fatal Link, you know, grab people, just dash out. But when you steal the Beleric ult, then yeah, you are at risk. If there's someone who can deal a lot of damage with auto attacks, if Flockun decides, hey, I'm gonna ult Vanix and then die, it's a lot less valuable.
It is a lot less valuable, but I really think what it really boils down to is whether or not you have like concussive blast, right? And I think that's the main issue for like the early stage. I think that Zorn here, as much as I like him going, tenacity on top of having like the Brave Smite, I think it would have been slightly better to go concussive blast while still holding on to the tenacity, just so that they can kind of keep up with everybody and they can start this snowball like very, very early on.
Maybe they wanted to double down on the sustain, right?
I don't know. I think that unfortunately this is where Obsidia comes into play, where she requires so many resources that you just kind of have to cover her lane if you see the team moving in that direction.
But in this game, they didn't really need to do that very much. After the initial stages, they had already controlled the turtle fights and meant that Vanix could farm a lot safer without really requiring team intervention.
They did, but luckily a lot of those kills actually fell into Gary's hands, right? I think that if it fell into Vanix's hands, he was able to pick up assists and one of those kills as well. Okay. Yeah. Because again, the gold lead ended up being Paquito early on, and then eventually everything just went into Obsidia after they cracked open that first tower. Because they just didn't really do anything about them moving as one, taking tower by tower, right? You literally saw them move from top to mid to bottom and get all of them.
That's what you hate about healer comms, man. What are you supposed to do?
Just kill them. Nuke them. Nuke them. Like, get, a Farsa.
I wish it was that simple.
Honestly, it really is that simple, especially for Rafa. If it's like, some of the other Ubes, it's a little different. But let's watch this clip real quick, right? Because everything that we talked about in this draft boils down to how much of a lead do you actively have in this game. And yes, there is a 6K worth of difference here, but slow-moing it and showing you that the wombo combos is difficult to handle, but they have so good disengage, right? Like, Gary isn't even in this fight. Vanix didn't even have to use his Purify because all he has to do is trust that the rest of the team will stop the major damage dealers from Vamos' side. Worst part is that they're playing a very traditional front to back, right? Like, Natco wants to be able to kind of find a flank angle, but he can't do that without the Hunt of Bone out of his hands. And if Vanix is able to connect with the Hunt of Bone on anybody, they're basically as good as dead.
It speaks to a level of desperation where Vamos has to commit multiple ultimates just to try and kill the Uranus and not succeed. If not for the Flicker taunt, then yes, they would have taken out Tremar, but then they have nothing left for the rest of the squad. So it's only insult to injury that Tremar survived all of it in the end, right? 7K goal lead kind of does that to you.
It does that. It definitely does that. And it also really sucks that they ended up losing so much more for it, right? Like, Nako had the BMI switch positions. He ended up losing his Purify because of the counter Wrath of Dryad coming in from Zorn as well. I just think that Vamos had a pretty good idea of, if there's anybody we can punish, it's got to be Tremar. It already worked 2 times. What's the 3rd time?
Like, it's the only choice they have. If they can at least pick him off, then maybe they can do something. But even that is not necessarily guaranteed. So at this stage, it's very difficult for Vamos to salvage the game anymore.
It's super hard.
And Team Flash, gotta give him props, right? They played this correctly. They knew how strong this draft would be early on. I do agree that Concussive Blast would have been a little bit more useful, would have gotten them off the ground like even sooner.
Yeah.
But trust the process.
Gotta trust the process. I think smart, because again, Hunt to Bone, I think, was probably their biggest problem. Because no matter what, you can't snipe the guy if, you end up trading yourself. And worse yet, majority of the people who go in and out of fights require on their mobility abilities to swap places like BMI, or even, Harley as well, going back to his hat, things like that. As soon as they try and dive in, Hunt to Bone comes out. It doesn't matter how good you are, you're dead.
It's very rare that you see Obsidia these days, but this is one of those games where, it makes total sense. You have more than enough bodies to keep you alive and delay the game for you to scale, and multiple heroes that want to dive you to pick you off that you can threaten.
Which brings us to game number 3. I'm trying to, because again, now that Flash has done this like weird stuff with Rafa and there's no clear indicators of when they're going to throw it, it might mess with like Vamos' head a little bit coming into this next one, right? Like imagine putting yourself in Vamos' position. Like, is he going to do it again? Is he all of a sudden going to go into the Paquito? Do we ban out the Paquito so they don't have a strong early mid, but we still have to deal with Rafa anyways?
Is this like specifically a cheese pick, or is this something that Flash likes to go back to? Or do they have other drafts that they can play, right? Other healer comps, other non-healer comps? Remember, they did mention that Vamos had previously lost 4-0 to them in a scrim. That may have been a while ago, but perhaps this is an indication of, how that may have happened.
Maybe they just got out macroed overall, right? First interaction could be everything. Considering everything that has happened in Game 1 as well as Game 2, it came down to that first turtle. Whoever wins first turtle has won the game so far between them.
I will say Ube is pretty good at dealing with scattered team fighting. You know? If you want to try taking 1v1s, they're never going to be alone.
With that being the case, though, both of our teams are exhausted. They're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, the conclusion of this series, more Mobile Legends action right after these messages.
Hello guys, welcome back to Courtside Interview. And you're with me, Poji. And here with me is a special person, Venix. How are you, Venix?
I'm good.
Looking good, looking sharp. I can see that you're getting, slim. Is there any secret behind that?
Just eat lesser and exercise more.
Exercise
Eat healthily,
more.
yes.
Alright, Venix, it's your opening match and you're going against the runner-up of Season 17. So how did Flash recover from Game 1 and win in the second game?
Basically, the first game we weren't well prepared enough and we just treated it as warm-up for us. So second game we decided to go back to how we usually play, and that's how we got back into the game. And yeah, hopefully we can win the third game.
So technically, you just consider the first game is a throw game.
Not really a throw game. We are trying, but this is our first day in MPL, so it's technically getting used to the environment.
Talking about the first time in MPL itself, your team consists of 3 different regions, which is MY, PH, and Singapore, Malaysia, and Philippines. So how are the comms be like? Is there any difficulty to communicate among the teams?
So far, for me, no difficulties. They comms in Bahasa Melayu, but I'm not able to comms in that. But I'm able to understand what they are saying.
So maybe you can share a bit what did you learn in Bahasa?
Aku boleh fast clear, datang mid.
Something like that, push mid or datang mid. So macam, you can understand. I believe by the end of the season, you're going to be fluent in Malay.
Hopefully. I'm trying my best to learn also.
Alright, for Game 3, so what's the most important thing for Team Flash? To secure the game itself? Is there any other secret recipe?
I think the main key is to start arrow for fall down. He's the main carry of the team, and if you're able to do that, we can secure the game.
So punish him early.
Yeah.
That's the only key.
Yeah.
So about the other teammate, not so much.
Still punish because it's a team game, so we must punish everyone together. Then you'll end up punishing
the carry.
Yes.
Yeah. Punish the carry.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Is there any other final word before we throw to break? Maybe your prediction for after this.
My prediction?
You're gonna end it fast. 10 minutes end.
Hopefully we can win the third game. I don't know how long it will take, but hopefully we are the winning team.
And also hoping for you guys can prove something that Flash gonna do something and win the fan trust. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
Alright, itu saja daripada saya dan juga Venix. Kita akan tengok sama ada Venix mampu buktikan lepas ni.
Nak lebih power? Jom.
Welcome back, everybody. The MPL Malaysia continues here with Season 18, and of course, our very final game of today. Currently, match point for both of our squads up on the stage. We had a bit of an interview with Vanix from Team Flash at the very least, and it looks like he's working on it, man. He's working on the comms.
Yeah, that's good, right? That's the thing we were worried about, right? Whether or not Flash would be able to communicate properly, since they literally have 4 different nationalities in a single team. And it goes to show that they are capable, especially after that previous game as well. Gotta have solid comms to play something like that.
Yeah, really good work for them. And it really helps when you're the person that they're trying to cover anyway. So really, it just comes down to like, as long as I don't mess up, it can't be that bad. And they did a good job. They have a bit of a solution to what they were working with, but now, I don't know if they're going to get the same draft again. And Vanix also mentioned that if Era 4-4 doesn't get a good early game kind of slows down. And I don't know, does that mean that Era 4-4 is the main shot caller? Because I would imagine that Quill could takes that leadership role straight away.
I don't necessarily think it's an issue with Error, but an issue with Vamos as a whole.
Really?
I feel like they as a team are kind of snowball dependent, actually. So that's why in this meta, especially where it's emphasized even further, if early game doesn't go well for them, it's hard to translate.
Maybe, okay. This could be out of the ordinary, but do you think maybe it's because they don't have that extra support? And when I talk about extra support, it's definitely from our local Malaysian organization. Give it up for Sukma. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang is coming to Sukma Selangor 2026. The men's competition is between the 19th to 20th August. The women's competition is 22nd to 23rd of August. So tune in and support the esports athletes representing their states.
Ooh, interesting. It's good to see MLBB expanding its reach as well. We'll get to see some different faces there if you guys are curious about what kind of MLBB gameplay you can expect outside of MPL. But yeah, I do think that Vamos is somewhat early game dependent. If it goes well for them, then they are very strong as we saw in game 1. If not, then they do struggle a bit more.
And that's why I feel like when you put Zekif on these traditional styles of like AoE team fighting style of guys, he finds the angle, sure, but he can't get as creative. It becomes very one-dimensional compared to if you put him on a Cho, compared to if you put him on a Badang, right? Where it then suddenly becomes very interesting the way that he not only baits opponents into these fights, but more importantly, is able to start causing a lot of disruptions, which is right now what Vamos needs.
Or is it more of a case where when you are playing those non-traditional teamfight supports, you have to be creative?
I mean, I get it if you're like Badang and Cho, but if you're like Beleric, it's you kind of...
I mean, that is kind of a traditional teamfight support.
Yeah, but I would say that Atlas is a good example of getting creative with it, right? Beleric,
okay, all right.
Not so much. That dude just does one thing. It's like, I do that my one thing, and I'm done.
I mean, he's a tree.
He
they don't do much.
If Beleric falls into the forest, does anybody know?
If a Beleric falls in the forest,
if the Beleric dies in the jungle, nobody's nearby. Did he really die?
If Beleric dies and a Rafaela is there to respawn him, does he really die?
Does he really die? All right, it looks like it's going to be kind of the same thing. Wait a minute. Freya's
please. Open.
Dear God, get rid of Freya.
You gotta ban Freya.
Please, anything.
Ban the Valkyrie.
Yeah, I like, as much as I hate to see Melissa or Paquito, I think that Freya is just too good to give away. Like, what are we really doing
if Flash does ban Freya, what will Vamos first pick? Do they want to go like Atlas, or do they want like Paquito or Beleric?
I think it would be Paquito to see whether or not Flash decides to go for like a Valentina +1.
Okay, there we go. There it is, the Freya ban. Let's see if you're right then. Is this a Paquito first pick for Vamos?
Oh, wait, there's still Barats.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Just in case. Wait, double check the bans again. All right, the Marcel's also banned out. All right, there we go. Melissa actually being the first one here. Interesting.
What would you be attempting to counter with Melissa? Now, this is a marksman that has AoE, so a little better at dealing with Ube if Flash does pull it out.
I think also, just to deter assassins, right? oh, if I go for Melissa, that means you pick Paquito on the opposite side. At least once I hit level 4, I don't have to worry about you one-shotting me.
That's fair. That is the reason why this hero gets banned out in first phase so often too.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, they've done all these, they've gone through the work of getting rid of both your Rara and as well as Fanny. So really the only assassins you really have to worry about in most cases generally leans into, wow, this is the first opener? Oh yeah, it is Flying Clouds. God damn it. But like they immediately try and flex. The way that Flash is using these flex picks is interesting.
I don't really think this is a flex anymore, man. This is very clearly
give it a moment, see how Vamos responds. Because I feel like knowing Pobs, like he will wait. If we learn anything from game number 1, he will wait until the very end until he shows the entire composition.
Alright, sure, but you're doing Raph Belleric, you know. I don't see you branching out particularly far.
Hey, Belleric goes into the
is
EXP.
Gone.
Yeah.
So they have to fill in that slot with something else.
Okay, so they immediately lead into the Atlas on top of the Nolan. I'm actually all for this because now with Nolan, now you have a way to punish this Rafa. It's like walk up too close, you're dead.
Yeah, this is early game standard from Vamos, and Nolan is one of the faster farming assassins in jungle nowadays. So Vamos still trying to play for typical style, go for those early game kills, try to stop Flash from scaling, and take over the game.
Last pick here for the first phase for Flash. Are still thinking about it. I think Paquito probably should be the go-to here. Keeps their composition hyper flexible.
Agreed.
Unless they want to like reveal anything else. I mean, they could wait until Red 4, but then might as well not risk the bans.
I think Paquito is just too strong to let go, unless they go for like, what, Atlas or something?
I mean, it has to be a direct counter to like the Melissa. And I think that's the big issue here. Okay, Obsidia, sure, but I think now Vamos needs to get rid of anything that can get on top of Melissa. So they need to get rid of things like Lapu Lapu. They also need to get rid of like ideally Farsa as well. They get rid of both of these, then Melissa becomes a lot safer to play.
You may have to hedge your bets just a little bit, like believe that the Rafaela is going mid so that you can spend your bans on something else. They will get rid of the Esme, which makes sense. Now that Uranus is gone, Esme would be the next best pick for EXP lane combo with Raph.
I would imagine they just play the Barats, right? We'll see. This could be the next follow-up ban coming in from Valdo, but we'll see in a little bit. I think that Flash still correct idea, getting rid of the Zushin and make sure that they can't, like, you know, get away with absolutely everything and making their composition a lot more sticky on the side of Vamos. Do they also get rid of the Eudora? Do they need to get rid of the Eudora? I'm pretty sure that
the Eudora.
I'm pretty sure Rafa outranges the Eudora.
Maybe like Lilia or something.
Oh, that's actually a pretty good one too.
Because like Flash is mostly afraid of like zone control, consistent DPS mages. They ban Barats?
Okay, sure. Let's make it volatile. I'm down for it because it feels like Flash is setting up for the for the Lapu anyways.
Paquito is somehow not banned.
Yeah.
So actually, the Barats ban could be Flash saying, hey, we're gonna play EXP Paquito.
I think no matter what, even if they ban out the Paquito, it doesn't matter because Harley's still available, so they go Harley Red 4 and then Lapu at the very end because unfortunately for Vamos, I don't think they can take it for their composition. Okay, so what? This is Pac or Yishin Shin?
Yishin Shin is a possibility, but I think you may as well grab Pac at this point unless you want to play Alice with Raph.
Alice with Raph? That's also not a bad idea as well. They go for the Pac, safe. But it's that last pick. It's the last pick that is going to determine everything here. Now, Vamos, please, show me Farsa. Show me Lapu.
You need some way of just taking the Obsidia out.
Yeah.
Without any questions asked.
We need to zone him out. And at the very least, you have like anti-CC. Oh, wait, no, but then you could jump and still get hit by the Hunter Bone. Maybe it's not the best idea. Ah, man, how do you... what's a way to kind of break open here?
And I guess Lilia, Eve.
Eve doesn't sound like a bad idea, but Belleric can instantly punish you when you're in the RWM. And not to mention that I'm pretty sure Rafa also outranges the Eve unironically.
Bored? It did get nerfed recently.
It did get nerfed.
They go Eudora, use Song.
Okay. I'm fine with that. They need something to get into that back line, but It's that Hunter Bone. It's that Hunter Bone that needs to connect from Vanix. If he misses that, he is so dead.
Yeah, I'm okay with this Yuzong because if Flash does decide to flex pack and reveal EXP last, it's probably going to be a tanky EXP, so Yuzong will have a good time. But I am a little concerned about the Eudora. It's not very good at breaking through the healing and all that unless you're able to jump onto a D-Wrath.
Jump onto the Wrath. Yeah, that seems about right. But I don't know, now the comp seems like a little skewed. Goal lane's already figured out. Paco's there, and then, yeah, at that point, you just go... Arlet? Huh? Okay. Sure, I guess. What?
Interesting.
What? Why not just go for Lapu? Like, you still don't even have pressure in the lane, especially when you're up against the Yuzong.
It's actually kind of skill-based. I think a good Arlet can actually beat the Yuzong. But it's not easy.
No. It shouldn't be the case.
It shouldn't be, but it's possible.
Okay, first we gotta see what his emblem setup is. If there's no Master Assassin, then sure. Okay, then I think it's like it's a losing lane. He understands that. If it is Master Assassin with maybe Petrify, then he's got an option to go for the kill.
I guess we'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the day. The teams have really put us through the ringer in the very first day of Season 18. Let's find out, will it be Vamos who are able to claim victory in their first series of the season? Or will Flash make up for their previous season's misgivings and start off 18 strong?
Let's find out as we jump right into it. Instantly, we're seeing that, again, same starts. Arrow 404 going in from one of his green camps with the leash coming in from Natco. On the opposite side, Tarimar, he's going to be big chillin', but Paquito has already gotten the leash from Obsidia. Now, the early game here is where it gets a little interesting, right? Because now we see that this time round, it's going to be Concussive Blast coming in from Zkeef just to make sure that he's able to clear this wave quicker than Zoran and as well as Uker. They don't want to stick around in this lane for too long because Uker can easily poke him out.
Yeah, they're well aware of this. Streamar gonna have trouble in lane, as is expected somewhat. There's no way an Arlet is beating Yuzong at level 1. He's gonna need a little bit more EXP before he can actually start challenging that.
I'll be real, I don't think there's like any situation he wins this without like assassin emblems and like dedicated, 1v1 pack. And I didn't see him with a Master Assassin earlier, so he's kind of on his own, right? He just has to give up pressure. Yep.
Yeah, you're right. No Master Assassin.
Dude, they kind of they screwed him over, did they not? He could have just played Lapu and it would have been the exact same thing, arguably better.
There's got to be some idea behind this. Like he wants to
don't know.
Hold on, if you sweep, can you sweep Melissa out of her ult?
If she didn't move initially. Because she gets the free pass that it moves alongside with her. But if she walks out of the boundary, it like rejoins her again. If she does that and then gets hit by the Final Slash, then yes, she will be outside of it.
So yeah, this is a bit of a weird decision from Team Flash.
They could have just Lapu'd and just cut right through the shield. They could have just easily done that. Like Flicker for it, it's not that hard. And it's like a direct answer anyways to two of the heroes we see on the side of Team Vamos.
Well, now they're ganking him. Vamos doing a good job playing for the strong side. Oh, one hit away from death. So no fracture from Error, but the Arlet not going to be able to easily join the fight anymore.
Honestly, not that bad. Pretty good at the end of the day. Wait, actually I'm realizing now I don't see the battle spells.
There's the ambush on the raft that we mentioned. Okay, we'll be able to sustain, but here comes Natko, the flank, and the full collapse. Double kill for Siska, the dream of every Yuzong.
Oh yeah, 2-0 right now. Good play on his side, and now he needs to go even further. I mean, he's basically won this lane. There's no questions asked.
Yep.
That side of the map is done for.
He was already winning when he was 0-0.
But at least Three-Mar was like, he was same level. Now he's like a clear EXP lead.
Someone gonna eat a lot of damage from that poke flicker. Rap, nice reaction from Glockwood into the fateful link. The tree gets chopped down and Gary follows. Double kill for Error.
What are we doing? Traceless into a level 4 Atlas? Oh, who would have thought that would have gone terribly? That was wild. That was really, really wild.
It is a decision to flicker ult the Atlas.
Bro, like, okay, flicker ult and try to punish, I get it. But at the same time, like, do we really think we have enough damage to take off Zkeef at that stage? And just out of curiosity, let's pull up the item list. I'm pretty sure Gary doesn't have his first item. He only has Fury Hammer.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he did. Did they think that Kido could Fury Hammer alone kill Atlas? That seems like a bit of a miscalculation.
It definitely was a miscalculation. But now, it's that... Oh?
Huh?
Okay.
Huh?
Okay.
Ba-da-ba! Dreamer! Excuse me!
Give it to him, Era 4-4. You deserve to smack talk him. For sure. And Ziska, he played that perfectly. He literally just was so patient with his Petrify. He could have let the Petrify loose at any time.
I don't know what that Natalia did to Tremar, but he clearly was not happy with them.
That's Natalia. This game is going downhill fast. It is going downhill, and I don't think there's a recovery point for them. I think the only way that they'll recover is if they punish Clawhood, right? Like, he walks up too far, gets hit by the final slash, and then Team Flash collapse on him.
I don't think Clawhood even really matters anymore at this stage of the game.
I mean, he's free money for Team Flash, technically, right? Like, he doesn't have a lot of counterplay.
I guess so. But it's not going to be easy when you are 3k behind at the 4-minute mark.
And that's why you got to go for their squishier targets. Like, Arrow 4-4 admittedly is hard to catch because he has a lot of mobility. But Clawhood and Natko, like, I mean, Natko a lot harder because of the Purify, but Clawhood seems to be like the only viable target.
The thing is, Clawhood is very good at positioning himself. I don't really think he ever puts himself in a bad spot unless he's playing like Valentina Engage.
Or Kimmy.
And even that is quite rare. Kimmy is a isolated experience.
It's one of the... We don't talk about Kimmy.
We don't talk about Kimmy.
Clawhood doesn't even talk about
Kimmy? I've never heard of Kimmy.
Exactly. Put him on a Sicilian and then we'll talk.
It's not Kimmy, it's Kim Yu.
Oh man. Now Era 4-4, 4-0-1 so far. Currently 2 levels against Gary at this stage of the game. And honestly, Gary was supposed to be the one who has the advantage in these early situations.
He really should be playing a Paquito, but this is the strength of the Nolan as well. He farms really, really quickly. He can fight very early on and capitalize on these sort of misplays. When you got Catch in ZQ and Clawhood, it makes it even better.
Yep, it also doesn't help that Team Vamos has already cracked open 2 tier 1s on both side lanes. So really, in terms of like keeping up with the pace, oof, Team Flash, they're the ones who have to answer the questions.
Yeah, my first question is going to be, why Arlet?
Why?
The next question is going to be, oh, Tremar tries to push back. He just barely gets out. Clawhood flickers in and thunders him to death. Electrocution is not fun.
Oh boy, oh boy. I really thought Arrow 4-4 was going to get punished way harder there. I'm surprised that it worked out really well for him overall. It's a little sad to see that right now on a technical level, Vamos is just mechanically outplaying them. Like, there's no deep analysis to it. No, they push buttons better and faster.
And we talked about this, right? If Vamos gets early game, they play really, really well. And that's why Team Flash tried to win against them early previously. But this time around, not giving yourself EXP lane priority is rough. Now, I don't blame him too much because you don't really get EXP prio against Yuzong, but,
no,
but there were better options.
There were better options. Like, why would you play Lapu, dude? That's all you needed to do.
No one ever remembers Lapu.
What do you mean? Everybody remembers Lapu, who's played in MSC and GOM. So, like, there's plenty of data out there that supports that Lapu does pretty well into the Melissa matchups. Or not even just Melissa. Minimum Eudora.
I guess they forgot Lapu.
I don't know whose call it was. Not the greatest. Not the greatest. But they can still recover from this.
I am trying to think of, like, what is the Arlet supposed to do here?
So what the Arlet is supposed to do is to take advantage of big engages, right? The big engage here, because every single time CC connects, he gets another, he just basically gets a free target to go for the free dash, right?
Uh-huh.
So he's supposed to be a bonus outlet of damage.
Well, if that's the case, there's definitely better options.
I mean, look, it's what they chose at the end of the day. I can only talk about this so much, but I think it's not impossible for them to make a turnaround actually happen. Like you mentioned, there are some weird interactions, like number one, if the go away from me is still available, can he actually pull Natko outside of it? Yes and no. It's really situational, right? But then you have Zorn, who has a taunt. So technically, you can actually make something happen here, and better yet, it can happen on 5 different people, giving Tremar the space that he needs to just hop around in circles.
It's true that if Tremar and Zorn can get that combo down, it will be a lot of lockdown and a good amount of damage as well. But the later it goes, the less likely they can actually capitalize on that. Like, if Team Vamos gets to the 10k gold lead, then even if they are caught in the 5-man Raph Dryad final slash, I don't think there's enough damage to actually finish them off.
I disagree, because after what Yangon Galacticos did with Ying on Arlet, like, nothing's impossible at this point.
Yeah, but Ying didn't start like this.
That's also true. That's also very true. To be fair, at least they had like wombo combos to work off of. Here, it's a lot harder to make these wombo combos actually happen. And so far, Flash have been the more passive team. This mid lane Rafaela is hurting them so much right now. So much.
I think they locked in on it a little bit too soon, and even then, like, why ban Barats?
Why do we? Yeah, I really
could have picked Barats.
Like, they could have gone red for Barats.
They're gonna Fatal Link Zorn. He flickers over the wall, so he's fine. Team Vamos don't really mind throwing resources at this point.
Yeah, they're gonna throw as many resources as they possibly can here, but honestly, I think this is just a losing game, right? They don't have any way to deal with Natko. As soon as he gets muddles up and starts auto-attacking like a minion or a turret, it's kind of over for them.
Gary's looking for the flank, but... Oh, he found Error! Oh, Error dodges it, and now Gary is in no man's land. What you gonna do now, Mr. Punchy Man? Actually, you're totally fine. Team Vamos doesn't even care.
Yep. Don't need to worry about him. Punchy Man can only come from behind, and now you're gonna have to come through the front, which is technically, arguably even worse. Look at Natko. Gonna zone you out. What are you gonna do about it?
So early that the Holy Defense is still up, so the Lord is not too much of an issue to handle. Gary not really able to farm anything. Flicker Fatal Link, they cap the Punchy Man, and you don't bring your fist to a sword fight, or whatever it is Nolan's holding.
Actually, I'm not sure what exactly it is, if I'm being perfectly honest myself, but here we go. Next siege.
Oh, here comes the Black Dragon form. Oh, they do get the shutdown on Error. They pushed him into the tower, so Final Slash did something. And now Gary's going to be stuck outside the base. Oh, they get the baptism. Gary gets locked down. Killing spree for Siska. Zorn drops low. I don't think Vamos should dive this. Hunter phone does connect, but Vanix knows he can't go for that.
Oh!
He has to Purify to survive the Shower Residue.
Oh, good Purify, good Purify. That Shower Residue is about to kill him here. Oh,
Streamer goes back in. Purify. Nice timing on Natko. He finds Zekeef though. Zekeef gets caught as a bit of a collateral. So Vamos actually gives up more kills than they should here.
Pretty huge. I'm not gonna lie. Some pretty huge shutdowns.
Yep.
Pretty huge. Oh, this guy's dead.
The flickering claw. Siska goes back in. He misses the Dragon Tail. Now Tremar goes in. Final Slash shutdown from Vanix. He finds the kill on Yuzong. Tremar on 1 HP.
I told you anything's possible.
It's Vamosable.
It's Vamosable again? Dude, I was already giving the Yangon Galacticos some love, man, after what they did with Ying on this Arlet. But I think this one was arguably a little crazy to see because Siska, right? He's saving the empowered auto attack to jump in. He jumps, right? Tries it. Loses it, the empowered auto attack. He loses it at the worst possible time. If he triggers it, 3-Mar dies, and they also get a free kill on onto Vanix as well.
That's definitely happened to me before.
Yeah, dude. It's upsetting.
It's so upsetting.
He had it. He was about to make the play of the day.
He was about to be that guy. Every Yuzong dreams of being that guy. But then your unpowered auto attack takes it away from you.
Right, Siska gonna zone people out first. Okay, they got the Black Dragon form out. Might as well cancel it early, just to make sure you can start the cooldown as soon as possible.
You know, thinking about it, should we still call it Black Dragon form in this skin?
Dude, I don't.
Like semantics, do they matter?
I would have imagined that. Oh, thank you, Zipper, for showing it. But yeah. I think most people can agree that it's a skin at the end of the day, and unless the skin changes the name. You know what? Even if it does change name, I'm still calling it Black Dragon
You know
Farm.
what? That's fair enough. It just sounds cooler anyway.
Yeah. I've also realized that there's a lot of skins that actually change the name, and I don't want to deal with that.
They do?
They do.
Wait, I'm not aware of this, actually.
I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding.
Such as?
Cho, Ken Cho.
Oh, you know what? That makes sense. I never actually checked that.
Yeah. There's a lot more of them. I was talking with the rest of the boys in France the other day about it, and we all agree. Let's just stick to the regular names.
Yeah, let's just pretend that we never found that out.
Here we go.
Ignorance is bliss. We can see Obsidia does actually do some damage now. So Siska loses half his HP diving in. Famo still has a strong lead, but they can't let this last for too much longer.
Yeah, I think it's a little too tough right now. The whole team is designed to peel at this stage. Like Gary, he's not even trying to assassinate anybody anymore, right? He's just, with the rest of his team, they just have to play around Natko and what Natko can do.
Next Lord, 90 seconds away, so there's a lot of downtime. Hunterbone connects with Zkeep into the baptism.
Punish!
The Fatal Links is too late. He's not able to get it out, but Tremar will fall. Vamos finds a 1-for-1.
They did, at the bare minimum, they at least got the Purify out of Vanix. They're going to at least respawn 3mar as well, but Zkeep going down there, oh, that was close. Like, you could see the angle, right? He was ready to flicker forward. He was just charging it to make sure that he has enough space.
I could literally see his arm raising for the Fatal Links, but he died just before it executed. So that is unfortunate. You can see the damage building up. Vanix, once again, the big threat.
Yep, can't really do much about it. He is stacked up like a thick boy. At this stage of the game, the 5.9k lead not really going to matter too much, but for Team Flash, they're going to hit the 42k mark, which does tell us that their cores are going to have at least 3 items. Bare minimum, arguably 4.
Flash can start walking out on the map now, and that probably would have given enough itemization for Ukir to keep his team sustained. Vamos' burst style is not going to work for too much longer, and we know that Yuzong falls off.
Yep, he does. Actually, Zipper, could you pull up the items real quick? I'm curious what 3mar is building right now. Because I saw him build War Axe, and then I think it's going to be, generally speaking, like all tank items from that point onwards. Maybe like a Queen's Wings, worst comes to worst.
It should be, logically. I guess we have to wait a moment for Tremar to show up on screen.
We'll eventually find out. We'll eventually find out. Full build already for the majority of the members from Team Vamos. Even Clawcode is like on, waiting to get that last item. Man, they actually do this really quick.
They went in for the Petrify combo on Vanix, but he's able to get out, and Fatal Links purified away. Nako will take out Zorn. Find a Hunterbone for How did that miss it? What? They got the stun on Vanix. He's still alive. Gary tries to delay. Tree-Man final slash just to escape. He tries to flicker back home, but Vamos not letting it happen. Zkeep attempting to chase down Vanix, finally finish the job, stop him from clearing the minion wave, and allow Vamos to rush their way in and take down the crystal.
Did Siska sidestep it, or did Vanix just miss the Hunterbone?
I don't even know, man.
I know. What?
This guy clearly has lost some weight.
What?
How does that not hit him?
How does it, like, did Yuzong have a tiny hitbox? What was that? What was that? I thought he was so dead on.
He's got a snatched waist.
What? What do you, like, I thought, man, I can't believe that that's the weight that they end up losing here, but at least Flash, they're not disappointed. They're like, okay, we showed what we could do. We showed that we could press buttons, but unfortunately, Vamos was just the better team today.
I feel like if you're trying to play a Rafaela comp, you do ideally want heroes that don't need to press buttons.
Yeah, but at the same time, I can't... Oh, dude, that was like the worst possible way to lose that. Like, Vanix, had he connected the Hunterbone, I think he kills everybody there.
Potentially. Or at least, like, Yuzong plus 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, Yuzong... Well, because that means Yuzong wouldn't be able to, like, go back and actually deal with the rest of the team. So that's where I was like, at least then, that's when Vanix can just start gunning people down one by one. And they still had Holy Baptism as well. Oh, we're going to be throwing it over the stage. Let's have a chat with our winners with Rose.
Match pembukaan Vamos untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 tutup dengan 2 berbalas 1 kemenangan atas Team Flash, dan bersama dengan Rose di atas pentas kita ada Air 404 dan juga Siska. Welcome back to Malaysia. Behave. Balik Malaysia je, perangai dah start. Bocil, kenapa dekat international ramai orang puji Air 404, diorang cakap pandainya. Pandainya PR, behave semua. Kenapa balik sini terus macam tak ada apa-apa je interview?
Tak lama pendam lah.
Dekat sana tak boleh lah? Dekat sana behave?
Behave.
Okay, now, let's talk about your experience dekat international tournament kan. Sebab kalau tak silapnya, Bocil ada dekat luar negara main di pentas antarabangsa lebih kurang agak-agak sebulan lah kan. So, apa yang lessons yang you rasa you belajar dekat sana yang you boleh apply di MPL Malaysia and of course the future international tournaments yang Bocil akan participate in?
For me, I think is dorang punya gameplay lah. International gameplay is sangat berbeza dengan MPL MY ni. So, maybe dengan screen-screen yang kita dapat dengan tim-tim luar, kita dapat belajar benda baru lah. So, kita
aku hantai semua kat sini.
Selepas main di, pentas antarabangsa, adakah you rasa more motivated to push harder this season?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Now, let's talk pula pasal... Tak habis lagi. Aduh, balik Malaysia memang buat hal dah. So, Bocil, lepas balik Malaysia, musim ini akan jadi musim yang agak penat buat you sebab as we all know, SPM ada di hujung tahun. Macam mana Bocil tengah juggle jadi pro player lagi-lagi dengan meta you sekarang ni, tambah lagi nak belajar, prepare untuk SPM.
Macam mana nak balance? Macam biasa je lah. And sekarang ada Emal kan. So, boleh kurangkan sikit lah saya punya screen time. Boleh balance lah.
Ready ke untuk SPM nanti?
Ready!
Wow, itu dia. Okay, that's very good. Work hard, play hard, semua hard, okay? Now, of course, kita pun nak borak dengan Siska. Hello, Siska.
Hello.
Happy ke sekarang dah main dengan Bocil?
Happy?
Happy. Okay, now as we all know, dulu Siska pernah main bersama dengan tim Vamos tapi bukan dalam MPL untuk satu tournament sahaja. So, macam mana you rasa tentang chemistry Vamos? Adakah sebab experience dulu you guys dah macam on point dah sekarang ataupun memang kena improve lagi dari segi chemistry?
Mungkin dari segi chemistry kena mantapkan lagi lah sebab selepas saya main URF kan saya masuk team break sebab gameplay diorang pun beza kan. Bila masuk sini pun saya nak kena adapt dengan hero-hero lain, hero badan juga. So, korang kena mantapkan lagi chemistry lah.
Tapi you rasa atas kemenangan hari ni okay lah, good start lah?
Okay lah, good start.
Okay, now Siska, mungkin kita nak borak sedikit tentang patch. Sebab kalau kita tengok di MSC 2026, banyak hero yang keluar. Banyak hero yang unorthodox biasanya tiba-tiba muncul, tiba-tiba, membuat team yang kita tak expect menang. So, apa pendapat you tentang patch lagi-lagi dekat EXP lane?
Saya patch baru ni dia beri saya kanan juga lah sebab kalau korang tahu, korang tahu juga kan yang saya main hero damage kan. Terus tiba-tiba tukar patch tank ni, saya struggle juga nak adapt dengan meta baru. So slow lah.
So apa yang Siska tengah buat untuk adapt dengan berjaya?
Spam hero tank main barat.
So coach pun banyak suruh try hero lain lah.
Betul.
Okay. Menarik. So hopefully kita boleh nampak lagi banyak hero daripada Siska in the upcoming days dan upcoming matches. Tapi sekarang ni kita sudah tengok dan saksikan perlawanan 2 berbalas 1 tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. So agak-agaknya siapa yang MVP dia? Okay, ada beberapa yang cakap Bocil tapi mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Bocil, kenapa buat terkejut? Saja terkejut. Ini kan meta you. Now, Bocil, kita tahu you guys spend banyak masa di luar negara, tak dapat training betul-betul. Tapi you rasa cukup ke? And the experiences and the playtime that you guys had internationally untuk dapat good results this season?
Of course, sebab maybe saya akan cakap one step ahead of other local team lah. Sebab kita pun I think advance in meta sebab kita main international. So this season confident lah.
So Bocil tengah cakap Vamos ada sesuatu yang tim lain tak ada lah. Betul. Okay Bocil, any words kepada fans Forza Vamos, semua orang yang datang ke MPL Arena?
So thank you semua yang dah datang hari ni, especially Forza Vamos. Thank you sebab support kita orang dari season lepas sampai season ni. So jumpa korang minggu depan guys. Bye bye.
Terima kasih dan congratulations kepada Team Vamos. With that, mari let's show it back to the casters to break down apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan full series ini. Showing it back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Rose. And no surprise, Aero 4-4 jadi MVP dekat dalam game ni. And honestly, even Aero said that with their international experience, they're one step ahead of all the teams, especially when it comes to the meta. And it's really hard to disagree with how they drive and how they play. I feel like some teams will eventually catch up, but maybe for the first 2-3 weeks, gonna be difficult for other teams to face against Vamos.
I think because of the experience from the other team, right? With their experience against like international level kind of team, so their meta right now is slightly advanced to compare with other Malaysian teams.
Yeah, I feel like Eric could have, shifted his words a little bit to address what he's trying to say, but we roughly understand, right? He's just saying that they've experienced a lot, and because of that, it translates into the game. So, again, congratulations kepada Vamos. Congratulations to Vamos for being MVP. And hey, we have Gideon here. He's going to be joining us for this Atlas segment, and because of that, Stafa gets the rest. So, Gideon, first of all, what the heck is up with that Arlet pick, man? I mean,
Look, don't get me started, dude.
Bro, here's the thing. Even I play EXP, and if I see you Yuzong, why would you pick an Arlet?
I mean, the truth be told, I really think that Lapu Lapu was probably going to be the best option possible, because as much as I'm okay with Arlet, right? We saw Ying with Yangon Galacticos doing a really good job when you have different ways like actually trigger your combination so you can start dashing around your targets. But I think they needed to simplify the plan. Play Lapu Lapu, then you can immediately jump on this Eudora, you can immediately jump on this Melissa and get free battle spells just like that.
Yeah, but actually when facing against Yuzong, you need to give priority towards Yuzong lane first, Since playing Arlot, you know that Arlot will have disadvantage at the first place. So the trio mid actually need to focus more how they can punish Yuzong so that Yuzong cannot get level 4. But that's not what happened in the game.
I think, personally speaking, if you're going to play Arlet into Yuzong anyways, you've given up on priority. It's not about priority, it's about the team fight. That's why go into Lapu Lapu, play a safer lane, then you don't get punished so hard in the lane itself.
Honestly, like, based on the 3 games that we saw, the early game control, especially around the first turtle, that's very pivotal for both teams to actually win the game. And that's really why I was questioning this Arlet pick, because honestly, like, let's forget about the laning phase, because we see Trimar, he knows to lane against the Yuzong. It's gonna be a very tough time. But let's talk about why that's a bad thing, because as an Arlet player, you want to get out of your lane straight to the turtle pit, but if before the turtle pit even happens, your HP has been chunked down so much that you're useless in the fight. And I feel like, Vamos being more advanced after facing a lot of international teams, they understood that. They're like, you don't have to die. You just don't have to join the fight, and then we win the game.
But that's a problem, right? I think that right now, a lot of our teams are thinking, you know what? It's not just about the lane. We got to think about team fights. And I think this is a really good example here in the draft why sometimes just showing Rafa mid early on is actually hurting your team more, even though you've hit the right conditions. We have a composition that can fight on a dime, and we have flying clouds. It makes a lot of sense, but it just got revealed too early.
Because what we actually can notice that some of the team, when they want to prior Arlot in their draft, always come with like certain combo. For example, like with Zushin or with Guinevere, because we need to trigger the passive for the Arlot itself. But we cannot see that, and maybe it's just simply because that Arlot is just power hero for Trimar TZ before. But it's not a good idea to match up it against Yuzong.
Well, right now we'll be looking at a draft to talk about this a little bit more. There's many picks that could have picked up, like you said, Gideon, where even picks like the Lapu should help a lot. So first of all, we're going to be looking at the draft here, and I honestly feel like the first 3 picks coming in from Flash is already looking pretty good, right? Having these 3 heroes, it's what they use in game number 2 to win them the game. It's just how they close it off is the one that's really bugging me. And looking at the draft as well, I think personally for me, this Yuzong pick is really just because of the scrims that they had, of the information they have of Trimar, knowing that, okay, one of his best heroes is the Arlet. And they probably know that he doesn't have that wide of a hero pool. Maybe they even know the guy can't even use a Lapu that well. So that's why they early picked this Yuzong to be like, we know in this situation you will pick up the Arlet. So we're gonna counter you anyways. Now it's up to you. How do you want to play this lane?
Because based on the gameplay itself, right, we can clearly see that Vamos actually really understand how to execute their draft. Since they know Rafaela and also Obsidia using Purify. So this is Yuzong and also Nolan's task to make sure they can always being locked. But at the other side, Atlas will always keep targeting other hero like Arlot and also Paquito and also Belleric, the one that without Purify. So in terms of the game plan itself, for me, the player actually already know how to fully utilize the composition.
I think that unfortunately in this case, the one thing that just doesn't make sense is when you know that you're playing against Melissa being the biggest problem in the past couple of games, and you've banned it out consistently as well, why not come with a proper solution rather than saying, you know what, Belleric, he's got to land the ultimate. It's got to make sure that it hits Natco, and then afterwards you got to final slash him out of the go away from me. Like, that's so many.
I like that you pointed out, because Melissa, in this game, this should be what's going to happen in the draft, but who's going to do that, right? No one is really answering that. If they swap out this Rafaela with something like a Farsa that can attack from afar,
yeah, true.
You don't even need a Lapu, right? Just get a tank in the EXP and let Farsa destroy the Melissa, and then GG, game over. I think the thing that I don't like about this draft is just the fact that Team Flash, they're playing for themselves. You know, like, this is what we're strong with, this is what we've been practicing with, but it doesn't really interact positively with Vamos. They interact, but interact negatively with Vamos. I feel like that's the bad thing here, you know, like, there's just not good interactions for Flash.
I think right now at this moment they put aside the theory part and also just focus on the momentum, you know, and also based on win rate in scrims. They know, oh, this is our best composition, best hero, so regardless of what's opponent hero, we don't care.
I don't
just play that hero.
They got to be flexible, man.
I agree that they have to be flexible, but I think it's a really big mistake if every single time you go into these games, and this is something that you've practiced clearly, right? But you're not sure about certain ins and outs. For an example, what happens when you play from behind? When you've got no momentum at all? I don't see this composition style actually progressing forward. And unfortunately, even for Gary, yes, he did find a couple of like moments where he's able to turn things around, or at the very least, attack from behind. But who cares when you've got Melissa? The go away from me is just too powerful of a spell.
Well, so far, at least for me, Flash looks pretty good, considering the fact that they do went up against Vamos, and Vamos looks good even internationally. So now we got to see how they move on, you know, from weeks coming up ahead, because again, this is a stretch, right? 8 weeks. This is just week number 1. We'll see how they really progress. We do have a clip here from Rain just to see what happened in that game, which we will see later on. But really, I gotta say, Aero 404 is a monster. He did say that Amal is there to pick up the slack when he does have to study, but I don't know about that. Like, Amal is not a bad jungler, but Aero is an amazing jungler. I don't know how he can adapt to that playstyle.
I think just get Amal to do his SPM for him. I think that's the easiest way, right? How many A's did Amal get, actually? We gotta check that first.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Even Riz said this year's SPM is much harder. So, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. We're gonna be looking at a clip here that Rain has prepared for us. So, run this through. Like, what's going on?
So for the first clip, I want to share the wrong decision making that being done by Team Flash. So what happened here actually is when they decide they don't want to fight the turtle anymore, we can see this Arlot want to reset, this Paquito want to go to red buff, right? We can see here Paquito at the red buff, and also Arlot also already reset. But they actually left their teammate behind. Especially at this composition, Rafaela using Purify and cannot escape from Yuzong. So what happened when Siska ulti and also Zeki follow up, they actually cannot run anymore. So for me, it's in terms of their decision making on how they want to play as a team and make sure they don't left their teammate behind. Since we already discussed about the spells will give impact towards overall gameplay. So Ukir and also Vanix need to take care of their position carefully and also properly, since Siska and also Error here will always find them.
I gotta say, Gideon, I'm actually glad that Siska has this Yuzong in his pocket, because Yuzong is always that hero. If you're good enough, you can honestly do a lot with it, right? He talked about on stage in the interview on his struggle was that he has to adapt to this tank in the EXP meta, where he is a damager. And I would say heroes like Lapu and Yuzong, they're a good middle ground. Like, yes, they do damage, but they sustain a lot that they're pseudo-tankish, you know?
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. And honestly, with the way that Siska was playing, the fact that he was already able to find these big chunk outs on not only 3-Mar, but also able to help with the dive down mid, I think they can only take it one step further. And that's my big problem with Flash's lineup, right? Unfortunately, a lot of the different combinations, if it's not 3-Mar plus somebody, if it's not Vanix fully scaled up, their composition can't actually fight skirmishes as effectively compared to Vamos. Like, Vamos only needs 2 out of the 3 members to make something happen.
From my perspective, Team Flash don't take advantage of their draft. With, for example, they have Paquito that have a high sense to punish in terms of bush control and whatsoever. When they're fighting against draft like Vamos, overall their draft, their heroes is actually the kind of heroes that is hard to open the bush, right? Right now they only have Atlas. So for me, they should take advantage to try to punish either Yuzong or maybe Eudora at the first place before they try to fight the first turtle.
I mean, that's why I think that Claw Kun is very underrated in this game. The way that he holds on to his stun, the ball lightning, is the big deterrent, right? Because as long as he doesn't throw out that ability, if the mid trios were to clash against each other, I would say if they targeted one singular person, that every single time Vamos comes up on top, unless the ball lightning hits the tank. That's when you can turn things around and start attacking the Nolan, start attacking Eudora.
Well, just to close this off, I do have to say, Team Flash, if they want to do this next time, I feel like you got to play unfair. If you're already in a losing matchup, you got to figure out how to make the matchup unfair. So, thank you for the analysis, but now we got to look at the player of the day. And I got to say, what a day. We had full series for the first match as well as the second match. The player of the day, Chibi here. Honestly, 12 death is not great. It's not great, but hey, the guy got a savage. The guy got a maniac. He may be a one-game wonder, but hey, that one game was awesome.
Yeah, for me, other than that savage, actually, he's done his part very properly, you know, in terms of how he can secure the turtle fight, the Lord fight, even though his teammate actually give more focus towards the goal lane, towards Chiku, but he still can secure important objective.
Now, honestly, even in game 3, like, he's using the Suyo, but he's mostly using the stun to actually help Chiku out. So it's kind of like Chiku letting me know, I know you're an assassin, but you're kind of Fredrin as well.
Yeah.
I think the funniest part is the fact that even when Chibi is behind, there's so much, a lot of the game plan against him from the side of AC was like, if we don't take out Chibi, there's no way we're going to get this red tree down. So there were a lot of awkward moments where it's just like, oh no, do we go for Chibi? Do we go for their entire team? Do we go for the neutral objective? Like, it gets awkward.
Yeah, now we're looking at the play of the day here, where basically AC kind of botch-ish their engage here, because throughout all of this wombo combo, not one hitting onto Chibi, full HP throughout, not getting crowd controlled at all. This is just his team feeding him the savage. It's nice that he went for his first item, Sky Piercer, and he was able to immediately get the positive impact of that. It's just unfortunate. I feel like the English desk, the Malay desk, as well as the Endless desk, we said too many good things about him. So the caster curse was at max potential, and then he just flopped after.
Hey, we're not going to forget that Marchese was the one who spat your boy back at Nets and got Nets killed accidentally because of that too. Are we not going to talk about that either?
Yeah, for me, it's a positive impact when we can see team like BTR showing like fast response in the game, you know, because that kind of level gameplay, actually we can see in international level, you know.
Yeah. So we really have to see where they move on from here, because if I was BTR, I'm happy that I won, but I'm not happy that it took that long. I really feel like they could have done much, much stronger. But for now, before we even end the day, you guys ready to lock in? Because it's... Wait, do I do this in Malay or English? Okay,
you gotta do it in BM. You gotta do it in BM.
All right. Koleksi deodorant X Fine fragrance yang baru kini dalam body spray and roll-on punya form. Pilih blue lavender, black vanilla ataupun aqua bergamot. Ikut gaya anda dan dengan haruman premium ciptaan pencipta wangi yang bertaraf dunia. Teknologi 2 kali melawan bau untuk kekal wangi dan segar hingga 72 jam. Jadi tampil wangi dengan mudah tinggalkan aura anda dan dapatkan X garam. I feel like if I would try any, I would probably try the aqua bergamot.
I have a problem that the fact that it's not lavender biru, vanilla hitam. You know, that would have made a lot of sense.
Well, we're going to be looking at the standings here, even though it's just 4 teams that played for today. But hey, for now, BTR as well as Vamos is on top. Not a clean record though, both going with a 2-1.
I think that at least for today, we got to see the first steps. And you heard it from a lot of these teams. Like, yes, it's the very first day. It's our, and not some of us, it's for our debut. They're getting used to it. It's week 1 things, right? So nothing to be worried about.
Yeah, I think even in interview, they say like, you know, we're still warming up. So we got to look at what happens for tomorrow. Where speaking of, this is tomorrow's schedule. It's going to be Flash going up against BTRM. So that's going to be an interesting one. RRQ going up against Team Ray. And then closing it off, I'm sure a lot of people are waiting for this one. SRG going up against IG. Where IG, funny enough, the only player that's still there is Yetri. And I'm pretty sure they're not going to talk about it, not going to discuss it, but everyone knows.
For tomorrow match, we can see a lot of new players or rookie players from RRQ side and also from Team IG side. So it's quite exciting, you know. We can see like new faces that also can maybe the new Z or the new AMZ for this season.
I don't know. I'm a little scared when it comes down to new players because there's one of two things that happen. Either they pop off so hard that they never reach that height ever again, or they drop, they fail, they go to another region, and then they succeed. So really, we've only had very successful case stories here and there. Other times, you just gotta, you know, roll the dice and get lucky.
Or they get very boring and we don't even remember them.
That too. That
It's one thing to be so bad that you're kicked almost immediately, but at least we remember you. But the others, like, you're just like I feel like there's at least 5 players that are in there, but I just don't remember them.
Don't make me name them.
Speaking of, thank you very much, Rain. Debut as an analyst here for MPL MY, Season 18. Doing an amazing job. Thank you very much, Gideon. And with that, we are at the end of the day. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more MPL MY Season 18. Bye-bye.